battery plate compactor is presented on this slide. The system is characterized by 6 uncontrollable degrees of freedom, and therefore its motion can be described by 6 generalized coordinates. 2 of these coordinates characterize the horizontal and vertical displacements of the compacting ramming plate working on the surface that is compacted. The angle phi describes the angular position of the compacting ramming plate relative to the horizontal surface. 3 coordinates define the relative position of the sprung platform with respect to the compacting ramming plate. The degree of freedom describing the rotary motion of the vibration exciter is considered as a controlled one. In order to simulate the compacting plate supporting surface interaction, the combined elastic viscous plastic medium model based on the Voigt and basalt soil models is used. The detailed explanation of this model can be found in our paper. The next slide presents the mathematical model describing the compactor operation. The plane parallel motion of the compactor's double mass vibratory system is fully described by the system of 6 differential equations corresponding to the adopted generalized coordinates. Due to the significantly large expressions obtained for each equation, we presented here the simplified system taking into account the vertical displacements of the compacting ramming plate, the relative position of the sprung platform with respect to the compacting plate, and the angular position of the compacting ramming plate relative to the horizontal surface. On the basis of the compactor's 3D model designed in the SolidWorks software, we have defined the compactor's geometrical and inertial parameters. The elastic viscous plastic characteristics of the surface being compacted are chosen to be appropriate for the asphalt concrete mixture. This slide shows the numerical modeling results of the compactor motion obtained with the help of the Mathematica software. At the beginning of the compaction process, the oscillating masses reach the maximal displacements. The vibration amplitude of the compactor's rear end is about 3 mm, while the front end oscillates at the amplitude of 6 mm. After a definite period of time, the inertial damping and plasticity of the medium being compacted cause the reduction of the amplitudes to 0.5 mm and 1 mm respectively, and the change of the initial position about which these oscillations are performed. The plastic deflection is about 3 mm. The next stages of our investigations were devoted to analyzing the action of the compacting ramming plate on the surface and on the control operating handle. The initial value of the compaction force is equal to the reaction of the plane's front support in the state of rest. It is 461 Newton. The maximal value exceeds to 1000 Newton, while the smallest value is 0 when the compactor's front end is under jumping conditions. The absolute value of the force exerted on the operator through the control handles is equal to the product of the mass of the upper platform and its acceleration. The maximal value of this force over 250 Newton are reached at the damper's stiffness 1.25 times 10 power 7 Newton per meter, while the smallest value of about 60 Newton at the stiffness of 10 power 6 Newton per meter. Therefore, the scientific novelty of the present research consists in improving the mathematical model of the plate compactor's vibration-driven locomotion system, taking into account the mechanical interaction between the compacting plate and the elastic viscous plastic surface being compacted. The obtained results can be used by designers, technologists and engineers while implementing new compacting technologies improving and optimizing the existing vibratory compactors, rammers, screeds, etc. The scopes of further investigations deal with improving the vibratory compactors by implementing the vibro impact operational conditions and crank-type excitation mechanisms. Some of these results are already published. If you are interested in this topic, please feel free to contact me anytime by email. After developing the improved design, we have studied the corresponding kinematic diagram of the compactor's vibratory system, applying the same combined elastic viscous plastic medium model based on the Voigt and Bethel soil models. The carried-out numerical modeling allowed for concluding that the vibratory plate compactor is under the self-propelling locomotion conditions. This means that we can reduce the extra pushing force that must be applied by the operator for setting the compactor into motion. The last slide presents the major idea of operation of the improved vibro-impact plate compactor, characterized by the self-propelling conditions. Due to application of the proposed crank-type inertial exciter, the pushing force applied by the operator can be significantly reduced. This research is currently at the stage of experimental tests and will be published soon. Thank you for your attention and looking forward to cooperating with you in the field of vibroengineering.
Hello, dear colleagues, organizers and participants of the InterPartner-2022 conference. The content of the conference paper on analysis of Cooper Sync 5 tube buckling during the producing of the crossover band for metallurgical unit are brought to your attention. Information about authors. Professor Volodymyr Kucher and Professor Alexander Poważny represents Technical University Metinvest Polytechnic, and Professor Alexander Groshko represents Vinnytsia National Technical University, Ukraine. Full crossovers, bypass, and tube bands pipes are widely used as a metallurgical equipment elements and other pipe systems. You can see this on a figure 1. It is important to develop low-cost, dialless and low-tool methods for the band's productions early implemented in the immediate condition of metallurgical shop. As a result of literature review, the following productions process for crossovers, bands and banded rods were critically reviewed. Bending, rotary draw bending, pushing a pipe through the channel of the flexible bending die located in the spherical bearing with a controlled trajectory of turns, extrusions and deep drawing, including telescopic punch, open die forging, dieless processes, and buckling. It has been found that blank buckling phenomenon is turned into positive solutions for the case of dieless impressions-free manufacturing of productions with a bent axis. The cylindrical blanks with solid cross-sections were studied before. In light of the fact that the buckling during upsetting of long blank has been identified as a most promising method for the cheap dieless method of producing crossover bands, a number of topical issues have been highlighted. There are power forces, frictions, meshing and die tools designs, accurate centering, uniform wall thickness, homogeneity of properties, reducing of hydraulic resistance in supply pipe systems, size and type of blanks, stress-strain state, forming, the format of long or high tubes by Euler buckling patterns, critical strain blank materials, mechanical and operational properties, evaluation by standard tests, rejections criteria including cracks, corrugations, ovalizations, blank end crashes, folds, local wall reducing, and others. The stress-strain state and deformability of brass pipes is of a greatest interest, with the Cooper Sync 5 brass as a special case. Aim and research tasks. The existing technological limitation of tubular blanks buckling by Euler modes required a study of tuberous stress-strain state in order to predict the shape deformation. The purpose of this work was to develop the method for producing a brass crossover bands by Euler buckling upsetting and analytical models for describing the stress-strain state of blanks to predict the shape changing. Research tasks. To develop the low-cost dials and low-tools methods for the crossover bands productions easily implemented in the immediate condition of metallurgical shop. To develop a mathematical model of stress-strain state changing in the process of plastic buckling of tubular blank for shaping bypass branch pipes for cooling system of metallurgical unit. To take into account the change in material plastic properties, work hardening phenomenon, when calculating the stress-strain state and formed size during the plastic buckling of tubular blank. To study the patterns of increase in the size of the compression zone with a shift of the neutral line to the outer radius for plastic buckling of tubular blank. To predict shape deformation during shaping of crossover bands by earlier mouth buckling process. Research methodology. The pre-experiments showed that the implementation of the process required the following conditions. Height to diameter ratio is from 3.3 to 6.2, and initial wall thickness to diameter ratio at least 0.17. The engineering strain was calculated as relative degrees in height. See the equations 1. When analyzing the mechanics of deformation, it was assumed that the plane sections hypothesis is applied the main stage of deformations by buckling. The following assumptions were used as limits. The tube material is isotropic. Hardening. The process is monotonous. The shell that is bending blanks is considered to be momentless. Corrugations, ovalizations, crushings, and other geometric deviations were not taken into account since they occur beyond the limiting upsetting degrees with buckling. The diagrams of Cooper-Sink 5 stress-strain curves were formed as a result of tensile test after annealing, and were approximated by patterns determined by equations 2, which contain the equivalent stress, equivalent strain, and approximations coefficient. The balance of the element of the outer and inner zones is considered on a figure 2. Stresses sigma alpha and sigma theta of one size in outer zones are tensiles and in the inner zones are compressive. The elements have double curvature and determinising bar radiuses R1 and R2 calculating on these equations. In the indicated the radii, the principal radii of the shell. All the forces are projects onto the normal drawn to the middle surface of the elements, see in the figure 2b, and they calculated by equation 3, whereas the wall thickness of the deformed pipe. After reductions and rearrangement, the balance equation was obtained in the form of expressions 4. The actions of the longitudinal compressive force in the cross-section of the blank cause the neutral layer to shift from the geometric axis of the shell by amount of the eccentricity E, which depends from the compressive deformation delta of the blank axis. The longitudinal logarithmic deformation in a section with curvature ρ plus E are determined by equation 5. For approximation of the blank axis as a circular arcs with a radius ρ were used the equation 6, close to the Gaussian normal distribution curve. As the curvature radius ρ at each point of the bended tube was determined on equation 7. Length LF of the blank axis during upset buckling calculated with using the empiric equation 8 and analytical formula 9. With taking into account the equation 2 was obtained the initial strain equation 10. Equivalent stress for this studied case were determined by equation 11. Taking into account equations 2, 4, 5, 10 and 11, the design expressions 12 for the longitudinal axis stress sigma alpha was obtained. The second principal stress sigma theta was calculated by equations 13. The incompressibility conditions is that the sum of the principal strains is 0 according to the next equation. For the equivalent plastic strain, the well-known equations 14 were used. Equation 15, transcendental to E theta, was obtained after. The third strain component was then defined as expressions 16. relative the change in wall thickness of the pipe can be calculated using equations 17. Results and discussions. Cooper zinc 5 specimens with initial dimensions like diameter equal to 14 mm, length equal to 73 mm, and the wall thickness equal to 2.5 mm, i.e. length to diameter ratio is a 5.2, and the wall thickness to diameter ratio is a 0.18, were upset to check the calculation of stress and strain field. The final blank height is equal to 64 mm, i.e. engineering strain epsilon x equal to 0.137. That's shown on the figure 3. The measured length of the axis lines is equal to 66 mm, i.e. shortening of the blank axis is delta is equal to 0.096 and calculated according to the equation 8 is delta is equal to 0.094. Error is 2.08%. The values of the functions of the axial lines, the principal radii, and the natural lines of the blank were found, as shown on the figure 4, using the expressions from 6 to 9. It was found that the calculations adequately describes the shape change. The difference between the calculated value of the deflections, 8.78 mm, from the experimental value, 8.5 mm, was 15%. The development mathematical apparatus make it possible to determine the stress-strain state at any blank point with coordinate x and theta. On a figure 5, the stress fields have built along the height of the specimens for its outer and inner sides. The strain fields and the change in thickness on the outer and inner sides of the specimens are shown in a figure 6 and figure 7, respectively. The analysis of the graph is shown on the following slides. The stress-strain state of the blank is inhomogeneous and in the region of the half of the height is characterized by the maximum value of the tensile stresses along the outer side and maximum compressive stresses along the inner side. The pictures change to the opposite when approaching the ends and near the coordinate 1 quarters and 3 quarters. There are areas where only axial stress acts. Sigma theta is equal to 0. Longitudinal and tangential strains take extreme values in the regions of the half of the height and the high absolute values in the inner zone, as well as in the outer zone in the frontal areas near the ends. The ratio of the final and initial wall thickness for the upset tubular blank was calculated according to the equation 17. The results shown on the figure 7. The results of the wall thickness experimental measurement after sewing the specimens were converted into ratio values and shown on the figure 7 only for the right side of the blank due to its symmetry. The largest discrepancy between the experimental data and the calculated ones, towards the overestimations of the latter, is 6% for the outer regions with coordinate S to S0 ratios. In addition to thickening, the strain component were calculated for the corresponding zones along the height and diameter of the bucklet blank. Conclusions. The tube buckling applications is substantiated as a new low-tool method for the small-scale productions of crossover bands for metallurgical units. The mathematical model for the stress-strain state determinations at any points of Cooper zinc 5 tubular blank which is upset with buckling has been developed on the basis of momentless theory and the shells theory. It is shown that the function close to the Gaussian normal distribution curve can be used with a satisfactory accuracy to analyze the forming by buckling of the full crossover band pipes. Comparisons of the calculated experimental results showed the satisfactory convergence. For the related shortening, delta compressive deformation of the blank axis is 2.08%. For the deflections along the axis line is 15%. For the blank wall thickness is 6%. It was found that strains in the mid-height areas of the inside of the blank and in the near-edge areas of the outside of the blank can lead to folding the large value of the upsetting strain. Thank you for your attention.
Good day, dear colleagues. I'm glad to present to you our research on the topic Lyapunov function-based approach to estimate the region of attraction for dynamical system with polynomial right-hand side. Stability analysis is an important part of the study of the behavior of a dynamic system. Typically, this analysis includes finding the stationary points or limit circles, determining their stability or instability, and identifying the regions of attraction. There are several classical methods for obtaining ROS estimates, which may be divided on Lyapunov and non-Lyapunov methods. At the same time, due to the limitations of existing methods, the identification of a complex ROS boundary is practically impossible, and it also leads to a high computational cost. The existing methods are quite effective for systems of the second and third orders. However, an increase in dimension of the system or presence of the uncertain mechanical parameters leads to an exponential increase in required calculations. In this regard, it is important to design algorithms that are fairly simple in terms of the number of necessary operations and at the same time give acceptable from a practical point of view estimates of ROS. The aim of our research is to suggest a method of construction Lyapunov function which allows to obtain effective estimates of the region of attraction for dynamical system in case n more than 3. Let's consider the research methodology. The class of system investigated in this research is given by the following state space differential equation 1, where x represents the state vectors of the system. We assume that the region is the stationary point of the system and matrix 2 has all eigenvalues in the left open half plane of the complex plane. Let's consider the set of functions 3, where K is a positive definite matrix. The hypersurface described by equality 4 defines the boundary of the region of negative definiteness of derivative of Lyapunov function in which we seek the guaranteed estimation. In the case when the Lyapunov function is taken in the class of quadratic forms, the resulting estimate of ROS is the interior of the n-dimensional ellipsoid. Our goal is to find such a quadratic Lyapunov function for which the volume of the corresponding ellipsoid will be the largest. For this purpose, we use the following definition and the theorem. In the case when all the eigenvalues of the system linearized in a neighborhood of the equilibrium are located in the left half plane, this equilibrium is asymptotically stable regardless of the nonlinear expansion terms of the right-hand side. In terms of the direct Lyapunov method, it is sufficient to use quadratic Lyapunov function. However, when estimating the region of attraction, the influence of nonlinear terms is significant. To obtain an effective estimate, it's necessary to add terms of a higher order of the Lyapunov function that can improve the properties of the derivative. Technically, we proposed approach which is the iterative process for obtaining lower bounds for the purpose of maximizing the volume of the corresponding n-dimensional ellipsoid. We consider two different ways of construction initial quadratic Lyapunov function. However, the subsequent calculation are carried out according to one scheme. First step, we need to calculate the expression for derivative of Lyapunov function. Then we need to solve the system of equation as a rule numerically. Next, we need to choose the appropriate solution. Fourth step, we perturb the parameters of influence where epsilon is a small parameters, and we are looking for a solution to system 9 in the form 10. And the last step, substitution the value of vectors x into quadratic Lyapunov function. We have now the perturbation in the value of c in the following view 11. The choice of initial function v0 can be made in two ways. Case A, intuition-based choice. This way is widespread in the literature and usually consists in choosing as quadratic Lyapunov function candidate the sum of the squares of the phase variables. The advantage of such a choice of this function can be considered the simplicity of the initial processing circle. A disadvantage is the need to verify that a linear part of derivative of Lyapunov function is the negative definite form and the function remains positive definite during the following iterations. Case B, the choice of initial quadratic Lyapunov function is oriented on distribution of the eigenvalues of matrix A. In our opinion, this choice allows us to obtain a more accurate result. In order to demonstrate the effectiveness of the proposed approach, let us first consider two examples. Example 1. We consider the second order system 13. As the initial Lyapunov function candidate, we take the quadratic form where a and d are still unknown parameters, a more than 0. Knowing the eigenvalues or the Jacobian of the system, we take the initial approximation of the function with coefficient a equals a0 and d equals d0. After the first iteration, we find the value of a1 and d1. After the second iteration, we get the refined values for a and d. If we supplement quadratic form with a fourth order form, we obtain an improvement in raw estimates, which can be seen from figure 1. Note that even the estimates obtained using the quadratic Lyapunov function are better than the estimates obtained in the work Lee, based on source programming and using the sixth order Lyapunov function, which presented on the slide. This result we can see from figure 1c. Second example. We consider the system 14. This system was considered as an example in work Shem. As a Lyapunov function was proposed quadratic form. According to our procedure, we get fourth order form where a more than 0 is free parameters. As can be seen from figure 2, even one iteration with a equals 1 is enough to get significantly broader estimates for rows. Now, let us consider the mechanical system, which consists of two cold oscillators and is schematically presented in figure 3. The motion equations written in the form 15. We take the candidate of Lyapunov function relies on canonical Jordan form of the matrix of the system of equation in form 16. Further, we solve the nonlinear system 9 supplemented by equation 17. This system has 38 non-trivial solutions, mostly complex. The only pair of real solutions is presented on the slide. As a result, we find the value of C0. To complete step 3 of the procedure, we need to check the condition 18. To do this, we fix 3 of coordinates and get the value of 4th coordinates from 19. Substituting the found values into formula for volume of 4-dimensional ellipsoid, we got some numerical values of volume. Because the increasing of the value of alpha will lead to increase the value of volume of ellipsoid, we vary the value of alpha and calculate a new value of volume, and the result we put in the table. Thus, the optimal value of alpha belongs to interval from 3 till 4. After coped in other iterations, we find that the best approximation is obtained when alpha approximately equals 3.39. Thus, we suggested a method of constructing Lyapunov function which allows to obtain effective estimate of the region of attraction for dynamical system in case n more than 3. The algorithm showed its usefulness and the objective of investigation was achieved. It is shown that computations needed are not very laborious. For instance, grid search or sampling methods are much more computationally costly. The further plans will be connected with further improvement of our algorithm and study of the influence of nonlinear components of stiffness onto the shape and volume of raw estimations. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
This contribution is delivered to you by the Chair for Theory of Machines and Mechanisms and Computer-Aided Design at National Technical University Kharkiv Polytechnical Institute. Radial hydrovolumetric transmissions are widely used in wheeled and tracked military units because they can provide substantial power output in a rather compact package. The problem there is that the ball pistons transmit extreme forces in contact with the stator. There are several factors determining the stress-strain state of these ball pistons. So one of them is the complex shape of the running track on the surface of the starter ring. It is recommended to make it geometrically close to the ball pistons. This makes the initial gap very small in one of the directions, and as a result, the traditional models of contact, such as well-known Hertzian theory, are not applicable in this case. Also, the deformations depends on the mechanical properties of the conducting bodies. In particular, we can consider changing the material of the pistons. Once they are manufactured from a material with different elastic constants, the shape of the contact spot and the contact pressure distribution will be different, and thus we can find a more favorable combination of stress magnitude and the material strength. So, this combination. It is possible to apply various methods such as finite elements method and boundary element methods for the analysis of the contact problem, and in this contribution the finite element method has been applied. A series of contact problem simulations have been performed with various combinations of Young modulus and Poisson's coefficient for the material. So the Young modulus was varied in the range between 20 and 2000 megapascal, and the Poisson's coefficient were varied between 0.1 and 0.48. Thus, it covers all the possible practical structural materials. In order to represent the results, dimensionless parameters have been introduced, and to track the variation of contact pressure and the von Mises stress in the conducting bodies, also dimensionless output parameters have been introduced. We have modeled contact interaction of a single ball piston that is pressed with the force of 100 kilonewton to the running track on the stator. The geometrical parameters of the ball piston and the stator are present in the slide, together with the finite element model that was used to perform the analysis. The contact pressure distributions have been obtained, and what was extracted from this data was the maximal contact pressure as the function of dimensionless parameters that has been introduced previously. Similarly, the equivalent stress has been analyzed, and again its maximum value have been studied with respect to the variation of the two-dimensional parameters that are our elastic material parameters. The obtained results implicate that the variations of Young's modulus and the Poisson's ratio tend to have quantitative effect on the contact pressure distribution between the ball piston and the running tract on the stator of the hydrovolumetric transmission. The character of the contact pressure distribution, the contact shape, and the maximal level of the contact traction change with varied stiffness of the material. Higher deformations in soft material provide better compliance between the bodies. The contact expands over a larger area of the interface surface. It extends up to the transitional rounded edges of the running track. The maximum of the contact pressure shifts there as well. Compared to 3.9 gigapascal for the worst case, with the contact pressure localized in the center of elliptic contact spot, there is almost a 3-time reduction to 1.2 gigapascal in the case of more flexible material. Thus, it is possible to obtain the optimal combination of material stiffness and material strength that satisfies the strength criteria. On that, I would like to conclude my talk, and thank you for your attention.
A method for calculating the strange performance of cast parts. Introduction and major challenges. Cast parts for engineering applications hold a dominant place in the total volume of casting production. The main requirements for heavy-duty castings are high level of service life and strange performance with minimum metal consumption. To reduce the risk of breakdowns, safety factors are introduced. The margin of safety takes into account the spread of the mechanical properties of the material, inaccurate knowledge of the acting loads and stresses, as well as a deviation in the geometry of the parts associated with the production conditions of cast parts. At present, the main trend in improving the quality of castings in industrially developed countries is to reduce their weight and improve their use properties. Therefore, the design and manufacture of cast parts of minimum metal consumption with a given level of service life and reliability for the operation of parts in specific conditions is a relevant scientific and practical task. The next slide shows the aim of the research. The study is aimed at developing a method for calculating the strange performance and service life of cast parts operating under alternating loads of random nature based on the probabilistic approach and the statistical theory of fatigue failure. The implementation of the method includes the following stages. The loading characteristics of the section of a cast part are determined. The data on load strain measurement and processed on the section of length L, which is the length of the load block expressed in the kilometers of run, hours of operation on the number of process cycles. Strain measurement results are processed and presented in the form of histograms. The parameters are introduced that characterize the physical and mechanical properties of the alloy used and their probabilistic characteristics. The Monte Carlo method determines the amplitudes of the loads. The mean value and the histogram on the endurance limit of the part are calculated. The sum with respect to the durabilities alpha p is calculated on the basis of the corrected linear hypothesis of the summation of fatigue damages. The mean value and the histogram on the number of load blocks L before the failure of the part are calculated and the corresponding service life MTBF is calculated. The next slide shows the research results. According to the results of the above calculations, the distribution functions of the endurance limit of the part service life and strange stability of the part under considerations are printed out. The casting material is still 45L according to GOST. Its most loaded place in the lower eye ring, geometrically it presents the intersection of the L beam with the cylinder. To determine the dispersion of the geometrical dimensions of the casting in production conditions, statistical studies were conducted. Based on the processing of the obtained data and the use of the simulations modeling method, the dispersion of the cross-sectional area of the part was studied. It was found that a rated value of 44 square centimeters. The cross-sectional area reflected to the range of 26 to 41 square centimeters. The range of accuracy of castings made in raw sand molds in within from 6 to 14 accuracy classes according to GOST, which is a relatively good indicator. The relationship between the load and the bearing capacity of the part equation on the next slide. The loads experienced by the hinge body are shown in the graph as two separate sections. The left side of the graph shows the normal operating loads that occur during normal operation of the tractor in the ploughing with a forward movement in a straight line, the trailer and the semi-trailer in various models. The range of loads in this case is from 0.3 to 3.5 tons to 23.6 tons, shows the bearing capacity and the hinge body in non-standard situations, for example, the load when hinging raising the plow when turning the tractor. The next slide shows the possible decrease in the mass of the part depending on its accuracy. An increase in the casting accuracy class from 11 to 7 increases the value of the bearing capacity measured from 3.7 to 9.8, and with a decrease in accuracy to class 12, the value of error becomes negative and the probability of failure appears, the value of which for a given part under the studied conditions is 0.009. The study of the possibility of reducing the mass of a part by increasing the accuracy while maintaining its bearing capacity on the existence level has showed that with the increase in the accuracy class from 11 to 10, the mass can be reduced by 7%. With a further increase in accuracy to class 7, the maximum achieved class for this casting method, it's possible to reduce the mass of the casting by 25% while maintaining the existing level of its reliability. The conclusions are shown on the next slide. On the basis of the probabilistic approach and the statistical theory of fatigue fracture, a method has been developed for calculating heat range reliability and results of cast parts operating under conditions of variable loads of random nature. It allows linking to endurance limit of a part with its geometrical parameters, physical and mechanical properties of the alloy, and statistical characteristics of the load on the part. To determine the range reliability of the cast part, the relationship between the values of operational reliability and its bearing capacity were determined. The value of the bearing capacity was determined by numerical methods based on the quantitative account of the following factors: its dispersion of the value of endurance limit of a part its given design, and this is variations in the mechanical properties of cast steel under the conditions under study, and fluctuations in the cross-sectional area of the part under consideration. It was found that the value of the bearing capacity of the part under study is in the range of 31 to 121T. Its average value is 76, and the coefficient of variation is 0.32. The safety factor of the cast part was determined equal to the ratio of the average bearing capacity to the design load. For the investigated part, its value is 3.1. The given data show that the design of the studied part is well adapted to the specific conditions of these productions. The work shows ways to reduce the mass of the part by increasing the geometric accuracy of its dimensions. Their practical use makes it possible to reduce the weight of the casting by 15 to 25%, while maintaining the base of its bearing capacity. The efficiency of such calculations in the future can be increased through the use of applied integrated computer systems designed to simulate the casting process and calculate the thermal and stress strain state of castings. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good day, dear participants of the conference. I would like to present you the results of our research on the theme sliding of a particle on the horizontal plane, which combines oscillating and rotary movements. There has been a long-standing interest in analytical dependencies of particle movement on different surfaces, which are widely used for the construction of working bodies of machine and mechanisms. The rough plane, which performs oscillating motion, is a working element of many machines and mechanisms for screening and separation of bulk technological material. Importantly, reciprocating oscillations of the horizontal plane are quite common. The particle of material in this case slides similarly to the oscillations of the plane, but with a smaller amplitude. Besides, a common case of oscillations is translational oscillations, when all points of the plane describe circles. Particles of material after motion stabilization slide on the plane and describe circle of smaller radius. There is no rotation of the plane in both described cases of oscillations. Obviously, the oscillations of the plane with rotational motion affect the sliding trajectory of the particles in some way. We predict that analytical dependencies of such movement allow to significantly expand the theory of particle movement on the surface. In this figure, moving plane is represented by a rectangle highlighted by secant segments. It's attributed to the rectangular system AUV. The movement of the moving plane will be carried out regarding the fixed coordinate system OXY. At the beginning of the movement of the plane, the axes AU and OX coincide, and the axes OY and AV are parallel and offset by the value of the radius of the circle, on which the origin of the moving plane moves. Let the segment OA be a crank and the segment AB a slider. They are equal, so have the same length. A fixed plane is attached to the slider, so they move together. If the crank OA is rotated at the angle 30 degrees, the slider AB also rotates at the angle 30 degrees. It takes place because according to the initial conditions, the point B moves along the axis OX and OA is equal to OB, so the triangle OAB is isosceles and the angles of the base are equal. Here you can see the absolute trajectories of individual points of the moving plane. The trajectories are constructed for fixed points of a moving plane. However, when a particle hits the plane, it begins to slide on it, so the coordinates U and V are variable and time-dependent. These dependencies will describe the line in the movable system AUV along which the particle slides, so the relative trajectory. These dependencies were found. You can see it on the slide. This system of differential equations must be solved by numerical methods. The found dependencies in the form of graphs represent the trajectory of the relative movement of the particle, namely it's the trace of its sliding on the plane. The shown parametrical equations and these dependencies allow constructing the trajectory of absolute motion. As a result, in these figures, the relative trajectory of the particle sliding on the plane is indicated with the number 1, and the absolute trajectory of its movement regarding the fixed coordinate system OXY with the number 2. The particle hit the plane, and over time, the motion of the particle become predictable, relative along the spiral and absolute along the curve that intersects the turns of the spiral at approximately the same angle. In the first two figures, the particle was falling on the plane on both sides of the point B, and in the right figure, that is at the rotational motion of the plane. Understandable that if a particle gets onto a horizontal rough plane, which is moving while remaining horizontal, it begins to slide on it. The shape of the sliding trajectories depends on the nature of the plane motion. Thus, the movement of a particle on a horizontal rough plane that performs complex oscillations is investigated in this research. The plane moves in a circle with a constant angular velocity relative to the center of the circle and rotates with the same angular velocity in the opposite direction. So, during translational movement, when all points of the plane describe the same curves, for example circles, the sliding trajectories of the particle are similar to these curves. When a plane rotates and all its points describe concentric circles, the trajectory of the relative movement of the particle is a spiral with a regular shape. During combining both motions, when the points of the plane describe ellipses and their partial case a circle or a line, the relative movement of the particle at the initial stage was chaotic because the spiral was partially distorted. But during rotational motion, the trajectory of relative movement has the correct shape. The obtained in the study results can be applied to the geometric designing of crank-type mechanisms in which the length of the slider is equal to the length of the crank. Thank you very much for your attention.
Respective organization committee and participants of international conference, I would like to represent you a presentation about my researches twist and deformation of thin walled metal composite rods. Composites are widely used in aircraft structures. There are many examples we can see in both passenger and military aircrafts. For example, in well-known Boeing Dreamliner 787, there are about 50% of structural elements are made of composites. In military aircrafts like Raptor F-22, it reaches 70%. Thin-walled elements are used as main load-carrying elements like stringers, wing spars, in-panel, fuselage, floors, and other structural elements. Longitudinal elements possess different complicated structures. For example, according to principles of differentiation, they can withstand variety of loads. For example, longitudinal loads, in-plane loads, and so on. Local loads. So this is why the structure of element is very complicated. It consists of many elements with different orientation and stacking sequence of monolayer. So we can see on this slide the different channel section, eye section, and so on. Materials used are polymeric glass fiber composites, carbon fiber composites, boron composites, organic composites, and so on. So the phenomenon of thin-walled sections warping depends on, first of all, on technology of manufacturing and structural arrangement. So first of all, warping depends on the difference of linear expansion coefficients, Poisson's ratio, and the non-symmetrical geometry of the cross-section of a longitudinal rod. So this is why we can see on this slide, after extraction from the jig, the general geometry differs from original one defined by designer. So this is why, according to studies, it was formulated the aim and research task for this study. Exactly, it's develop mathematical models for description of deformed state of thin-walled inhomogeneous bar with loaded with arbitrary loading. Then compare behavior of metal plus metal and metal plus composite rods, which can withstand given loads, and estimate theoretically and experimentally the distortion, like twisting angle and bending deviation. And task number 3 is to develop practical recommendation for designer how to create novel profiles. As a basement for analysis, it was selected the classical theory developed by Professor Vlasov of thin-walled rod, generally loaded with arbitrary system of loads like bending moments, twisting moments, longitudinal forces. First of all, in the Formula 1, we pay attention to the twisting angle, and I want to draw your attention that the main difference from the classical theory is that at the right side m function of m of x is a function caused by influence of mechanical and thermal loading, which are equalized to 0 at the end of the cross-section extracted from the jig. The solution was suggested in the form number 2, taking into account correspondent boundary conditions. So the one more distinctive feature of this analysis is that we consider longitudinal cross-section from which we imaginary cut ends. With length of this ends is 3-5 thicknesses of airfoil. It's so-called zone of edge effect, and consider this cross-section loaded with a system of loads for determination its angle of twisting and sagging from the bending loads in two planes. So here we can see the solution we got after analysis and boundary conditions, which lead to get in the formula number 8 for estimation of theoretical twisting angle. At the section of experimental research, it was prepared the system of metal plus metal and metal plus composites angle sections. For these materials, there was properties determined by experimental way, and second angle for composite doublets was varied from 0 up to 10 degrees, and then the twisting angle and the sagging due to bending were determined. So properties of materials we got after studying are shown in this table, and on these slides you can see the result of warping of metal composite and composite angle sections. So we can see that general deformation consists of several components. It's a twisting angle, so, and we assume that cross section is undeformable, but in reality cross section deforms also. And we can see that each cross section has a longitudinal component, twisting component, angle of twisting, and bending in two plates, vertical and horizontal. Next slide demonstrates the comparison between angle of twisting measured experimentally and calculated by according to developed formulas. So we can see that agreement from the engineering point of view is quite good, because it belongs to the range 15-25%, and it's possible. The next step is to control possible deformation of these sections. So the main conclusion of this step is developing of mathematical model for deformed state of thin-walled non-uniform metal plus metal or metal plus composite cross section, and developing recommendations for design of novel cross section, which will be then installed to the panel, because the next step of studying is studying of stress strain state and warping state of assembly of a panel plus jointed strings. Thank you for your attention. Please ask your question.
Hello, I am Olena Mikulic, professor of Applied Mathematics and Mechanics Department of Lutsk National Technical University. I want to present my project about method of the wave propagation speed analysis in polyurethane foams based on Kossarot elasticity. The unique characteristics of foam materials provide an extensive application of these materials in industry and domestic applications. This foam has a high energy absorption capacity, are useful for shock application, acoustic and thermal isolation problems. For this reason, they are used in aircraft and automotive industry, building and packing. Combining good mechanical property with low density, rigid polymers, foams can also be used as structural materials. This materials is particularly well suited for the types of filtration, absorptions, wiping, and padding tasks associated with medical device and equipment. Therefore, the development of the method for investigation of the behavior of such foam and porous materials is really important in terms of basic research and practical application. In this work, an approach based on a model of Kossarot mechanics for obtaining the formulas that will not only provide an opportunity to determine their corresponding speed at different frequencies, but also classify them are present. For modeling such of materials, a honeycomb and polyhedron structure are used for the case of open cells and closed cells foam coordinates. Analysis of microstructure of foam materials shows that the classical methods are not enough to correctly describe the reaction to mechanical influence and predict the mechanical behavior of these materials. Among the known approach used to study wave process in foam materials in the approach based on accounting for the influence of shear rotation deformation on the microparticles of the material. The investigation of such effects should be made based on new model of solid body of continuous mechanics, which considers the discrete structure property of the real body. For studying the dynamic behavior of porous and foam materials using the apparatus of phosphorus elasticity. In this model, its microparticles is considered as an absolutely solid body with which has 6 degrees of freedom that characterize the position in space and orientation. In the conserved elasticity, it is assumed that in a continuous elastic medium, the deformation are determined not only by the vector of a small displacement, but also by the vector of microrotation. In addition, physical parameters characterize the linear size, the inertial moment of the microparticles, and the property of the microparticles relative to rotation. An approach based on applying of motion equation of the micropolar elasticity is used in this work for obtaining equation for determining the speed of shear rotation wave. Within the Kosaret continuum, the motion equation of classical elasticity supplement the additional equation which allow accounting for the influence of coupled stresses. These equations are present in the slide. For the determining of force and coupled stresses in the literature, Nowatzki and Eningen formulas are used. Such elastic characteristics as Young modulus or the shear modulus are determined by accounting for the microstructure of the materials with using present formulas. The dynamic motion equation in displacements and microrotation we obtain substituting the force and coupled stresses formulas into the motion equation for Kosaret elasticity. After a few simplification, we obtain the motion equation in vector form in the absence of the mass and coupled force vector. The motion equation for the plane problem can be written in form present in slide, representing the vectors of displacement and microrotation in the form of some scalar and vector potential. We substitute them into the motion of equation of Kosaret elasticity. For the plane case, the isotropic Kosaret continuum produced two dispersion shear rotation wave. For determining the speed of this wave, we obtain the characteristic equation which given in the slide. Investigation of this equation showed that for the case when the frequency is less than the value of cutoff frequency, the characteristic equation has one positive and one negative root. And for the case when the frequency is more than the value of cutoff frequency, both root of characteristic equation are positive. Therefore, for low frequency range, there is one dispersion branch. For the case when the frequency is more than cutoff frequency, dispersion branches are 2. This suggests that at low frequency, the phase speed of shear rotation waves is close to the speed of shear wave in the classical elasticity. For the low frequency bands, 2 real roots are obtained from characteristic equation, one of which is positive and other is negative. For speeds of shear rotation wave in the Kosaret continuum are determined by obtained formulas. Analyzing the shear rotation speeds, it is seen that when the influence of the material microstructure is so small that it can be neglected, the cut-off frequency goes to the infinity, while the shear wave speed in coherent elasticity tends to according to the speed within the classical elasticity. And the speed of the rotational wave tends to the zero. That is, the speed of the fast shear rotation wave tends to the speed of shear wave, and the second rotation wave speed with imaginary wave number disappear. We investigate the change of the fast shear rotation speed in polar transform with the change of frequency. The value of such elastic characteristic within the coherent elasticity as a shear modulus dimensional characteristic is in bending and torsion, and the coupling number are present in the slide. The figure shows the dependencies of the change the fast shear rotation speed and the phase speed in the change of frequency for the three types of polar transform are present in the right part of the slide. Figure shows that in the case where the frequency does not exceed 30% of the value of cutoff frequency, the dependence of the fast shear rotation speed from frequency is linear. With a further increase in frequency, this dependence degenerate into non-linear. In addition, numerical calculations have shown that the behavior of the fast shear rotation speed is asymptotic when the frequency approaches to the value of cutoff frequency. The main conclusion are: the dispersion property characteristic of shear rotation wave play an important role not only in determining the parameters of the coherent continuum, but also predicting the behavior of form materials under different types of load. High frequency wave in such structure in homogeneous materials are difficult to detect because the wavelength must be much longer than the length of the microstructure to avoid scattering and attenuation of the wave. When the frequency is below the cutoff value, not only the dispersion ratio of one shear rotation wave is available. Therefore, experimental study for such materials are quite complex. The proposed approach can be used to assess the effectiveness of form materials for vibration and noise protection of construction, and in determining the optimal characteristics of the form materials with the predetermined properties. The work performs within the stage grant of applied research methodology of prediction mechanical behavior and optimization the effective characteristic of form and porous materials. The team of authors expressed their sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Education and Science Ukraine. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question, I with great pleasure answer for them by email.
Vibration damping of lifting mechanisms. The main feature of the lifting mechanisms is the need for the implementation of dynamic modes, acceleration and deceleration of the cap with the specified limits of speed, acceleration, and its derivative, jerk. The provision of optimal comfortable conditions for transplantation is achieved due to the formatting by the lifting mechanism of the required speed change diagrams in the continuation of the movement. Such diagrams of movement are characterized as optimal, and traditionally, under the optimality is understood the condition for the implementation of the minimum time of movement of the lifting mechanism, taking account the fulfillment of the required restrictions on the magnitude of the speed, acceleration, and jerk. The generally accepted optimal according to the criteria of speed of action diagram of the movement of the lifting mechanism is shown in the figure. The known laws of change in linear speed, acceleration and jerk when the elevator car moves according to the generally accepted optimal diagram can be written. It should be noted that the generally accepted typical motion diagrams are also optimal in terms of speed if there are only local restrictions on the magnitude of speed, acceleration and jerk. If along with these constraints there are constraints of the integral type, for example on the magnitude of losses in the winch, the optimal motion diagrams turn out to be somewhat different. A distinctive feature of the loss of optimal control of the movement of lifting mechanisms with restrictions on power losses in the presence of sections in which the acceleration changes according to a linear law, but the jerk is less than the maximum and is determined by the conditions for heating the elements of the lifting mechanism. Typical motion diagrams for this case are shown in this figure. Comparison of the diagrams in these figures are shown that the presence of restrictions on the magnitude of losses does not have a significant effect on the nature of the generally accepted optimal speed diagram of the car's motion. At the same time, it leads to a more complex control. There are also other recommendations for the formation of optimal motion diagrams. Such diagrams, in spite of the fact that they are not optimal according to the generally accepted criteria of maximum performance, are of certain interest and deserve attention. The aim is to improve the quality of dynamic modes of load lifting mechanisms by damping vibration. The research task is to introduce a second control action to ensure fast transients and simultaneously damp load fluctuations. To study the properties and capabilities of the lifting mechanism, its real kinematic diagram is replaced by the corresponding calculated one. Depending on the kinematic diagram of a particular mechanism and the type of tasks being solved, the following can be used. A design diagram based on the representation of the lifting mechanism in the form of a rigid system with reduced moments of inertia and moments of resistance. Design scheme based on the presentation of the lifting mechanism in the form of an elastic 2, 3 or n-mass system. Calculation scheme based on the representation of the mechanical part form of a system with distributed parameters, etc. When applying the scheme in the form of a rigid system, its motion is described by the equation. When determining the masses, it's obligatory to take into account the distributed mass of ropes to implement in a rigid system the optimal laws of speed and acceleration change. The developed force must change according to the law. The block diagram shown in this figure allows you to perform a variational dynamic analysis of the nonlinear oscillatory system of the elevator lifting mechanism as an object of regulation, taking into account the inertia of the rope branches acting as transmitting links, the transfer functions. The use of a synthesized structural diagram allows to determine the influence of the elastic connections of the system on the nature of the movement of the lifting mechanisms of passenger elevators. Taking into account the elastic properties of the mechanical transmission, calculate the actual diagrams of the movement of passenger elevators, determine the maximum values of speed, acceleration, and jerk with arbitrary control laws. To identify the influence of the parameters of the system, including control and distributing influences on its oscillation, and to solve the problem of minimizing oscillatory processes of the elements of lift hosting mechanisms. Taking into account the parameters of the real lifting mechanism in the analytical analysis, the effects of the fourth mass can be neglected. The aforementioned mechanical systems are lumped parameter systems. An accurate analysis of distributed parameter systems is difficult because they are described by partial differential equations. So in most cases, a distributed parameter system is reduced to an equivalent lumped system. In this case, the distributed mass of the ropes is taken into account when determining the masses. This approach gives good results even in the study of mine hoisting machines in which the rope length is large. When analyzing a mechanical system with an elastic connection, it is necessary to take into account dissipative forces, inexample forces under the action of which its total mechanical energy decreases, that is, dissipates, on the system passing into other non-mechanical forms of energy, for example heat. In principle, the action of dissipative forces in a mechanical system can be taken into account in various ways. However, it should be noted that none of the proposed methods for taking into account the effects of dissipation fully takes into account the complex processes of damping rope vibrations. At the same time, the method of accounting based on the use of the vibration damping coefficient on the time constant equivalent to its coefficient is most widely used in the study of lifting mechanical systems with elastic connections. The problem of minimizing the vertical vibrations of the elements of lifting mechanisms arising in dynamic modes can be solved by forming the required mechanical characteristics of the engine with certain stiffness parameters. Thus, the transfer function describing the internal feedback between the speed of the first mass and of two mass systems and the static load moment. In the figure, two typical mechanical characteristics are shown: linear and excavator, relevant for use in lifting systems consisting of two sections with different stiffness parameters. If dissipation is not taken into account, but the rigidity of the mechanical characteristic is finite, the equivalent damping coefficient is more than zero, which indicates the implementation of vibration damping of the mechanical system. It's also obvious that in cases of absolutely soft or absolutely rigid mechanical characteristics, vibration damping is absent. Consequently, there is a certain rigidity of the mechanical characteristics at which the vibration damping is greatest, so when the damping coefficient of the corresponding oscillatory element takes the maximum value. From the characteristic equation of a two-mass equivalent mechanical system, the equalities can be obtained. General solution of equations make it possible to relate the real parameters of the lifting mechanism with fictitious values which characterize the quality indicators of its work. The damping factor can be found by the expression. The maximum value of the damping factor can be found. It is possible to ensure a decrease in vertical vibrations by realizing the required rigidity of the mechanical characteristics of the winch motor using a controlled converter. The value of the required stiffness can be calculated as This figure shows the dependencies obtained at various values of gamma using a physical model, which confirm the above mathematical relations. It should be noted that the boundary case is characterized by a complete absence of oscillations, but it has no physical meaning, since it indicates the absence in the equivalent circuit of a two-mass system of the second mass. The results of the study confirm that the choice of the rigidity of the mechanical characteristics of the winch motor increased the damping coefficient of the lift mechanical system and reduced its oscillation in transient modes. Dependencies of the recommended values of the rigidity of mechanical characteristics on the value of the mass ratio. Dependencies of the maximum value of the damping coefficient on the mass ratio. The degree of improvement in the quality of the transient process is directly proportional to the value of the mass ratio of the equivalent two-mass system, and for the studied passenger elevators it is from 15 to 43%. For lifting mechanisms at the stage of their calculation, it is required to select rational parameters for dynamic vibration damping and minimization of the vibration level of the lift equipment. Recommendations for improving the quality of dynamic modes of lifting mechanisms due to vibration damping are offered. It is shown that the choice of the required rigidity of the mechanical characteristics of the electric motor of the lifting mechanism increases the damping coefficient and reduces the oscillation in transient modes by 35–72%. Further research is aimed at introducing a corrective negative feedback in the control system, studying its effect on the damping coefficient and oscillation of the mechanical system of the lifting mechanism. publications shows that the problem of developing optimal control of electromechanical systems is of interest to many researchers. In work number 3, optimal control is realized by means of the method of synthesis of an optimal regulator. The problem of optimal control by the criteria of speed of response and simultaneous damping of load oscillations by the mechanism of translational motion with a suspended load is considered in work number 4. The turning mechanism is considered in article number 5, the vibration damping control in work number 6, and in the publication number 7 is proposed using the state of the suspended load. In work number 8, joint swinging. In work number 9, using the active change in the length of the suspension string. In publication number 10, the suspended load is modeled as a double pendulum. The synthesis of lifting mechanisms and control systems for the drive of an asynchronous model of lifting mechanisms is presented in work number 11. The analysis of vibration is considered in publication number 12. Recommendations for reducing vibration in lifting mechanisms are given in publications number 15 and 14. In work number 15, a method for suppressing and controlling horizontal vibrations of a high-speed elevator is proposed. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon, dear participants of the international conference InterPartner. The presentation of the article is brought to your attention. Probability of failure of ship diesel parts in operating conditions. Authors Gennady Ivanov and Pavel Polyansky, Mykolaiv National Agrarian University. Main engines are widely used in marine transport as a direct connection to the propeller. The engine is the most important piece of equipment on a ship platform, so engine reliability is a priority to optimize safety, life cycle costs, and ship energy. However, there are numerous accidents at sea due to the failure of the main engine, the main cause of which is an inadequate maintenance plan. In order to make an optimal maintenance plan, it is necessary to assess the reliability of the main engine. The problem of quality and reliability of maritime transport is of particular importance as it is related to safety at sea. To solve it, it is necessary to study the operating condition of the main power plants to determine and predict the reliability of their. The main goal of the work is to study the reliability of the parts of the cylinder piston group of the main engine of dry cargo ships. Operating experience has established that the reliability of system elements in general depends on random failures, significant wear during operation and additional wear during startup. Accidental damages to diesel engine components is a major hazard during operation, as some parts, such as cylinder lines and pistons, are usually replaced during repairs. On the other hand, the preventive service does not eliminate random main functions. Therefore, in the general task of assessing the reliability of a diesel engine, the mathematical task of assessing reliability and durability, taking into account only random failures of its elements, has the greatest practical importance. The ship's main diesel is connected as a sequential chain of n elements, parts or assembly units, the reliability of which depends on the overall reliability of the engine. The development, wear and failure of each element is subject to the laws of distribution, the parameters of which are determined by the collected empirical information. Operating experience has established that the reliability of system elements in general depends on random failures, significant wear during operation, and additional wear during startup. Accidental damages to diesel engine components is a major hazard during operation, as some parts, such as cylinder liners and pistons, are usually replaced during repairs. On the other hand, the preventive service does not eliminate random malfunctions. Therefore, the general task of assessing the reliability for a diesel engine, the mathematic task of assembly reliability and durability, taking into account only random failures of its elements, has the greatest practical importance. The law of distribution of random failures of elements is expressed by the reliability probability function is failure-free operation, PT, for the time from 0 to the moment t, and is given on the slide. For the following discussions, it is necessary to have the value of alpha, which refers to the paths that interest us under different conditions. Note that the failure rate should be defined for the relative proportion of defective parts. If we have information about ZS ships and the engine of the ship has ZC parts of this type, then the total number is a product of ZS ZC. The number of failures in any period of the statistical series is determined by the coefficient M ZSZC. The final expression is given on the slide. Values of alpha were found for such main engine parts, pistons, cylinder heads, and cylinder liners of some types of vessels. Since failures are distributed according to an exponential law, the probability of failure for any period of normal operation can be written by the formula given on the slide. Using the formula given on the previous slide, after performing a series of transformations, we obtain the probability of emergency failure for the I transition, which is given on the slide. This formula gives the probability of a random failure at any transition. It is the law of distribution of the moment of random failure. We take the moments of the number of transitions. When the element reaches the limit of wear, it is replaced with a new one. Therefore, the emergency failure of the elements can occur only in those periods that contribute to the achievement of the ultimate wear, or in the transitional period when the ultimate wear is reached. The probability that an accidental failure will occur during the period of normal operation of the element before its replacement due to service wear is determined by the formula given on the slide. The average uptime expressed in the number of transitions is determined by mathematical expressions. See the second formula on that. The density of the probability distribution of wear intensity, cylinder bushing, main and connecting rod bearing is described by a gamma distribution, which has the following form and is shown on the slide. The parameters included in the formula are explained below. The moments of time discussing above form the simplest Poisson flow of random events with the parameter beta. This is the flow of moment of the ship's arrival at the dock. Docking time is of course not taken into account here. Thus, the number of complete transitions per standard lifetime as a random variable obeys the Poisson law. The formula is given on the slide. The second formula on the slide is the law of probability distribution of the value eta. The third formula is the conditional law of distribution. The probability of emergency failure in any given interval is calculated according to the second formula. The third formula makes it possible to calculate the conditional probability of an emergency failure for the K transition. Conditional probability of emergency failure, first formula, and conditional probability of non-accidental failure, second formula, для K0. The first formula gives the probability that there will be no emergency failures during the entire period T, and the second formula that emergency failure will occur on the first transition. The elements that make up the engine system of the ship under consideration work under conditions determined by various distribution laws, which are established during the statistical processing of information obtained from operation documents. The most common and complex case is the case of simultaneous action on an element, for example, on a cylinder sleeve, for factors that cause wear during operation, including during start-ups and accidental failures. All the elements of the considered system correspond to the same set of conditions or its partial case. For the first time, we obtained dependencies that allow us to determine the probability is a crash in many periods of time, the first formula, as well as the probability that there will be no crashes during the entire period, the second formula, and that a crash will occur on the first transition, the third formula. Thank you for your attention.
The most dangerous operational mode of technical equipment, which leads to a sharp increase in dynamic load and oscillation process in the range closed at almost resonant or resonant frequencies. There is a large number of technological equipment for which the technical cycle determines not only the operation in a wide range of excitation frequencies, but also the change in its own mass. This applies to lifting and transport equipment, vanities and some machines, and so on, where the change in gross weight differs from the net weight several times and in some cases by an order of magnitude. Changes in mass in the operating cycle of technological equipment leads to changes in its natural frequency. It was determined that the reduction of the mass of technological equipment leads to an increase in the frequency of its own oscillation. The steady state to which is due to operating frequency close to resonant. To prevent such an effect, a system was proposed for the first time, which would ensure the stabilization of the natural frequency of oscillation in a certain range of amplitudes and frequencies. It is advisable to develop a vibration isolation system that will ensure the stabilization of the natural frequency of oscillation in a certain range of amplitudes and low frequencies during the complete technological cycle of the hopper dryer of the technological machine SCM-200. If we consider the oscillations of the process equipment in one plane and estimate their intensity relatively to the vertical axis with a common coordinate z, then the change in the mass of the equipment M leads to a corresponding change in the frequency of its own oscillations. Expression shows that the decreasing in the mass of the technological equipment leads to the frequency increasing of its own oscillations, which can be dangerous for equipment whose steady state is due to operating frequencies close to resonant. In works devoted to mathematical modeling of such systems, it is established that to stabilize the natural frequency at certain level, the main function of the actual stiffness of the elastic supports or suspension should be. At present, the problem of equal frequency vibration isolation is solved only at small oscillation amplitudes and high perturbation frequencies. To do this, use serial passive vibration isolating device in the form of the vibration isolating supports. The development of methods for the synthesis, design and calculation of passive vibration isolating device with mechanical feedback led to the creation of designs of fundamentally new passive vibration isolating device with wide functionality. As an example, based on research, a vibration isolation system was developed that stabilized the natural frequency of oscillations in a certain range of amplitudes and low frequencies during the full technological cycle of the hopper dryer of the SCM-200 process machine. The hopper dryer represents a design from thin wallet element in which steam under pressure circulates. At the beginning of the technological cycle, the gross weight of the hopper is 1,500 kilograms, and at the end of the cycle, due to the operation of liquid, 420 kilograms. Normal operation of the loading and unloading devices of the hopper is due to the frequency of the oscillation generator 0.7 1.1 Hz, which is a conveyor auger located inside the hopper. Based on the regulatory operation coordination in the range of pre-resonant frequency, less 0.8 vibration isolation is subject to requirement for stabilization of the natural frequency of the system 0.4 0.6 Hz in the range of amplitudes 10-50 mm. When the hopper mass M change 3.5 times during the technological cycle, the natural frequency of the system, according to expressions, must change 1.8 times, which inevitably leads to the operation of the system at resonant or close to resonant frequencies. This operation of the hopper is unsuitable as it causes fluctuations at limit beyond the strength and stability of the structure amplitudes more 80 mm. Taking into account the operation conditions, the quality of installation of the equipment, and the disadvantages of using an active vibration isolation system, it was proposed to implement an elastic connection in the form of a suspension directly between the hopper and the frame, since the frame is less sensitive to reference level errors due to the large contact surface. The basis of the proposed technical solution is a passive elastic module with mechanical feedback, its geometric parameters, and the required number of modules and determined. Based on expressions 2 and 3, the required control function is calculated in the range 0 to Zmax. Given that the control function is applied with sufficient accuracy by mechanical feedback in the form of a CAM mechanism with a roller pusher, it was transformed into a step polynomial of the best approximations. The expediency of this transformation is due to the fact that in this form the control function is a function of the coordinate marking of the CAM profile, which was used in its manufacture using a CNC machine. The magnitude and direction of the load acting on the components of the CAM mechanism impose some restrictions on a geometric parameters. In this regard, the possibility of using the CAM mechanism is a mechanical feedback was tested. Practical testing of the theoretical position was applied and the efficiency of one of the synthesized structures of passive vibration isolating devices with mechanical feedback was evaluated by testing in industrial conditions, which showed an increase in vibration efficiency by 2.3%, dynamics by 7.5%, and resource by 40%. The presence in the structures of passive vibration isolating device with mechanical feedback of typical parts, elements, and components. Each of them has separately tested methods of calculation and design reduce the task of the synthesis of such device to common use. Thus, the positive result of industrial use of passive vibration isolating devices with mechanical feedback in the creation of vibration isolation system of technological equipment indicates the possibility of widespread use of this type of device in various industries. Thank you for your attention.
Dear colleagues, first of all, many thanks to the interesting presentations. And now let me begin the interactive part of our session. So I would like to remind and briefly discuss the primary findings obtained within the presented research works. And after that, you'll have an opportunity to ask your questions to each speaker. So the first presentation was presented by Vitaly Karandy from Lviv Polytechnic National University. He presented a research on dynamics of a vibratory plate compactor with elastic viscous plastic surface. The obtained results have practical significance for improvement of vibratory compactors and development of new compacting technologies. So we have one question from the internet. The question is, nowadays, state-of-the-art in elastic viscous plastic behavior of structures is described by fractional order equations like Riemann-Liouville or Caputo derivatives. In this regard, how could you explain the reliability of the obtained results, particularly in terms of using, for example, dry friction you have considered in your model?
So thank you for this question. So this is the simplified model in order to justify our idea of implementing such designs of vibratory compacting machines. We are not working with real structures, just the idea of improvement the vibro impact machines, and the model of surface is very primitive, is very simplified, only just to take into account the mechanical properties of the ground or the soil it is working on, but not like the
question is about. So we have tried to use only the simplified. The main idea of this research is the real structure of the machine, but not the soil model itself.
Okay. Many thanks for your answer. Yes. Also, Vladimir Kuchar from Technical University Metinvest Polytechnic LLC analyzed metal tube buckling of the crossover band for metallurgical units. The reliability of the proposed calculation technique has been experimentally proven, and dangerous zones have been identified on the high upset reduction of pipe wall folding. And now we have question from chat. The governing equations 3 and 4 shows that you have applied the momentless theory. However, it doesn't consider many factors that are significant in plate and shell theory. That's why figure 7 has some discrepancies of the theoretical curve compared with the experimental results. Do you plan to improve the applied technique by considering at least edge effects?
Thank you very much. Yes, we used the momentless theory, and very many nearest were approved in these decisions, and these decisions not allowed received the decisions of the distribution the strains on the wall thickness, but these decisions we plan in the plan to do in the finite elements methods by simulations.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your report and your answering the questions. And now we have a question for Nina Savchenko from National Aerospace University Kharkiv Aviation Institute. She applied Lyapunov function-based approach to estimate attractors of nonlinear dynamic systems, and as a result, the domains of attraction and stability for a nonlinear dynamical system with a polynomial right-hand side have been evaluated. And finally, she proposed a technique to be applied to estimate the attraction domain of the mechanical system of discrete coupled oscillators. And the question is, I have one question. What is the main advantage of the proposed well-known Lyapunov approach in comparison, for example, of the Raus-Gurwitz criterion of the dynamic stability? Okay, I think Nina Savchenko is not present, is absent here. So I'll try to transfer this question to email to Nina. Okay, and let me remind you the fourth presentation by Mykola Tkachuk from National Technical University Kharkiv Polytechnic Institute. He investigated contact of ball piston with a running track in a hydrovolumetric transmission concerning elastic properties of material. Of course, the choice of materials is limited by the strengths and stress concentrations. In this case, the maximal contact pressure and equivalent stress should be interpolated from the parametric analysis data for an arbitrary combination of material elastic properties. And now we have one question from chat, particularly slide 4 presents a deformed rolling body. Nevertheless, as it's well known, the rolling elements don't elongate it, but only detach from the cage. So did you set the condition for the possible absence of contact between the balls and the inner and outer cages?
Mykola is absent.
Since Mykola is absent in chat, I think I also will send this question to him directly to the email. The fifth presentation was presented by a representative from the National Technical University Kharkiv Polytechnic Institute, Natalia Yevtushenko. She developed a method for evaluating the strength performance of cast parts based on the probabilistic approach and the statistical theory of fatigue fracture. The corresponding approach has been developed for evaluating strength and reliability of cast parts operating under randomly distributed loadings. The one question from internet is as follows. Generally, methodologies for evaluating strength of cast parts consider linear dependencies for fatigue damages, despite the nonlinear behavior of real parts. Do you plan further to improve the corresponding hypothesis, or this is no need to do this due to the good correspondence between experimental and theoretical studies? What do you think about this?
There is no Natalia Yevtushenko in the chat. It seems participants from Kharkiv, it's difficult to connect.
Yes. We understand the real situation in Kharkiv, and we also will send this question to email. The next presentation was presented by Tatiana Volina from National University of Life and Environmental Sciences of Ukraine. She studied particle kinematics and dynamics on the plate under superposition of rotary and oscillating movements. And remarkably, the obtained dependencies significantly extend the theory of particle movement on the surface, on the curvilinear spatial surfaces. Moreover, the proposed technique can be practically applied to designing of crank-type mechanisms. And however, we have one question from chat. So let's consider slide 6. And imagine that we don't impose an external periodic influence. Without external periodic influence. In this case, what do you think about the possibility of the system to lose its stability? Can the self-oscillations occur? And generally, how have you solved and analyzed the obtained system of nonlinear equations?
Thank you for a question. It's a very good question. Of course, it's absolutely right. And in this article, and not only in this article, in such type of research, there is one sufficient problem which concern in these studies the particle is taken into account, just one particle. And it's a big problem for practical appliance of this, of results of such research, because it's hard to apply these results for the material. So maybe it will be in our further research, maybe. It's hard to say for me now. But in these articles, yes, it's absolutely a correct question. It's a problem, yeah.
Thank you. I really hope you'll further extend your research. It's interesting research too, as previously mentioned, previous research. Thank you for your reply. And the next presentation was presented by a representative from National Aerospace University Kharkiv Aviation Institute, Igor Taranenko. about twisting deformations of thin-walled metal composite rods. The corresponding mathematical model has been developed to assess the deflection of thin-walled rods with a variable cross-section under arbitrary loading conditions. And now we have a question about the following. Despite the existing analytical approach in studying thin-walled shells, the most uncertain are the edge effects and the layering effect. They significantly affect the strength of the structure. In this regard, have you investigated the impact of edge and layering effects? Since Igor Taranenko may be absent in this chart and this meeting now, I think he'll... Oh, yes, please. Igor Taranenko. You're welcome, please. Please turn on your microphone, please. We can't hear you. Okay, I think this is the question for further our correspondence between us. And now I'd like to present next speaker, Olena Mikulic from Lutsk National Technical University. She carried out speed analysis of wave propagation in polyurethane foams. And since experimental studies for such materials are extremely complicated, you know, the authors, they propose the approach of numerical modeling. And we have one question. The polyurethane foam is not only an arbitrary porous structure, it also can be a fractal medium with fractional dimension. Do you have an opportunity to further extend the proposed methodology by maybe considering fractal origin of the porous structure?
Thank you for your question. Yes, of course, it is part of our investigation, which is a part of our discovering planned education of science and of Ukraine. When we analyze these materials, we understand that the structure is not the same in the different points. However, there are a lot of different experimental results which allows influence some characteristics of some types of materials, and some author obtained a local model for only one or several type of these materials. When we use Kosarat elasticity, we can obtain a general theory which allows us to predict the mechanical behavior of type of these materials. When we want accounting for the influence of discrete structure of these materials, we can use a refined model. They are more difficult in mathematical evaluation, and this model is very difficult in mathematical evaluation, but in the future investigation we count these models and try to write some analytical solution in this case.
Thank you for your response. Thank you for your answer. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for opportunity.
Also, we had a presentation presented by Andrei Boyko from Odessa Polytechnic National University. He presented research results on vibration damping of lifting mechanisms. As a result, particularly it has been shown that the choice of the required rigidity of the electric motors for the lifting mechanism increases the damping coefficient and reduces the oscillation in transient modes. In this regard, we have one question from chat. Have you had a possibility to compare the obtained dependencies of the damping coefficient presented on slide 6 with experimental results data?
The participants from Odessa Polytechnic National University, so maybe they are present in the studio.
Boyko absent. No.
Okay. I understand this situation. So the next presentation was presented by Gennady Ivanov from Mykolaiv National Agrarian University. He studied failure probability of ship diesel parts under operation conditions. He proposed dependencies to determine the probability of accidental failure for a transition, maximum wear of cylinder bushing, main bearings, and connecting rod bearings. And we have one question from internet. You have used the exponential distribution law for failure estimation. It's well known that this distribution is reliable only under the assumption that the failures have an equal chance to occur period of time during operation. Nevertheless, in real life, you should check whether such a simple distribution law is reliable. What do you think about this? What distribution law is more suitable for your case study? Unfortunately, the representative from Mykolaiv National Agrarian University is absent now. I'll send this question to him via email. And the last presentation was made by Viktor Kurgan from Odessa Polytechnic National University. He presented a research on dynamic stabilization of oscillatory equipment with a variable mass. As a result of his research, the efficiency of vibration isolation systems was evaluated and testified to the greater efficiency of the created vibration isolation system against the background of its significant simplification. And we have only one comment from chat. You have stated that expressions 2 and 3 leads to the better approximation by higher order polynomial. However, this polynomial doesn't correspond to the physical meaning of the studied problem. In this regard, maybe it would be better to apply nonlinear parameter identification of the developed model. And what do you think about this comment?
Maybe participants in the studio at Odessa Polytechnic National University.
But Viktor Kurgan is absent now.
Okay, since Viktor Kurgan is absent now, dear colleagues, congratulations. Our session is completed successfully. Many thanks to the speakers, and I'm deeply convinced all the discussed results will substantially impact to up-to-date trends in advanced manufacturing processes, and the primary outcomes obtained by you allow disseminating them through the international scientific environment worldwide. So I wish success to all the authors and speakers in their further research and professional growth. Thanks to everyone. Science unites people together. And now I suggest everyone take a technical break for a few minutes before the next session begins. Дякую.
Інших учасників навпаки просимо вимкнути мікрофон.
Я можу починати?
Так.
Доброго дня, дорогі колеги, друзі. Hello, dear colleagues, friends. My name is Oleg Zabolotny. I am from Lutsk National Technical University. I am glad to welcome you on the 4th Kravchenko's International Conference on Advanced Manufacturing Processes, InterPartner-2022 in Odessa. We hold this conference in difficult times for Ukraine, and we dedicate it to the bright memory of all our defenders and to the good memory of Professor Anatoly Grabchenko, who passed away this year. Let's honor their memory and pay respect to the fallen Ukrainian heroes with a minute of silence. Thank you, dear colleagues. And now we are ready to start our session 5, Advanced Materials. This year, to our section was submitted 7 interesting and actual scientific works which are devoted to the issues of creation and research of new functional and composite materials and also new innovative coatings. All works will be presented by researchers from well-known technical universities of the European Union. It's a University of Basque Country from Bilbao, Spain. It's Rzeszów University of Technology and West Pomeranian University of Technology from Szczecin, Poland. It's also Technical University of Košice from Slovak Republic, and also by leading technical universities of Ukraine from Odessa, Sumy, Lviv, Kharkiv, Kyiv, Kramatorsk, and Lutsk. Now I want to invite all participants to the conference to start the presentation of accepted scientific works. And after that, you will be able to ask the questions and conduct a discussion of the presented scientific results. So we move on to the presentation sessions, and I ask to start presentations.
Hello, dear participants. My name is Dmitro Lesik, and today I am going to present you a study on the topic Functional Evaluation of Surface Texture in Laser Selective Melted in Cornell 718 alloy parts preceded by short pinion. This work was conducted in collaboration with the University of the Basque Country, the Kordymov Institute for Metal Physics of the National Academy of Science of Ukraine, and the West Pomeranian University of Technology. The laser-powered bed fusion or selective laser melting technique is an advanced additive manufacturing technology that contributes to the formation of complexly shaped metal components from a digital 3D design. Despite the vast potential of the SLM technology, post-processing is mostly required to eliminate the surface defects and increase the mechanical properties in the 3D printed metal parts, including nickel-based alloys. The corrosion-resistant nickel-based alloys are applied for manufacturing the safe parts, which work in extreme environments subjected to high mechanical loads. And heat treatments and mechanical surface treatments are usually applied to enhance the functionality-related properties and surface integrity of metal parts manufactured by the SLM technique. Therefore, the improvement of surface properties in the 3D printed superalloys is a crucial issue in the additive manufacturing industry. This work aimed to study the effects shot pinion process on the surface properties of the Inconel 718 alloy parts fabricated by selective laser melting technique. So the research tasks are the following. Study the surface morphology, roughness and waviness parameters evaluation, assessment of the surface hardness and hardening intensity, microhardness distribution, and finally analyze the residual stresses. It should be also noted that particular attention was paid to the comparison of the functionality-related surface roughness parameters with different shot pinion parameters. The plain Inconel alloy parts were manufactured using a powder with a particle size in range from 15 to 55 micrometers. The particle size distribution and morphology of the used powder are presented on this slide, while the chemical composition of the used powder is given in table. It can be seen also satelliting is also presented throughout the powders. The surface hardness of the SLM built parts was 32 Rockwell scale. Renishaw laser system with a 400 watt fiber laser was applied to fabricate the test parts. The scheme of the selective laser melting process and apply scanning strategy are presented on the slide. Inconel alloy parts were fabricated with a powder layer thickness of 60 micrometers, a laser power of 200 watts and scanning speed of 700 millimeters per second, and the distance between of scanning lines was 90 micrometers. The SLM parameters are given in table. The SLM built specimens were then subjected to air blast shot pinion post-processing. The shot pinion treatment was performed using a commercial system. During shot pinion process, the pinion pressure was varied in the range from 0.4 to 0.6 megapascals. The shot pinion parameters are given in the table. Taking into account the surface texture parameters, shot pinion treatment at the pinion pressure of 0.5 megapascal is the most appropriate because a further increase in the pinion pressure resulted in higher area roughness parameters, increasing a significant maximum peak higher value. Some images confirm that the defects were removed from surface by the cold working process. This observation is in a good agreement with the calculation of the number of works where the partially melted powder particles were eliminated by the pinion methods. Moreover, the shot pinion process reduces the residual porosity from 15 to 30% in the near surface layers. SLM manufacturing site surfaces are characterized by excessive surface waviness and roughness. The average surface roughness is about 4 micrometers. The average surface waviness parameters are summarized in table. The shot pinion led to an increase in surface waviness parameters, regardless of the used shot pinion regimes. Increase in the pinion pressure value caused an increase in surface waviness parameters. The bearing ratio parameters and material curves are also given on the slide. The lowest magnitudes of bearing ratio parameters were obtained after the shot pinion treated samples with regime number 1, expected to be more efficient to promote a quicker formation of equilibrium roughness because the profile running-in stage becomes shorter. Further increase in the pinion pressure led to higher RK parameter values, increasing the RPK parameter values. Moreover, the short pinion treated surface texture with regime number 2 is evidently more wear resistant as compared to the SLM fabricated samples. Analyzing the data presented in table, it may be stated that the short pinion treated surface is characterized by a slight predominance of rounding peaks, while the untreated surface contains comparatively more sharp peaks and values. Additionally, the skewness magnitudes are lower than 0, indicating the surface texture after the short treatment includes a large number of deep values and a small number of peaks. Increasing the short pinion intensity caused an increase in deep value magnitudes. The average magnitudes of kurtosis indicate the side surface is characterized by occasional sharp peaks and values. As a result, the SLM build paths may suffer from the uniform and pitting corrosion. According to the obtained results, the micro-pitting or pitting corrosion may be avoided in the SLM build surface texture treated by the short pinion post-processing, because the kurtosis values are less than 3. Analyzing the microhardness distribution in the near surface layers, the higher pinion pressure magnitudes provide the hardening depth above 300 micrometers. The hardening intensity was increased by about 90% after the short pinion treatment as compared to the SLM build surface. This is attributed to the refinement in grain size and increase in dislocation density. The near-surface residual stresses were estimated by X-ray rate diffraction method. It can be seen that the peaks shift to lower diffraction angle indicates compressive macro stresses formed in the gamma matrix in the near surface layer after the short pinion treatments with the regime number 2. The compressive residual stress value is about 750 megapascals. So the main conclusions are presented on this slide. And unlike the SLM fabricated surface texture, the formed wave surface texture without surface defects can avoid pitting corrosion and enhance wear resistance of the studied alloy. The short pinion treated surface showed 80% high hardening intensity in comparison in the untreated surface, providing the hardening depth of about 300 micrometers and compressive residual stress in the near surface layer under optimized conditions. The study of the corrosion behavior of the SLM fabricated and short treated alloy parts is planned in the further research. This study was financially supported by DoD and NAVA programs. Thank you for your attention. Please don't hesitate to contact me if you are interested in collaboration with us.
Dear participants, I want to present our research titled Effect of Titan-Zirconium Ligature on Microstructure and Mechanical Properties of Aftermodern Silumene. Complex processing increases the mechanical and technological properties of secondary aluminum alloys, including refining and modification processes. Therefore, managing the structure of castings and the properties of silumene in the volume crystallization of castings is one of the most critical tasks in traditional casting processes. It can be achieved by introducing special additives, modifiers, and ligatures, which are widely used in the production and casting of aluminum alloys and are introduced into the charge or directly into the melt. Improving the quality of secondary silicon to the primary level is possible using titan-zirconium ligature. In our previous paper, we analyzed the influence of titan-aluminum ligature for increasing the properties of silicon grade Aka5M2. It was shown the perspective results, so we continued to study the effect of ligatures of other composition, and in particular titan-zirconium in this paper, on microstructure and mechanical properties of aftermarket silicon. This work used an aluminum alloy as the matrix. The alloy was smelted in industrial production in Sumy in Ukraine. Its chemical composition was determined by spectral analysis using control samples by chemical analysis. The content of iron in the alloy corresponds to its concentration in the most common industrial silicons by state standards, produced from scrap and non-ferrous metal waste. The ligature titan-zirconium is used for increasing the recrystallization temperature of some aluminum alloys. Zirconium is added to aluminum alloys to prevent grain growth with increasing temperatures and in weld areas, to improve the weldability of the alloy, to reduce susceptibility to corrosion under stress, and to reduce the sensitivity to the cooling rate during quenching. The material smelting was carried out in an electric resistance furnace under a layer of salt flux. Additives were introduced into the melt at the temperature 720–730 using a foundry bell. The melt was thoroughly mixed to ensure uniformity and complete absorption of the alloying elements. After modification, the silicon was kept in a furnace at the temperature 720 for 10 minutes, after which it was poured into a mold. Research methods include study of the microstructure by metallographic and scanning electron microscope, and determination of the mechanical properties such as tensile strength and hardness. Silicon grade Aka5M2 belongs to eutectic aluminum alloys and contains a solid solution of silicon in aluminum and eutectic with silicon like the needles and plate inclusions. Such microstructure reduces the strength and ductility of alloys. This slide presents you a microstructure of silicon in initial state, A the cast state and B the heat-treated state. It was found that alloying the alloy up to 0.05% titan-zirconium does not affect the size of the micrograin, and with its increase to 0.1%, the grain is ground twice. The additional alloying of titan-zirconium enhances modifying the cast structure of silicon. At a total concentration of titan and zirconium appear excess aluminides of complex composition aluminum-3, zirconium titan. It was found that those ligatures positively affect the size of the dendritic cells and eutectic silicon. Despite the increased total content of titan and zirconium, up to 0.1% in the casting structure, there are no excess aluminides. Since both the titan and zirconium are present in the alloy, in which the melting point is higher than the melting point is of aluminum, they become centers of crystallization around which the grain of an alpha solid solution of silicon in aluminum is formed. The influence of titan-zirconium on the inclusions formed in the cast state and after heat treatment according to the proposed model is shown in left figure. The grain score of aluminum depending on titan-zirconium ligature concentration and the heat treatment is presented in table. The dependencies of titan-zirconium ligature concentration on the hardness and tensile strength of silylamine in the cast and heat-treated state were determined. After analyzing the results obtained, we can note the following. A linear dependence of the influence of concentration of the ligature on the hardness of the silylamine was revealed. An increase in the concentration of the ligature leads to an increase in the hardness of the silylamine in both the cast and the heat-treated state. The heat treatment of the samples contributes to the increase in the hardness by 1.8 times and the tensile strength by 1.5 times. Introduction of the ligature of 0.1% titan-zirconium increases the hardness of silylamine by 1.4 and 1.1 times in the cast and heat-treated conditions respectively. The maximum tensile strength value is observed with the introduction of titan-zirconium ligatures of 0.05%. So, based on the obtained results, it is established that the introduction of active modifying additives in secondary aluminum alloys improve the physical, technical, and operational properties of alloys. Improving the quality of secondary silylamine to the primary level is possible using this titan-zirconium ligature. The obtained research results testify to the high efficiency of the proposed titan-zirconium ligature in creating cast aluminum alloys, which does not complicate the technology of alloy production, has low cost, and alloys to recommend industrial applications. This research was partly carried out within the project fulfillment of tasks of Perspective Plan of Development of a Scientific Direction Technical Science of Sumy State University, founded by the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. Also, this research was partly supported by the Research and Educational Center for Industrial Engineering by Sumy State University and International Association for Technological Development and Innovations. Thank you for your attention. Glory to Ukraine, Slava Ukraini.
Apologies, let me present to your attention report on the topic Method for Evaluation the Resource of Diffusion Coatings under the Conditions of Fatigue. Authors Artsibasheva Natalia, Melenchuk Tatiana, Chaban Sergei, Purich Dmitry, and Kovar Alexander from Odessa Polytechnic, National University, Ukraine. Most effective potential in terms of content and capabilities in order to improve the reliability of car parts. Our method for creating high-strength coating on their working surface, the scope of their use is determined by the external conditions of operation of the cycle when fatigue, corrosion, erosion, and other types of impact are realized. The most universal method of applying coating are chemical thermal ones. Moreover, from the point of view of maintaining the geometric dimensions of part of complex shapes, as well as heredity in the structure obtained by preliminary hardening treatments, low temperature saturation occupies the prevailing volume of use in the industry. Therefore, in this work, nitrated coating are considered because part of motor vehicle during operation most often lost their performance due to fatigue and wear. Then in the work test were carried out for bending fatigue of nitrated coatings with various degrees of heterogeneity of diffusion zones. The damage of diffusion zones of nitrate coating under fatigue loading is predetermined by the process of crack propagation through the matrix alpha solid solution at stage of small main defects. The resource RW of a structurally heterogeneous nitrated coating in the model proposed in this work is understood as some incubation period during the transformation of the structure of the active layer corresponding to the moment of formation of the main crack. The The purpose of this work is to develop a method for estimating the resource of diffusion coating, in particular nitrated ones, under cyclic loads, since parts of the cycle during operation most often lose their performance due to the fatigue and wear. And to develop recommendations for optimizing the modus of nitration of structural steels, which makes it possible to increase the reliability of car parts. A heterogeneous system, nitrated layers and steel type of steel with varying degree of the heterogeneity were taken. The degree of heterogeneity is determined by following parameters: average particle diameter, total particle volume, and particle density. The degree of heterogeneity was controlled by technological parameters of nitration: temperature, saturation time, pressure, and composition of the saturation gas medium. By adjusting the technological parameters of nitration, 3 types of layers of different geometry and degree of heterogeneity were selected for research. The structural factor was studied using the standard method of quantitative metallography and electron microscopy. The distribution of structural heterogeneity characteristics was preliminarily studied. The size of phase inclusion, their total volume, and density over the depth of diffusion zone. It was found that statistically the most probable size of inclusion for all types of layer is 0.1 microns. At the same time, the second and third types of diffusion zones are characterized by a very large number of particles, 0.2, 0.4 micron in size, which are topographically located along the boundaries of the alpha phase. The nucleation and groove of cracks were studied using microscopic and electroscopic method. Fatigue tests were carried out on the original installation, which makes it possible to obtain the stress state of a flat cantilever band of various levels. In the course of tests, the elongation of fatigue cracks was studied using microscopy depending on the number of cycles. The resource parameter RW of a structure heterogeneous nitrated coating in the model proposed in this work means a certain incubation period during the transformation of the structure of the active layer. Corresponding the moment of formation of the main crack. At the same time, it is natural that the RW parameter includes the implementation of the stage of damage both at the level substructural effect as campaign crack formation and directly relate to small cracks. At the moment of the formation of the main cracks, as shown by the studies in this work, the energy consumption of the system drops sharply and approaches the specific surface energy Fs. Taking into account the quasi-static nature of the problem of the crack propagation in a heterogeneous alpha salt solution, its fatigue life from an energy standpoint can be estimated according to the expression. Calculation number 1 and calculation number 2. The proposed method, the parameter W, taking into account the energy additivity of substructural preparatory and fracture finish process, is estimated taking into account the dislocation W and boundary components. You can see on the slide 4.1 you can see calculation parameter RW and W dislocation. In the process of low cycle fatigue, the energy content W will continuously increase, and when it reaches the limited level corresponding to Fs value, the local volume is considered to be destroyed. The maximum system resource meets the condition. The value of parameters characterized the microdistraction delta A, the block size D, and the dislocation density P were calculated according to the corresponding X-ray diffraction patterns. The result of calculations, the dislocation fraction of the energy content, V dislocation, the temp of diffusion zones are shown in figure 1AB. Figure 1 change in the dislocation density A and the dislocation component of stored energy B by the depth of the layer A, 1 type of layer, B, 2 layer type in 3 layers type. The calculation of the fraction of energy Fset contained in low angle surface defect was carried out according to dependence. For calculation number 5, taking into account the specific length of the fragmentary boundaries as in the calculated volume 1 and given Poisson ratio mu. Analyze the result of energy content of the active diffusion zone of nitrated layers of different heterogeneity. It was noted that the fraction of the energy content W dislocation and W phase are largely determined by structural state of active surface layer. There is a clear difference between the two energy components, with the prevailing role the boundary W for weakly heterogeneous structure. The energy content by defect types is leveled within increase the degree of heterogeneity, and the contribution of W phase and W dislocation becomes almost the same. The nature of distribution of the dislocation component of energy content, see figure 1b, over the depth of active diffusion zones is practically sum for all 3 times of structure under considering. In this case, the maximum energy intensity minimum energy content feeders differs not in the surface but in deep diffusion layers. The most heterogeneous layer of type 3 has up to 2.5 times higher energy content. On the other hand, the energy characteristics of the alpha phase for first and second types of layer are very similar. As an analysis, it should also be noted that the distribution of the parameter W dislocation and the total volume of particles of the second phase V over depth. Moreover, low levels of the V factor on the surface for the first V 25%, second V 30% types layer correspondent of low values of the energy content in comparison with the third type of layer V 42%. The distribution of the boundary component of energy content W phase figure to be according to the shape of the curves is similar to the considered dislocation one with the same quantitative energy anomalies for third type of layer. Figure 3 or 4, the depth distribution of 3 types of diffusion zone, respectively for the total energy content W and fatigue life RW, compression of the calculated energy parameters W for surface up to 10 microns layer shows that the energy state of alpha matrix for low type 1 and medium type 2 heterogeneous structure is approximately the same, and the latter type has even up to 30% preference for energy intensity. At the same time, in deeper layers of the active diffusion zone, more than 10 microns, the energy W characteristic for layers are leveled, and this considering with the averaging of V and D are V factors of structure heterogeneity at this depth. since the concentration of these particles is higher for the second type of layer, the experimental resource N Y4 it will also be large. With an increase in external stress under high cycle fatigue, the positive effect of dispensed precipitates of the damage kinetics correspondingly decrease, and the patterns in the change in the calculated RW and experimental resource coverage. As a result of the work, the following conclusions were drawn. A calculation method is proposed for estimate the fatigue life of nitrated layers, estimated by tendency of the substructure of alpha solid solution to inhibition of main cracks. It was determined that the resource of diffusion zones of the first and second types of layers is approximately the same and is 0.40, 0.30 compared to the value of 0.20, 0.30 for the third type of layer. The maximum design resource is achieved at a depth of 5 or 15 microns. It is shown that the deviation of calculate and experimental fatigue resource is explained by influence of disparate particles of second phases, which hinders the development of small cracks. Accordingly, the diffusion zones of the second type contain a high concentration of disparate inclusion, have the maximum real fatigue life. Report finished. Thank you for attention.
Hello, my name is Volodymyr Hurey. I'm from Lviv Polytechnic National University. I would like to present our scientific work. The topic is investigation of fatigue stress of steel samples after friction treatment. The main idea of our work is to increase the fatigue stress of cylindrical parts that work in corrosive medium, 3% of sodium chloride solution, other words, is a seawater, and in air environment. Modern equipment operates at high speeds and loads under cyclic loads as well as often in corrosive medium. These objects are the part of sea boats, ships, and they are working in corrosive medium. One of the units which is loaded with the cyclic loads and works in a corrosive medium is a propeller drive shaft. The product's operational characteristics are determined by the condition of the working surfaces and the surface layer of the metal. That extraction of parts begins from the surface, and there is a accumulation of various defects. In the process of the cyclic loading of parts in the surface layers accumulates the internal defects of the metal structure, which are the stress concentrators. The formation and propagation of microcracks in the direction to the center take place, which leads to increased the durability as well as fatigue of parts. Reliability of parts work is defined by the quality of the working surface's metal surface layer and is characterized by the geometrical parameters, physical and mechanical properties. Different studies have shown that the value of resistance of fatigue failure is significantly influenced by the condition of both machine parts, working surfaces and the metal surface layer. This means that we need to create a stressed layer or a layer with completely different properties. 15 years ago began to develop the new direction which calls surface engineering, with the development of which began to develop the direction of formation material with nanostructures and nanomaterials. Nanomaterials or materials with nanocrystalline structure have absolutely different properties from large crystalline materials, and they also have an anomaly of physical properties. For example, as their hardness increases, viscosity increases too. Such technological processes contribute to the formation of high-quality strengthened layers that retard the formation and propagation of fatigue cracks. Surface strengthening of machine parts, working surfaces using various technological methods allows increasing the durability of parts that work in a condition of fatigue failure during cycle loads, and especially under the action of corrosive medium. Also, to improve the performance properties of machine parts, it is necessary to use technological methods of surface treatment during which strengthened surface layer with a nanocrystalline structure are formed on the treated surface of machine parts. Such methods are technological methods of processing using highly concentrated energy sources. These include laser, plasma, electron beam. Surface plastic deformation methods are used as surface strengthening methods too, and also other method is to apply the coating. Coating good method but differs from the previous two in that the protective coating has a clear boundary between the main material. When using these methods of surface strengthening, the metal's surface layer of machined parts surfaces is modified. And our friction treatment. This treatment combines two types of strengthening, highly concentrated energy sources and intense plastic deformation. According to the kinematics, this treatment is similar to grinding. For its implementation, modernized circular grinding machine, however, with a special device with an autonomous tool drive installed, instead of the cutter holder are used. A linear speed of 60-80 meters per second is required for the formation of a highly concentrated energy sources in the contact zone of the tool with the processed surface was defined experimentally and using the mathematical modeling and simulation. During the process, the working surface of the tool is pressed to the stressing surface of the part. In the zone of their contact, a unit load of 0.508 gigapascal is created. The technological medium is fed to the processing area during the friction treatment. The aim of the work is to study the influence of the tool's shape of the working surface used during friction treatment of samples cylindrical surfaces on the formation of stressing layers and the effect of fatigue stress in the study on air and corrosion medium. Research methodology. Studies of resistance to fatigue failure were performed according to the method of cylindrical samples at a poor bending, with the rotation and with a load frequency of 50 Hz both in air and in a corrosive medium. The test based for samples on air was 20 million cycles and in a corrosive medium 50 million cycles. Samples for the study of resistance to fatigue and corrosion fatigue failure were made of steel C45, steel 41 CR4 and steel ST80 in a quench hardened and low temperature tempering state. The diameter of the working parts of the samples was 10 mm and the length 66 mm. This is sample for fatigue stress study with diameter 10 mm and working length 66 mm. A special device for the study of fatigue stress in the corrosion medium has been developed. It is possible to set the required supply of corrosive medium. This device also has an additional ability to cyclic heating and cooling of the samples. That will be our future research. The operation of strengthening of the samples working parts by friction treatment was performed on a special device mounted on a lever. The special device with an autonomous drive for rotation this tool was mounted on a carriage instead of the tool post. The tool with a smooth working surface and the tool with the oppositely directed grooves were used. As a technological medium for friction treatment used mineral oil with active additives containing polymers. Metallographic studies showed that the thickness of the stressed layer, white layer of example obtained on a steel 41 CR4 after friction treatment by using the tool with a smooth working surface was 170-190 microns, and by using the tool with the oppositely directed grooves on its working surface 230-240 microns. The micro-hardness of the stressed layer increased on steel 41 CR4 to 9.1-9.7 gigapascal against 5.3 gigapascal of the main structure. Friction treatment is an effective technological method to increase the wear resistance of steel, also effectively increases the resistance to fatigue failure in both air and corrosive media. The resistance to fatigue failure of steel C45 after friction treatment increased by 1.4-1.7 times, steel 41 CR4 by 1.3-1.5 times, and steel ST80 by 1.4-1.6 times have shown by experiments. The resistance of fatigue failure increases sharply and ranged from 3.4 to 4.2 times on steel C45 and to 6.7 times on steel ST80 in corrosive medium. 3% of sodium chloride solution were studied. It should be noted that the frictional treatment by using the tool with the oppositely directed grooves on its working surface increases the resistance to fatigue failure much more than the frictional treatment by using the same processing regimes and the tool with a smooth working surface. After the operation of frictional treatment near the dampers, surface formed residual compressive stresses were shown by studies. With depth, the magnitude of the residual stresses decreases and they become tensile. The zone of change, the sign of the residual stresses, is at the depth that significantly exceeds the thickness of the white layer and passes through the metal-based structure. When using the frictional treatment with the tool with the oppositely directed grooves on its work surface, the depth and magnitude of residual stresses are greater than when using the tool with a smooth working surface. Analysis of fractures of stress samples by friction treatment after fatigue failure showed that cracks arise at the boundary of change in the sign of residual stresses and their transition to tensile. In studies in corrosive media, cracks arise mainly from the surface of the sample. When quench-hardened and low-temperature temperate steels are strengthened, there is a zone under the white layer with reduced hardness, less than the martensite of the core. The zone with a low hardness is formed due to the fact that during strengthening the metal is heated to lower temperatures to form a white layer, but sufficient to realize the pre-hardened structure. This zone is buffer layer, in which plastics shifts take place under cyclic loading. These shifts reduce load peaks and reduce the possibility of cracking the peeling of the white layer. The thickness and micro-hardness of the formed layer are presented in the conclusion. The resistance of fatigue failure of steel C45 after friction treatment increased by 1.7 times, steel 41 CR4 by 1.5 times, and steel ST80 by 1.6 times have shown by experiments. The resistance to fatigue failure increased sharply and ranged from 3.4 to 4.2 times on steel C45 and to 6.7 times on steel ST80 in a corrosive medium were studied. Thank you for your attention.
I congratulate all participants of the conference. This work is devoted to the study of the corrosion resistance of porous penetrating materials with combined protective coatings applied to their surface in the form of common salt and hydrochloric acid. The current stage of development of materials science and power metallurgy is accompanied by the emergence of new ideas for creating and improving the technology for obtaining porous penetrating materials, which is first of all aimed at achieving high performance characteristics and reducing their cost. Therefore, our technology belongs for recyclable. The modern state of production requires mandatory filtering of lubricants and various aggressive media. In order to reduce the cost of production, the most effective is the secondary processing of materials. Material costs for raw materials in this case are almost zero. The materials from which the filters and made according to our technology are still 1.3505. This steel is characterized by high hardness, strength, wear resistance, and fusion resistance to corrosion. Corrosion of PPM causes significant damage when used for cleaning aggressive media. This damage is determined not so much by the cost of porous penetrating material, but rather by the cost of corrosion protection, the cost of repair work, as well as losses due to the temporary termination of the normal functioning of filters equipment. The relevance of PPM corrosion protection does not decrease from year to year, but rather increases. Therefore, the search for methods of increasing the corrosion resistance of such materials is an important and relevant solution today. The contact of solid interaction during pressing of samples with PPM is observed only in certain zones. The size and density of which depend on the value of the applied load as well as on stress deformed state on the contact. This contact depends on the geometric shape of the micro roughness and the mechanical properties of the surface layer. To protect the process samples from PPM against corrosion, it was decided to develop combined electrometallization coatings. For the application of corrosion-resistant protective electrometallization coating on structural parts, the method of vacuum arc spraying and plasma electrolyte oxidation (PEO) is widely used, which is one of the most modern and promising methods for obtaining protective layers on the surface of metals and alloys with a complex of important characteristics. The properties of the obtained coating are determined by the composition of the electrolyte and the modus of the pair process. The combination of coatings makes it possible to increase hardness, wear, and corrosion resistance, ductility, resistance to contact dynamic loads, and vibrations. Thus, due to the chemical and fast composition and structure of ceramics oxide coatings obtained on valve metals and by the method of plasma electrolyte oxidation have high functional properties. This slide presents the technology of making samples for further research. After present protection of the surface of pressed samples from corrosion was carried out in two stages. An electrometallization coating was applied to the sample, then the synthesis by the PEO method was carried out. The powder was mixed in a mixer for 4 hours, after which the steel powder was pressed into the mold for 1 minute. Then the blanks were placed in an induction furnace and seated at a temperature of 1200 grados Celsius. Electrometallization coating was sprayed using a vacuum arc method. The essence of this method of coating is that molten electric arc liquid metal jet of compressed gas is sprayed into small particles that fall at a high speed in the molten or plastic state on the prepared surface, deformed during impact, welded or stick to the surface forming a coating. To implement the process of metal oxide synthesis in an installation was designed and manufactured, which consists of a power part, a control and measurement console, a diode tristor, converter with a control circuit, and working bus. The PEO process takes place in an electrolytic plasma of spark discharge in an electrolyte basin on distillate water. Oxygen formed as a result of dissociation of water, partially reactions with the metal and forms of an oxide on its surface. In the Faraday part electrochemical process, known as anodizing, take place. Oxygen involved in the synthesis of the oxide film is formed as a result of electrolysis. Breakdown is carried out due to the injection of electrons from the band gap into the construction band under the action of the electric field. This process can also be simulated by electrons released as a result of electrochemical reactions at the anode. In the breakdown channel, the temperature decreases strongly, the electrolyte dissociated and ionizes, and a plasma cloud is formed in which plasmachemical reactions of oxide synthesis are realized. The corrosion properties of alloys and their coatings were studied according to polarization curves taken in a potential dynamic mode on potential stars. On the electrode, a working area was selected, the area of which was 1 multiplied by 10 negative 4 power square meter. The remaining surface were insulated with epoxy varnish. Polarization curves were recorded after the stationary potential was established. Corrosion current and potential were determined graphically. In addition, the samples were examined using a MIM10 microscope with a computer surface fix. The coating formation process takes place in electric field, which is an energy source for plasmachemical reaction at the working electrode. According to the voltage increase in the process, 3 zone can be distinguished. The first Faraday, the second spark discharges, the third micro-arc discharges. In figure 1 shows the change in voltage hour time during the process of synthesis and this anode. According to the conducted studies, it is possible to establish the stages of the synthesis process and the influence of synthesis modes on it. The study of the anode curve shows that a higher concentration of the electrolyte reduces the synthesis voltage, but stabilizes the process as a result of which the synthesis occurs uniformly. After the process surface treatment, a sample was obtained, the general view of which is presented on figure 2. The rate of electrode reaction that a cause of a corrosion process can be judged from electrochemical studies. In this regard, we studied the electrochemical behavior of ppm in the initial state and with an oxide ceramic coating in acidic media that are corrosive to ppm. Of the solutions of table salt and hydrochloric acid used in corrosion studies, the medium containing sodium ions is more aggressive for ppm. After the formation of oxide ceramic coating, corrosion processes are significantly inhibited. In a hydrochloric acid environment, the corrosion current of the coating decreases by an order of magnitude compared to the matrix. In a non-aggressive environment of sodium chloride, the corrosion current decreased by 2 orders of magnitude and the corrosion potential in the salt solution is shifted in the positive direction, with which also indicated a decreases in the corrosion activity of the surface. The corrosion currents on the basis of which the corrosion rate was judged, the rate of corrosion of the material are reduced for all the studied systems, and the high effect of creating oxide ceramic coating is finished are more aggressive environments. Analysis of the obtained polarization curves shows that the formation of oxide ceramic coating affects the electrochemical parameters of ppm corrosion. The values of corrosion currents decrease. Then change is due to less dissolution of the alloy components. Adding 0.1 gram on liter chrome oxide 3 to such an electrolyte did not significantly increase to the corrosion current value. Corrosion potential in a solution of table salt move in a positive direction when all oxide ceramic coating are synthesized, which also indicates a decrease in the corrosion activity of the surface. On the figure, the ppm curve after corrosion in aggressive environments under anode polarization is shown. ppm undergoes co-destruction in aggressive environments. However, the curve even from the assessment or appearance does not obvious corrosive damage. The figure shows a photo of oxide ceramic coating after corrosion in a highly aggressive 10% sodium chloride environment. In a solution of hydrochloric acid, the general appearance of the color does not change. Concentric coating synthesized in high concentration of electrolytes have better corrosion resistance. The introduction of hydrogen based on the analysis of the data, it was found that the corrosion current of the oxide ceramic coating for all study systems are reduced. The coating synthesized in an electrolyte of 10 gram on a liter potassium hydroxide plus 15 gram on liter liquid glass has a corrosion current value of 9.09 multiplied by 10 negative force power ampere on square meter. However, an increase in the cathode to anode current density ratio reduced the corrosion rate of the coating by another 5 times. Peroxide into the electrolyte increases the resistance to corrosion, and chromium oxide significantly reduced it. The greatest corrosion resistance can be achieved by synthesizing a coating in an electrolyte of 10 gram on liter potassium hydroxide plus 15 gram on liter liquid glass at high current density. Thank you for your attention.
Запитання. Let's start. Починаємо.
Okay, dear colleagues, thank you all speakers for presentation, and now time to questions. Feel free to comment and ask questions. Okay, dear colleagues, thank you all speakers for presentation, and now time to questions. Feel free to comment and ask questions.
Олег Васильович, вимкніть, будь ласка, YouTube.
Maybe I start questions. I have one question to Natalia Imbirovich. Dear Natalia, what are the main advantages of your materials with combined coatings compared to the existing analogs?
Thank you. Recently, the method of creating coatings on well metal by plasma electrolysis oxidation as a new technology of intensive anodic treatment of metals has been considered as a comparator to the exciting methods of surface strengthening. The coatings created in this way have a polycrystalline structure close to ceramics, are characterized by high adhesion to the base, hardness, corrosions, and oxide ceramic coatings have higher adhesion strengths compared to sprayed ones. Among anodized coatings obtained in an excited environment, plasma electrolyte coatings are formed in an alkaline environment and are environmentally friendly. Principal characteristics these coatings are covering metal oxide ceramic, covering roundness is regulated, covering thickness 40 to 250 micrometer. Porosity is regulated, microhardness to 16 gigapascal, and another color white, light and dark gray, and light and dark pink.
Thank you, Natalia. Dear colleagues, maybe you have questions to our speakers. Okay. I have one more question to Dmitry Lesik. What further research do you plan to conduct in close future as continue to your research?
Hello, dear colleagues. So we are going to continue apply post-processing for improving the properties of laser-based additive manufacturing techniques. In particular, we are combine heat treatments with mechanical treatments, and our future attempts will be applied laser shock peening combined with heat treatments. I think this is in the nears. We are going to make such combination to enhance properties of laser powder fused specimens, in particular Inconel alloy. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Dmitry. Have you any questions, colleagues? Please feel free. Maybe you have any comments. You can also send questions to our chat. Okay, then next questions. I have one more questions to Volodymyr Hurey. Very interesting research. And Volodymyr, do you investigate how and where else can be applied the obtained results of your research on practice?
Hello, dear colleagues. First of all, we know that
I'm sorry. First of all, I want to tell that our technology we can use to strengthen not just shaft, I mean about cylindrical types of parts, but we can use this technology to strengthen flat surfaces. But for example, we can apply our technology for shafts that are working in a vehicle industry. And not just in a corrosive medium, but in air. It means that very huge industry can use this technology because it's very cheaper. Because all workshops have leather or grinding machines. And for example, when we will looking in our research, I mean, what studies results, we can see that the very near technology is a laser or plasma or ion beam manufacturing. It's very deep, or not deep, I mean about very huge field of using in vehicle or automobile direction.
Thank you, Vladimir. Please, colleagues, don't hesitate to ask questions.
Do you hear me? Sorry, it was some problem with my microphone.
Please ask questions, colleagues. Feel free.
No questions. All is clear.
No questions. Okay, maybe I last questions to Christina Barladir. Christina, what is your vision about practical application of obtained results of your work? Is Christina here?
Christina missed. Disappear.
Okay, I call later. Thank you, colleagues. If you have no questions, let's say some words to you. I want to thank you. First of all, want to thank all speakers and participants. I wish you success in your future research. And I hope I express our common opinion and decision that all works presented at our section are actual interesting from a scientific point of view, have practical applications, and can be useful for creating new advanced materials and coatings, and developing innovative technologies for their production, processing, and research. Have you any other suggestions? If no, so we have, I thank you, and we have finished our session Advanced Materials. I want to thank everybody who attending this conference this year, and especially to Professor Volodymyr Tonkonogy, Professor Vitaly Ivanov, and all InterPartner team. I wish everyone good health and victory on all fronts. Look forward to see you next year face-to-face on the next InterPartner conference in Odessa. Honor and glory to all Ukrainian defenders. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава, thank you very much.
Героям слава.
Thank you.
Thank you, Олег Васильевич. Thank you.
Thank you.
Чекаємо вас після ланча на нашій наступній сесії. До нових зустрічей, друзі.
До нових зустрічей.
Дякую.
Дякуємо. Thank you.
Дякую. До побачення.
Бачення.
Extracurricular activities are available on campus, including artistic groups, Sumy City is the administrative, economic, and cultural center of the Sumy region. Sumy's picturesque landscapes on the banks of the Pasol River are captivating for all. Its significant industrial, scientific, and technical potential and rich information space both attract the attention of businessmen and create favorable conditions for active international cooperation. Sumy State University is a leading higher education institution of European standard, a recognized educational, research, and production complex, as well as a famous cultural and sports center. It is a classic, multidisciplinary educational establishment. Approximately 16,000 students study at Sumy State University. Among them are about students from almost 50 countries around the world, including Western Europe, Asia, Africa, and the United States of America. Sumy State University students can pursue 45 majors in 21 fields of knowledge through full-time, part-time, and distance study. Specialists training is carried out in several faculties, including the Faculty of Technical Systems and Energy-Efficient Technologies, the Faculty of Electronics and Information Technologies, the Faculty of Foreign Philology and Social Communications, Sumy State University's Medical Institute, the Oleg Balatsky Academic and Research Institute of Finance, Economics, and Management, the Law Research Institute, the Academic Research Institute of Business Technologies, the Ukrainian Academy of Banking, the Konotop and Shostka Institutes at Konotop Polytechnic and Industrial Pedagogical Technical Schools, as well as the Sumy Machine Building and Shostka Chemical and Technological Colleges. Today, Sumy State University includes research institutions and departments that jointly belong to the National Academy of Ukraine and the Department of Reserve Officer Training. Postgraduate and doctoral studies are available in dozens of majors, as well as specialized dissertation defense committees. Through a combination of science and learning, the university provides high-quality specialists training. As a result, Sumy State University is a leader in all Ukrainian student research competitions and Olympiads for educational disciplines, training areas, and specialties. According to the Scopus database, Sumy State University holds a leading position among Ukrainian higher education institutions. According to the QS International University Rankings, Sumy State University is among the top 3% of leading universities around the world and is classified as a university with high research productivity. According to the Worldwide Internet Rankings, Webometrics, and Unirank University Ranking, as well as European Ranking U Multirank, Sumy State University is a leader among Ukrainian universities. Sumy State University is included in the Global Research University Profiles by Shanghai Ranking and in the directory of the world's best universities by the Times Higher Education World University Rankings. In the departments and laboratories, our scientists conduct fundamental research on nanomaterials and nanotechnologies, bio-nanomaterials and biotechnologies, molecular genetics, energy and energy efficiency, solar energy, pump and compressor building, chemical technologies, modern material processing technology, information and telecommunication technologies, natural resource management, linguistics, social communications, historical studies, and law. These modern developments are made possible only with the right tools: electron microscopes, mass spectrometers, robotics systems, and numerical control machines, as well as up-to-date scientific and educational facilities. Given the significant number of administrative agreements and grants, and the efficient use of our budgetary resources, Sumy State University is a leader among classical universities and is considered to be one of the top 10 universities in Ukraine. The university actively employs up-to-date information and telecommunication technologies, a university-wide e-learning system, and an online studio, a platform which provides a two-way audio and video connection between students and lecturers. Students also have training in multimedia classrooms and interactive technologies. Sumy State University is recognized as a highly technological institution due to its thousands of computers, numerous open open Wi-Fi zones, and modern e-library system with more than 3 million hard and electronic resources. Access to the world's most famous databases, use of other advanced technologies, thousands of rare books, an electronic archive of rare publications and manuscripts from the 16th to 18th centuries, and the publication archives all distinguish Sumy State University's library as one of the best libraries in Ukraine. The university has its own publishing house, which regularly prints professional scientific journals in different fields of study. The Web of Science Core Collection Database indexes the university's 2 scientific journals, Marketing and Management of Innovations, and the Journal of Nano and Electronic Physics. The Journal of Nano and Electronic Physics is also indexed in the Scopus database. International activities are also highly developed at Sumy State University. The university is a signatory of the Magna Charta Universitatum and a reliable member of the International Association of Universities, European University Association, Eurasian Universities Association, Association of Economic Universities of South and Eastern Europe and the Black Sea region, IREG Observatory on Academic Ranking and Excellence, Institute of International Education Network, and other international organizations. Sumy State University cooperates with more than 200 partners from the United States of America, Great Britain, Germany, Austria, France, Belgium, Sweden, Poland, Lithuania, Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Romania, Japan, South Korea, China, and other countries around the world. Students participate in various academic and internship programs abroad, double diploma programs with leading European universities, as well as practical trainings at well-known enterprises and institutions in Ukraine and around the world. Sumy State University is a reliable partner in international grant programs and projects of the European Union, United Nations Development Program, the World Bank, bilateral scientific and research projects, and grants of private foundations. High-quality professional training is provided in training centers of such international organizations as the Microsoft Corporation, Cisco, Delcam plc, Siemens, Netcracker, Porta One, MindK, and others which are established at Sumy State University. The university has comfortable hostels, a catering complex with dining rooms, cafes, canteens, a sports complex that includes track and field facilities, swimming pools, gyms, stadiums, a sports field with artificial turf, a modern fitness center for sport dance and aerobics. Sumy State University also has its own driving school. Over 40 creative extracurricular activities are available on campus, including artistic groups and art studios, as well as vocal, musical, choreographic, theater, film, and photography clubs. 36 kinds of sports and 100 sports groups are available at the university. Sports teams compete at the Premier League level. Over 100 students are record holders and medal winners at the Olympic Games, World, and European Championships. Sumy State University students, as part of the Ukrainian national team, won gold, silver, and bronze medals in the 30th Summer Olympic Games in London, the 22nd Winter Olympic Games in Sochi, the 27th World Winter Universiade, and the 28th World Summer Universiade. According to results of both the Student Games and the Ukrainian Championships, Sumy State University is in the top 3 universities among higher education institutions, and it is a leader among universities in Ukraine. Sumy State University alumni are its glory and its pride. Many of them have become famous scientists, as well as managers and leading specialists of large companies, banks, institutions, and domestic and foreign firms. A diploma from Sumy State University is highly regarded among employers, which is evident from the university's almost 100% job placement rate. A Sumy State University diploma is recognized by employers as a symbol of the owner's high quality and extensive proficiency. We invite you to a creative collaboration and study at Sumy State University, a wonderful world where practical and academic interests are harmoniously combined, where highly qualified specialists, intellectuals, and bright personalities are fostered and take flight. Sumy City is the administrative, economic, and cultural center of the Sumy region. Sumy's picturesque landscapes on the banks of the Pasol River are captivating for all. Its significant industrial, scientific, and technical potential and rich information space both attract the attention of businessmen and create favorable conditions for active international cooperation. Sumy State University is a leading higher education institution of European standard, a recognized educational, research, and production complex, as well as a famous cultural and sports center. It is a classic, multidisciplinary educational establishment. Approximately 16,000 students study at Sumy State University. Among them are about 1,300 foreign students from almost 50 countries around the world, including Western Europe, Asia, Africa, and the United States of America. Sumy State University students can pursue 45 majors in 21 fields of knowledge through full-time, part-time, and distance study. Specialists training is carried out in several faculties, including the Faculty of Technical Systems and Energy Efficient Technologies, the Faculty of Electronics and Information Technologies, the Faculty of Foreign Philology and Social Communications, Sumy State University's Medical Institute, the Oleg Balatsky Academic and Research Institute of Finance, Economics, and Management, the Law Research Institute, the Academic Research Institute of Business Technologies, the Ukrainian Academy of Banking, the Konotop and Shostka Institutes at Konotop Polytechnic and Industrial Pedagogical Technical Schools, as well as the Sumy Machine Building and Shostka Chemical and Technological Colleges. Today, Sumy State University includes research institutions and departments that jointly belong to the National Academy of Ukraine and the Department of Reserve Officer Training. Postgraduate and doctoral studies are available in dozens of majors, as well as specialized dissertation defense committees. Through a combination of science and learning, the university provides high-quality specialists training. As a result, Sumy State University is a leader in all Ukrainian student research competitions and Olympiads for educational disciplines, training areas, and specialties. According to the Scopus database, Sumy State University holds a leading position among Ukrainian higher education institutions. According to the QS International University Rankings, Sumy State University is among the top 3% of leading universities around the world and is classified as a university with high research productivity. According to the Worldwide Internet Rankings, Webometrics, and Unirank University Ranking, as well as European Ranking U Multirank, Sumy State University is a leader among Ukrainian universities. Sumy State University is included in the Global Research University Profiles by Shanghai Ranking and in the directory of the world's best universities by the Times Higher Education World University Rankings. In the departments and laboratories, our scientists conduct fundamental research on nanomaterials and nanotechnologies, bio-nanomaterials and biotechnologies, molecular genetics, energy and energy efficiency, solar energy, pump and compressor building, chemical technologies, modern material processing technology, information and telecommunication technologies, natural resource management, linguistics, social communications, historical studies, and law. These modern developments are made possible only with the right tools: electron microscopes, mass spectrometers, robotics systems, and numerical control machines, as well as up-to-date scientific and educational facilities. Given the significant number of administrative agreements and grants, and the efficient use of our budgetary resources, Sumy State University is a leader among classical universities and is considered to be one of the top 10 universities in Ukraine. The university actively employs up-to-date information and telecommunication technologies, a university-wide e-learning system, and an online studio, a platform which provides a two-way audio and video connection between students and lecturers. Students also have training in multimedia classrooms and interactive technologies. Sumy State University is recognized as a highly technological institution due to its thousands of computers, numerous open open Wi-Fi zones, and modern e-library system with more than 3 million hard and electronic resources. Access to the world's most famous databases, use of other advanced technologies, thousands of rare books, an electronic archive of rare publications and manuscripts from the 16th to 18th centuries, and the publication archives all distinguish Sumy State University's library as one of the best libraries in Ukraine. The university has its own publishing house, which regularly prints professional scientific journals in different fields of study. The Web of Science Core Collection Database indexes the university's 2 scientific journals, Marketing and Management of Innovations, and the Journal of Nano and Electronic Physics. The Journal of Nano and Electronic Physics is also indexed in the Scopus database. International activities are also highly developed at Sumy State University. The university is a signatory of the Magna Charta Universitatum and a reliable member of the International Association of Universities, European University Association, Eurasian Universities Association, Association of Economic Universities of South and Eastern Europe and the Black Sea region, IREG Observatory on Academic Ranking and Excellence, Institute of International Education Network, and other international organizations. Sumy State University cooperates with more than 200 partners from the United States of America, Great Britain, Germany, Austria, France, Belgium, Sweden, Poland, Lithuania, Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Romania, Japan, South Korea, China, and other countries around the world. Students participate in various academic and internship programs abroad, double diploma programs with leading European universities, as well as practical trainings at well-known enterprises and institutions in Ukraine and around the world. Sumy State University is a reliable partner in international grant programs and projects of the European Union, United Nations Development Program, the World Bank, bilateral scientific and research projects, and grants of private foundations. High-quality professional training is provided in training centers of such international organizations as the Microsoft Corporation, Cisco, Delcam plc, Siemens, Netcracker, Porta One, MindK, and others which are established at Sumy State University. The university has comfortable hostels, a catering complex with dining rooms, cafes, canteens, a sports complex that includes track and field facilities, swimming pools, gyms, stadiums, a sports field with artificial turf, a modern fitness center for sport, dance, and aerobics. Sumy State University also has its own driving school. Over 40 creative extracurricular activities are available on campus, including artistic groups and art studios, as well as vocal, musical, choreographic, theater, film, and photography clubs. 36 kinds of sports and 100 sports groups are available at the university. Sports teams compete at the Premier League level. Over 100 students are record holders and medal winners at the Olympic Games, World, and European Championships. Sumy State University students, as part of the Ukrainian national team, won gold, silver, and bronze medals in the 30th Summer Olympic Games in London, the 22nd Winter Olympic Games in Sochi, the 27th World Winter Universiade, and the 28th World Summer Universiade. According to results of both the Student Games and the Ukrainian Championships, Sumy State University is in the top 3 universities among higher education institutions, and it is a leader among universities in Ukraine. Sumy State University alumni are its glory and its pride. Many of them have become famous scientists, as well as managers and leading specialists of large companies, banks, institutions, and domestic and foreign firms. A diploma from Sumy State University is highly regarded among employers, which is evident from the university's almost 100% job placement rate. A Sumy State University diploma is recognized by employers as a symbol of the owner's high quality and extensive proficiency. We invite you to a creative collaboration and study at Sumy State University, a wonderful world where practical and academic interests are harmoniously combined, where highly qualified specialists, intellectuals, and bright personalities are fostered and take flight. Sumy City is the administrative, economic, and cultural center of the Sumy region. Sumy's picturesque landscapes on the banks of the Pasol River are captivating for all. Its significant industrial, scientific, and technical potential and rich information space both attract the attention of businessmen and create favorable conditions for active international cooperation. Sumy State University is a leading higher education institution of European standard, a recognized educational, research, and production complex, as well as a famous cultural and sports center. It is a classic, multidisciplinary educational establishment. Approximately 16,000 students study at Sumy State University. Among them are about 1,300 foreign students from almost 50 countries around the world, including Western Europe, Asia, Africa, and the United States of America. Sumy State University students can pursue 45 majors in 21 fields of knowledge through full-time, part-time, and distance study. Specialists training is carried out in several faculties, including the Faculty of Technical Systems and Energy-Efficient Technologies, the Faculty of Electronics and Information Technologies, the Faculty of Foreign Philology and Social Communications, Sumy State University's Medical Institute, the Oleg Balatsky Academic and Research Institute of Finance, Economics, and Management, the Law Research Institute, the Academic Research Institute of Business Technologies, the Ukrainian Academy of Banking, the Konotop and Shostka Institutes at Konotop Polytechnic and Industrial Pedagogical Technical Schools, as well as the Sumy Machine Building and Shostka Chemical and Technological Colleges. Today, Sumy State University includes research institutions and departments that jointly belong to the National Academy of Ukraine and the Department of Reserve Officer Training. Postgraduate and doctoral studies are available in dozens of majors, as well as specialized dissertation defense committees. Through a combination of science and learning, the university provides high-quality specialists training. As a result, Sumy State University is a leader in all Ukrainian student research competitions and Olympiads for educational disciplines, training areas, and specialties. According to the Scopus database, Sumy State University holds a leading position among Ukrainian higher education institutions. According to the QS International University Rankings, Sumy State University is among the top 3% of leading universities around the world and is classified as a university with high research productivity. According to the Worldwide Internet Rankings, Webometrics, and Unirank University Ranking, as well as European Ranking U Multirank, Sumy State University is a leader among Ukrainian universities. Sumy State University is included in the Global Research University Profiles by Shanghai Ranking and in the directory of the world's best universities by the Times Higher Education World University Rankings. In the departments and laboratories, our scientists conduct fundamental research on nanomaterials and nanotechnologies, bio-nanomaterials and biotechnologies, molecular genetics, energy and energy efficiency, solar energy, pump and compressor building, chemical technologies, modern material processing technology, information and telecommunication technologies, natural resource management, linguistics, social communications, historical studies, and law. These modern developments are made possible only with the right tools: electron microscopes, mass spectrometers, robotics systems, and numerical control machines, as well as up-to-date scientific and educational facilities. Given the significant number of administrative agreements and grants, and the efficient use of our budgetary resources, Sumy State University is a leader among classical universities and is considered to be one of the top 10 universities in Ukraine. The university actively employs up-to-date information and telecommunication technologies, a university-wide e-learning system, and an online studio, a platform which provides a two-way audio and video connection between students and lecturers. Students also have training in multimedia classrooms and interactive technologies. Sumy State University is recognized as a highly technological institution due to its thousands of computers, numerous open open Wi-Fi zones, and modern e-library system with more than 3 million hard and electronic resources. Access to the world's most famous databases, use of other advanced technologies, thousands of rare books, an electronic archive of rare publications and manuscripts from the 16th to 18th centuries, and the publication archives all distinguish Sumy State University's library as one of the best libraries in Ukraine. The university has its own publishing house, which regularly prints professional scientific journals in different fields of study. The Web of Science Core Collection Database indexes the university's 2 scientific journals, Marketing and Management of Innovations, and the Journal of Nano and Electronic Physics. The Journal of Nano and Electronic Physics is also indexed in the Scopus database. International activities are also highly developed at Sumy State University. The university is a signatory of the Magna Charta Universitatum and a reliable member of the International Association of Universities, European University Association, Eurasian Universities Association, Association of Economic Universities of South and Eastern Europe and the Black Sea region, IREG Observatory on Academic Ranking and Excellence, Institute of International Education Network, and other international organizations. Sumy State University cooperates with more than 200 partners from the United States of America, Great Britain, Germany, Austria, France, Belgium, Sweden, Poland, Lithuania, Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Romania, Japan, South Korea, China, and other countries around the world. Students participate in various academic and internship programs abroad, double diploma programs with leading European universities, as well as practical trainings at well-known enterprises and institutions in Ukraine and around the world. Sumy State University is a reliable partner in international grant programs and projects of the European Union, United Nations Development Program, the World Bank, bilateral scientific and research projects, and grants of private foundations. High-quality professional training is provided in training centers of such international organizations as the Microsoft Corporation, Cisco, Delcam plc, Siemens, Netcracker, Porta One, MindK, and others which are established at Sumy State University. The university has comfortable hostels, a catering complex with dining rooms, cafes, canteens, a sports complex that includes track and field facilities, swimming pools, gyms, stadiums, a sports field with artificial turf, a modern fitness center for sport, dance, and aerobics. Sumy State University also has its own driving school. Over 40 creative extracurricular activities are available on campus, including artistic groups and art studios, as well as vocal, musical, choreographic, theater, film, and photography clubs. 36 kinds of sports and 100 sports groups are available at the university. Sports teams compete at the Premier League level. Over 100 students are record holders and medal winners at the Olympic Games, World, and European Championships. Sumy State University students, as part of the Ukrainian national team, won gold, silver, and bronze medals in the 30th Summer Olympic Games in London, the 22nd Winter Olympic Games in Sochi, the 27th World Winter Universiade, and the 28th World Summer Universiade. According to results of both the Student Games and the Ukrainian Championships, Sumy State University is in the top 3 universities among higher education institutions, and it is a leader among universities in Ukraine. Sumy State University alumni are its glory and its pride. Many of them have become famous scientists, as well as managers and leading specialists of large companies, banks, institutions, and domestic and foreign firms. A diploma from Sumy State University is highly regarded among employers, which is evident from the university's almost 100% job placement rate. A Sumy State University diploma is recognized by employers as a symbol of the owner's high quality and extensive proficiency. We invite you to a creative collaboration and study at Sumy State University, a wonderful world where practical and academic interests are harmoniously combined, where highly qualified specialists, intellectuals, and bright personalities are fostered and take flight. Sumy City is the administrative, economic, and cultural center of the Sumy region. Sumy's picturesque landscapes on the banks of the Fasol River are captivating for all. Its significant industrial, scientific, and technical potential and rich information space both attract the attention of businessmen and create favorable conditions for active international cooperation. Sumy State University is a leading higher education institution of European standard, a recognized educational, research, and production complex, as well as a famous cultural and sports center. It is a classic, multidisciplinary educational establishment. Approximately 16,000 students study at Sumy State University. Among them are about 1,300 foreign students from almost 50 countries around the world, including Western Europe, Asia, Africa, and the United States of America. Sumy State University students can pursue 45 majors in 21 fields of knowledge through full-time, part-time, and distance study. Specialists training is carried out in several faculties, including the Faculty of Technical Systems and Energy Efficient Technologies, the Faculty of Electronics and Information Technologies, the Faculty of Foreign Philology and Social Communications, Sumy State University's Medical Institute, the Oleg Balatsky Academic and Research Institute of Finance, Economics, and Management, the Law Research Institute, the Academic Research Institute of Business Technologies, the Ukrainian Academy of Banking, the Konotop and Shostka Institutes at Konotop Polytechnic and Industrial Pedagogical Technical Schools, as well as the Sumy Machine Building and Shostka Chemical and Technological Colleges. Today, Sumy State University includes research institutions and departments that jointly belong to the National Academy of Ukraine and the Department of Reserve Officer Training. Postgraduate and doctoral studies are available in dozens of majors, as well as specialized dissertation defense committees. Through a combination of science and learning, the university provides high-quality specialists training. As a result, Sumy State University is a leader in all Ukrainian student research competitions and Olympiads for educational disciplines, training areas, and specialties. According to the Scopus database, Sumy State University holds a leading position among Ukrainian higher education institutions. According to the QS International University Rankings, Sumy State University is among the top 3% of leading universities around the world and is classified as a university with high research productivity. According to the Worldwide Internet Rankings, Webometrics, and Unirank University Ranking, as well as European Ranking U Multirank, Sumy State University is a leader among Ukrainian universities. Sumy State University is included in the Global Research University Profiles by Shanghai Ranking and in the directory of the world's best universities by the Times Higher Education World University Rankings. In the departments and laboratories, our scientists conduct fundamental research on nanomaterials and nanotechnologies, bio-nanomaterials and biotechnologies, molecular genetics, energy and energy efficiency, solar energy, pump and compressor building, chemical technologies, modern material processing technology, information and telecommunication technologies, natural resource management, linguistics, social communications, historical studies, and law. These modern developments are made possible only with the right tools: electron microscopes, mass spectrometers, robotics systems, and numerical control machines, as well as up-to-date scientific and educational facilities. Given the significant number of administrative agreements and grants, and the efficient use of our budgetary resources, Sumy State University is a leader among classical universities and is considered to be one of the top 10 universities in Ukraine. The university actively employs up-to-date information and telecommunication technologies, a university-wide e-learning system, and an online studio, a platform which provides a two-way audio and video connection between students and lecturers. Students also have training in multimedia classrooms and interactive technologies. Sumy State University is recognized as a highly technological institution due to its thousands of computers, numerous open open Wi-Fi zones, and modern e-library system with more than 3 million hard and electronic resources. Access to the world's most famous databases, use of other advanced technologies, thousands of rare books, an electronic archive of rare publications and manuscripts from the 16th to 18th centuries, and the publication archives all distinguish Sumy State University's library as one of the best libraries in Ukraine. The university has its own publishing house, which regularly prints professional scientific journals in different fields of study. The Web of Science Core Collection Database indexes the university's 2 scientific journals, Marketing and Management of Innovations, and the Journal of Nano and Electronic Physics. The Journal of Nano and Electronic Physics is also indexed in the Scopus database. International activities are also highly developed at Sumy State University. The university is a signatory of the Magna Charta Universitatum and a reliable member of the International Association of Universities, European University Association, Eurasian Universities Association, Association of Economic Universities of South and Eastern Europe and the Black Sea region, IREG Observatory on Academic Ranking and Excellence, Institute of International Education Network, and other international organizations. Sumy State University cooperates with more than 200 partners from the United States of America, Great Britain, Germany, Austria, France, Belgium, Sweden, Poland, Lithuania, Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Romania, Japan, South Korea, China, and other countries around the world. Students participate in various academic and internship programs abroad, double diploma programs with leading European universities, as well as practical trainings at well-known enterprises and institutions in Ukraine and around the world. Sumy State University is a reliable partner in international grant programs and projects of the European Union, United Nations Development Program, the World Bank, bilateral scientific and research projects, and grants of private foundations. High-quality professional training is provided in training centers of such international organizations as the Microsoft Corporation, Cisco, Delcam plc, Siemens, Netcracker, Porta One, MindK, and others which are established at Sumy State University. The university has comfortable hostels, a catering complex with dining rooms, cafes, canteens, a sports complex that includes track and field facilities, swimming pools, gyms, stadiums, a sports field with artificial turf, a modern fitness center for sport, dance, and aerobics. Sumy State University also has its own driving school. Over 40 creative extracurricular activities are available on campus, including artistic groups and art studios, as well as vocal, musical, choreographic, theater, film, and photography clubs. 36 kinds of sports and 100 sports groups are available at the university. Sports teams compete at the Premier League level. Over 100 students are record holders and medal winners at the Olympic Games, World, and European Championships. Sumy State University students, as part of the Ukrainian national team, won gold, silver, and bronze medals in the 30th Summer Olympic Games in London, the 22nd Winter Olympic Games in Sochi, the 27th World Winter Universiade, and the 28th World Summer Universiade. According to results of both the Student Games and the Ukrainian Championships, Sumy State University is in the top 3 universities among higher education institutions, and it is a leader among universities in Ukraine. Sumy State University alumni are its glory and its pride. Many of them have become famous scientists, as well as managers and leading specialists of large companies, banks, institutions, and domestic and foreign firms. A diploma from Sumy State University is highly regarded among employers, which is evident from the university's almost 100% job placement rate. A Sumy State University diploma is recognized by employers as a symbol of the owner's high quality and extensive proficiency. We invite you to a creative collaboration and study at Sumy State University, a wonderful world where practical and academic interests are harmoniously combined, where highly qualified specialists, intellectuals, and bright personalities are fostered and take flight.
Okay. So nothing has changed since yesterday. So my name is Justyna Trojanowska, and I'm still working at the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering at Poznań University of Technology. Today I'm honored to conduct the quality assurance session. Thank you for assigning me this session. This topic is close to my heart because I graduated in field of management and production engineering with a specialization of quality management. In this session, we will have the opportunity to listen to 8 presentations prepared by scientists from 7 countries: Ukraine, Iran, Republic of Tajikistan, Bulgaria, China, Slovak Republic, and Germany. As you can see, we have the opportunity to participate in a very international session. This proves that the conference motto "Science Unites People Together" lives on. After listening to all presentation, you will be able to ask questions to the authors. So I encourage you to use the chat on Google Meet and or YouTube channel. And now I think we can start presentations.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. My name is Dmitry and I'm very pleased to welcome you to this presentation concerning the study of the influence of drill microgeometry on the quality of the machined fiberglass surface. The study was carried out at the Department of Machine Design at the IHOSICO. Dear ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. My name is Dmitry and I'm very pleased to welcome you to this presentation concerning the study of the influence of drill microgeometry on the quality of the machined fiberglass surface. The study was carried out at the Department of Machine Design at the IHOSICO National Technical University of Ukraine. Due to the low cost and outstanding mechanical properties, fiberglass plastics are widely used in multiple industry areas such as construction, shipbuilding, wind energy and transport machine elements, but also in the production of household products, and their share in this whole plastic industry is constantly growing. The most widespread is a so-called E-class fiberglass, with high mechanical properties, high heat and fire resistance, great chemical inertness and moisture resistance combined with low price. Its market share is constantly growing and will reach about 6% of the global plastic market by 2025. Other glass fabrics such as S-glass, A-glass, C-glass, D-glass and so on and so forth have a much more complex chemical composition and are characterized by higher mechanical and electrical properties in order to fulfill very high requirements of aircraft and military systems, but also are considerably more expensive than E-glass. These E-glass undergo actually the similar mechanical machining operations as steel and wooden workpieces would have been. Drilling of this material for establishing, for example, the bolt and rivet connections is, among other operations, the most widespread, but also complicated operations in the mechanical processing of composites. The share of drilling operations rises up to 20% of total composite machining, and the drilling of composites sets specific requirements to the geometry but also to the material of the drill. The main problem when drilling the fiberglass composite is the formation of surface defects. During the processing of the hole, a number of different defects can occur, for example, delamination, chipping, scorching, spalling, fiber fracture, to name a few, reducing the operational properties and the quality of the machine product. Second main problem is the low resistance of the drill or a low tool life. Polymeric materials in general are characterized by high abrasion ability, low thermal conductivity, and distinguished material anisotropy. The main factors influencing the wear of the drill bit are the chemical composition, fiber size, and also the reinforcement scheme of the processed workpiece. The properties of the tools also play a great role, such as material grade, such as coating, design, and geometric parameters, and so on, as well as the process parameters, such as cutting speed, cutting depth, and feed. The cutting-edge microgeometry describes the transition between the flank and the rear faces. The condition of the cutting edge, its sharpness or blunting, has a significant effect on the interaction between the tool and the workpiece in the cutting zone, as well on the other process parameters and effects such as chip formation, surface temperature, cutting forces, and consequently also the quality of the machined workpiece surface. Present research is an integral part of a general work. In the first preliminary experiment stage, one part geometry and one tool were selected and the machining parameters designed to be constant. The goal of the first stage was to define the influence of the microgeometry of the cutting edge of a high-speed steel spiral drill bit on the surface quality of the hole in a fiberglass workpiece. To achieve the goal, following tasks were solved in the work. Experimental determination of the nature of the wear of the cutting edge of the drill, selection of parameters for describing the microgeometry of the cutting edge, as well as exploration of the influence of the microgeometry of the cutting edge on the diameter of machine hole, on the workpiece delamination, but also on the roughness of the machine surface. The aim of the second following research stage is the formation of the tool with a given microgeometry and an establishment of the appropriate cutting models, and in the final stage it is planned to carry out the production test with a developed tool with recommended process parameters. Within the current work, the stage 1 was put in the focus. For experimental research was selected square section workpiece with a side length of 50 mm and thickness of 5 mm. The workpiece materials was a fiberglass consisting of polyester resin, about 30%, and about 70% of e-glass filaments with diameter of 16 micrometers. Processing parameters of the vertical drilling machine were as follows. The cutting speed was set up constantly at 7.8 meters per minute with a feed rate of 0.1 millimeters per turn. The drill bit was made of HSS steel with outside diameter of 8 mm and core diameter of 1.3 mm. Geometrical parameters of the drill are also presented in the slide. Measurement of the microgeometry of the cutting edge was performed by a contact method in the sections perpendicular to the surface with a surface roughness profile meter. During the measurement, the drill was placed in a fixture so that the main cutting edge was fixed in a horizontal position. Measurements were made while the stylus was moving continuously along the surface of the drill. The diameter of the hole was measured by a 2-point test using a dial gauge in 4 sections. The roughness of the machine surface was measured for each hole in 4 sections using a Marserf profile meter. An arithmetical mean deviation of the assessed profile array was chosen for assessing the roughness of the whole surface. To evaluate the delamination of the outer layer of the material at the drill inlet into the workpiece, the so-called peel-up at entrance and at the push-out at the drill exit, the parameters FD and FDA were calculated. Parameter FD is called a delamination coefficient. It is a simple and convenient tool but doesn't always adequately reflect the degree of workpiece damage since it doesn't take into account the area of the damage. Therefore, the parameter FDA, so-called delamination factor, is more convenient considering the delamination area, and it is set as a ratio of the delamination area around the hole to the nominal area of the drill bit. During the experiment, the holes were processed and measurements were made after certain numbers of machined holes. There were 80 holes in total. The conditions of the holes at the entrance into the workpiece and at the exit of the hole as presented. After processing the images, the values of both parameters FD and FDA were obtained. As can be seen from presented graphs, the delamination at the tool inlet into the workpiece remains almost constant throughout the entire series of experience, while the delamination at the outlet constantly increases, which can be referred to the wear of the cutting edges of the drill bit. Therefore, the parameter FDA calculated with delamination area is certainly more objective compared to the parameter FD. During the experiment, the diameter of the holes was constantly measured. As can be seen in the presented graph, drill bit wear has a significant effect on an insignificant effect on the diameter of the machined hole. The size of the same hole measured in different directions may differ significantly from each other, being larger or even smaller than the nominal diameter of the drill bit. It can be so due to elastic properties of the material being machined and the reinforcement pattern. The roughness parameter RA was almost independent from the drill bit blunting and was measured between 3 and 5 micrometers. In order to describe the microgeometry of the cutting edge, 3 parameters were selected to describe the peculiarities of this specific wear area: cutting edge radius, flank wear, and the value of the total value on the back surface. In the drilling process, changes occurred to the cutting edge profile. In almost every measured section, the section can be distinguished in a curve. The first one adjacent to the front surface, which can be described as a circle with a radius of Rn, and second one by a straight line segment. The shape of the cutting edge indicates an intense abrasion along the rear surface caused by a glass fiber. The rounding radius of the cutting edge Rn was measured at 5 to 8 micrometers directly after sharpening. In the period of intensive wear, the radius value remains stable at 15 to 25 micrometers and almost doesn't change at all until the drill is completely blunted. Thus, the cutting edge rounding radius delivers almost no effect on the quality parameters of the machine surface. The cutting edge wear on the rear surface increases continuously with increasing number of machine holes and significantly affects the delimitation of the hole at the entrance and output of the workpiece. As the radius of the rotation of the cutting edge points increases, the intensity of abrasive wear increases, which can be explained with increasing of the cutting speed. The rounding radius Rn changes insignificantly along the cutting edge. Obviously, it depends on the cutting speed and more on conditions of blade self-sharpening, which depend on the physical and mechanical characteristics of the tool and machine material. Therefore, we come to conclusions. The microgeometry of the cutting edge is formed from at least two sections, one in form of an arc of a circle and the second in form of a wear chamfer along the flank surface. The radius of cutting edge rounding is practically independent of the number of holes machined, despite the increase in flank wear. The rounding radius along the cutting edge changed slightly, despite a significant change in cutting speed. The diameter of the holes from the beginning of the processing to the blunting of the drill changed only slightly. The difference in the diameter values in different measurement planes is caused by the influence of a number of factors, and further research is needed to study the influence of the properties of the tool material, the material being processed, as well as geometrical parameters of the blades, mode and processing conditions on the microgeometry of the cutting edge and the quality of machine surface. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Hello, my name is Alexander Kupriyanov. I'm from Kharkiv, from Ukrainian Engineering Pedagogics Academy. And the topic of my research is using the general approach to tolerance control on quality assessment for technology quality analysis. We proposed a control system aimed at continuous quality improvement. In this control system, dimension suitability receives not discrete, good or bad values, but continuous, which allows for a more flexible assessment of the proximity of the actual dimensions to the series one. The proposed system allows assessing both each dimension separately and the parts and assembly unit as a whole in terms of. The aim is to obtain an estimation of the production process from the point of view how close real dimensional accuracy to the desired design accuracy in a continuous quality control system. Previously, it is shown that the desirability function can be characterized by such a mathematical approach. It slightly different on the right and left side, and the very important is the shape index beta, which deviating from the desired dimension. When we project the dimension distribution density function onto the desirability function, when we get a function that characterizes the probability distribution density to obtain a dimensions with a certain suitability value, we will call this function the desirability density distribution function. Its results up to 1, and the positive values and agreements indicate a tolerability of such dimensions, and negative values intolerability. This desirability density distribution function characterizes the production technology of parts in terms of quality. It's remarkable then for the case then the dimension distribution density is normal and the desirability function linear. The distribution density function also obeys the normal distribution law. it simplifies the mathematical approach. Here is an example of the influence of the shape index of the dimension desirability beta on the dimensional desirability function. This example was built for the diameter 19 and tolerance f8. Let's the desired dimension be slightly offset from the middle of the tolerance field and be equal to 90.055 millimeters. The graphs of the dimension desirability function are shown in this figure for the four cases. Beta 1 is equal to beta 2 is equal 1. It's the simple mathematical linear function. Beta 3 is equal 0.5 and beta 4 is as small as 0.05 and it's close to the graphs of traditional tolerance control. The simulation was carried out for these four cases of input data. Example A illustrates the technological case then 6 sigma is equal for the dimension tolerance. Example B illustrates the case with technological margins of accuracy when 6 sigma is much less than tolerance. Example C illustrates a significant shift of the rough mean square dimensions relative to the desired one. And example D, insufficient manufacturing accuracy than 6 sigma is much more bigger than tolerance. Example A illustrates the graphs of the dimension desirability distribution density for the classical case when the center of the normal distribution curve A coincides with the desired dimension. The dimension spread within 6 sigma is equal to the tolerance field. It is clear that in this case the number of paths with dimensions close to the optimum is maximum and decrease this distance from the center of the distribution curve, reaching almost zero values at the boundaries of the tolerance fields. Analysis of the graphs shows that not all value of the shape exponent of the dimension desirability function have a physically sustained desirability density distribution function. So for the B equal to, the function has a maximum which is logically wrong. At B equal 0.05, the maximum on the function is real, but it is in the direction opposite to the maximum. It decreased too quickly, reaching zero values at k 0.675, which does not correspond to the actual dimensions value distribution. For beta equal 1 and beta equal 0.5, the graphs of the function are logically real. They have maximum and at right place and reach zero values at k 0. There are practically no paths outside the positive suitability. Example B illustrates the desirability density distribution function for the case of manufacturing with a significant technology margin of accuracy. There are initial data. The rough mean square deviation sigma is almost twice reduced for the example A. Compare with example A. With the resultant dimensions are grouped around the desired one. but there are no paths with dimensions close to the boundaries of the tolerance fields. The remarks about the value of beta 4 and beta 1 are valid for this input as well. Examples C and D are constructed for the initial data characterizing the technology in which there are paths with negative suitability, defective ones. In the example C, the center of dimension distribution curve A is displaced relative to the series 1 with the standard rough mean square deviation sigma. Such parameters of the distribution of the dimensions of paths are typical for the case of incorrect machine setting, while the production accuracy is sufficient. Analysis of the graphs shows then beta 4 and beta 1 logically incorrect. For beta 2 and beta 3, the graphs of the functions are correct, then they have maximum at the area near k 0.5. There are practically no paths with the desired dimensions, and at the same time an insufficient number of the paths have negative values of suitability. They are defective. In the example D, the center of the dimension distribution curve coincided with the desired one, but the scattering of dimensions is too large. The standard rough mean square deviation sigma 3 times increased. Such parameters of the dimension distribution of paths are typical for the case of insufficient production accuracy. Based on the statistical meaning, the suitability distribution density function should have a maximum at the range of values g equal 1, and a significant number of the paths should have a negative suitability. Function with the shape exponent beta equal 1 and beta equal 0.5 are in good agreement with these provisions. The function constructed for beta equal 2 and beta equal 0.05 do not allow accessing the technology in the terms of quality. Conclusions. The paper proposed the mathematical apparatus for constructing the desirability density distribution function, which characterized the production process from the point of view of the proximity of the obtained characteristics to the desired ones. This function can be used for both dimensional accuracy and other quality parameters. Shape errors, rough edges, shipping hardness. It is shown that shape index beta of the desirability function should be limited to the range 0.3 1.2. When beta is used outside this range, the desirability density distribution function does not allow determining the quality of the technological process. Based on practical convenience, it should be recognized that optimal value beta equal 1, since in this case the desirability function is linear, which greatly simplifies the mathematical approach. The estimation of the actual dimension proposed in this model can also be used in the method of calculating dimension chains with a guaranteed value of suitability of the closed link, which can be basis for the future research. Thank you for your attention.
Dear colleagues, during packaging, mineral or healing waters is essential to preserve their medicinal properties due to the gas and ionic composition containing trace elements. Equally important is the packaging technology. Specific biologically active components and compounds of mineral waters, in particular iron in dissolved gases, such as carbon dioxide, are complex components in terms of the technology for the production of packaged mineral waters, which can affect their content significantly reduced. The unrunning of natural waters by air can lead to a number of consequences that will worsen their quality. To prevent the formation of iron hydroxide. In bottles, some manufacturers subject mineral waters to aeration by prolonged settling in open containers, which leads to oxidation of ferrous iron and the formation of iron hydroxide precipitate before mineral or mineral waters enter the bottles. The use of this technology is erroneous and significantly affects the chemical composition of mineral and healing waters. More complicated but correct is the stabilization of ferrous iron compounds, which is achieved by regulation of pH of mineral or healing waters, adding antioxidants or complexing agents, more often food acids, for example, ascorbic acid. This method is practiced in producing of packaged ferrous healing waters, but is not used to create packaged sodium bicarbonate with low iron content. Carbon dioxide in these healing waters is a natural stabilizer of their chemical composition. A decrease in its content during the packaging process leads to the fact that there violation of the carbonate balance and the need for additional stabilization of ferrous iron. So, the work aims is to develop a technology for stabilizing the chemical composition of carbonate, bicarbonate, sodium healing water, contain iron with ascorbic acid to preserve their quality for their packaging. The study consists of 7 parts. The first stage is selection of the object of research. The second, development of the general principles of the technology. The third, development of special installation. The fourth, practical implementation of the technology. The fifth, study of the quality of healing water with ascorbic acid in production. The sixth, stationary laboratory studies of water quality. The seventh, water quality monitoring during storage, monthly. The object of the research was chosen to be the carbonated boron highly mineralized hydrogen carbonate sodium healing water Polyana Kvasova, which contains iron and is known healing water in the Ukraine and abroad. The study of the stability of the physical-chemical parameters of healing waters with ascorbic acid packaged in 1.5 liters PET bottles and 0.5 liters glass bottles was carried out during 16 months of storage. According to the developed technology, healing water is fed from the well through a pipe through a special installation with ascorbic acid solution, which is injected directly into the water, taking into account the percentage of gas factor. Installation figure 2 includes a mass flow meter, a pH meter, and a dosing device. The concentration of the ascorbic acid solution is calculated from the iron content and its consumption. After the dosing unit, water is fed into the sealed selection tank. In healing water, according to the calculation, 26.40 mg per liter of ascorbic acid was added. The results of monitoring the physical-chemical composition of healing water are presented in Table 1. The physical-chemical properties of healing water stabilized by ascorbic acid are basically preserved. The content of carbon dioxide in the tank is lower. Still, in the finished product, it increases due to the addition of carbon dioxide, which acts as an additional mandatory preservative to bottles during packaging. As a result, the pH of the finished product decreases. Next, we studied the dynamics of the physical-chemical characteristics of mineral water Polyana Kvasova highly carbonated in PET and glass bottles during 16 months of storage. every 3 months and the content of carbon dioxide at iron monthly. The dynamics of preservation of the divalent form of iron during 16 months of storage were also studied. From figures 3 and 4 it can be seen that ferrous iron was preserved in glass bottle in the same amount as in PET bottles, 0.4 mg per liter. It should be noted that the trivalent form began to appear at the beginning of storage, but a significant amount of iron remained stabilized with ascorbic acid until the end of storage. It is known that the PET material allows ultraviolet rays and oxygen to enter the bottle and carbon dioxide to the outside, which reduces the quality of the water and reduces the shelf life. This phenomenon is because the high molecular structure of polyethylene terephthalate is not obstacle for small gas molecules compared to polymer chains. Analyzing the data in figures 5 and 6, we observed more carbon dioxide loss in PET bottle, 29.58%, compared to the glass bottle, 24.34%, confirming the disadvantages mentioned above the using PET material. Therefore, this fact should be considered when packing. The carbon dioxide should be added to more than 0.48 mass percent. The concentration of other components, ferrous irons, bicarbonates, and also boric acid, decreased almost equally in both PET and glass bottles. The most significant losses in both types of containers occurred in ferrous iron content. To minimize the inhibition of the stabilization process due to the presence and significant concentration of hydrocarbons, it's recommended to use a concentration of ascorbic acid that is 2 times greater than that calculated by the iron content. Natural healing water stabilized with ascorbic acid is recommended to be packaged in glass bottles in order to reduce loss of carbon dioxide over time. The results of physical-chemical studies proved the preservation of water quality during storage for 16 months. To optimize the packaging technology of the tested water, it's recommended to increase the amount the stabilizing component for PET bottles, ascorbic acid, to 50 mg per liter. It's worth switching to the production of packaged water in glass containers because it better preserves carbon dioxide and chemical balance. The added carbon dioxide content should be increased to more 0.50% by weight. The proposed technology of stabilizing of medium and highly mineralized sodium hydrogen carbonate natural healing water, which contain iron with ascorbic acid, allows to maximally preserve the quality of packaged water in comparison with the primary natural source and use them in not resort conditions for the treatment and prevention for diseases. Thank you for your attention.
Dear esteemed colleagues, my name is Vasily Larshin. I represent Odessa city in Ukraine. I also represent several authors from Technical University of Košice, Slovak Republic, Odessa Polytechnic National University, Ukraine, Lutsk National Technical University, Ukraine. Introduction to our study shows that one of the difficulties when seeking to advance the technological aspects of an equipment or a process to overcome the so-called economic constraints. Any process must be judged using overall costs accounting approach and not by initial cost alone, which may be high. And so, today, investments in new machinery can be expensive and risky. Number 3 shows major challenges which are connected with investment decisions methods. Payback period, rate of return, discounted cash flow, and MAPI. So these methods don't recognize the economic value of time. Next slide. Shows aim and research tasks. Preamble. The mathematical models available in the literature for assessing the technical solution's economic efficiency don't allow converted technical resource savings into time savings. The aim of the study is to develop a cost model and then appropriate practical algorithms for converting technical resource savings into time savings. Research tasks. Find the method of converting the technical resource savings into time savings. Obtain the dependencies between the machining productivity and specific grinding characteristics. For example, specific material removal rate and material removal rate. Generalize the results obtained for different technical and technological applications. Research methodology. The annual economic effect has the following form, where C1 and C2 unit cost of production for the base and new production option. E sub n, normative coefficient of capital investment efficiency. K sub 2 and K sub 1, specific capital investments for base and new options. You can see Formula 2 and Formula 3. Next slide. Shows the cutting time finding. The minimum required increase in theoretical productivity at which the economic efficiency according to equation 2 is equal to 0 can be determined from the condition number 3. In turn, we can obtain the formula number 4, where CMH is machine hour cost. The cutting time has the property of being calculated. For example, for a profile G grinding operation, we can obtain equations 5 and 6. So this is the cutting time finding part 2. There is designation B, width of G to be ground, over travels, axial feed, grinding depth in vertical terms, and so on. You can see the equation 7 and 8. Now it's the specific material removal rate is need to be found. This is specific material removal rate finding. You can see equation 10, 11, and final solution. Final solution, you can see Q prime sub Wn. Next slide. This is labor intensity or labor input finding. You can see equations and some transformations. So we can obtain the equation number 15. V prime sub max is the specific material removal which characterizes the grinding wheel wear. Slide number 10 shows results. You can see G grinding machine, Höfler. Initial data for comparing grinding wheels, white electrocorundum and sol gel corundum, the machine hour cost, the number of GTs, G widths, the wheels over travel, grinding stock allowances in normal terms and in vertical terms. And then we can obtain Q prime sub WB, which is equal to 2.17 units, and so on. Next slide shows technological efficiency coefficient. Using equation 7 and 8, we get the equations for cutting time. And you can see that Q prime sub Wn is equal to 3.027. The technological efficiency coefficient mu is equal to this formula. And for example, mu is equal to 1.4. Slide 12 shows technological efficiency coefficient analysis. The first point of this analysis: if mu is equal to 1 and k sub n and k sub b are equal, then the cost of new grinding wheel is equal to the cost of a factory accepted wheel. Second, if mu less than 1 when capital investment, first, less than capital investment, second, that is, the cost of a new grinding wheel is less than the cost of a factory accepted wheel, in this case there is no requirements to increase performance. Third shows the increment in between 2 times T sub B and T sub N. Thus, the grinding performance has increased by 5.1%. This is generalizing the results obtained. You can see two figures on the left, dependence mu on the grinding wheel price, and on the right, dependence Q prime sub GWN on the Q prime sub GWB for the several grinding allowances. This is generalizing the results obtained, the final part of this study. We can see in figure the following data. And in conclusion, the larger the grinding stock allowance, the smaller the difference between two parameters, but always the first parameter is greater than the second. Conclusions. The relationships between categories of technical efficiency, productivity, and effectiveness is investigated. The second, a new technical and economic quotient has been formulated, which shows what kind of productivity gain a new technical solution in science, engineering, and technology should bring, so that at least a minimal economic benefit from this technical solution appears. Third, the higher new grinding wheel price, the greater performance mill it must provide. First, the larger the grinding stock allowance, the smaller the difference between Q prime sub WN and Q prime sub WB may be, but always the first parameter is greater than the second. Thank you for your attention. This is the end of my representation.
Hello, all participants in InterPartner conference. I and my team would like present us our work, improvement of operational parameters for high precision tribo system. Nowadays, there are more challenges for tribo scientists, tribo techniques, tribo machine. The solution of this and similar problems is inextricably linked with an increase in the culture of production, a decrease in energy composition of carbon dioxide emissions, both at the production stage and during the operation of precision products. An important role in improving the performance of products is played by the methodological approach and the use of a laboratory and methodological base, which together with modern software and control systems makes it possible to obtain and analyze the main tribotechnical characteristics of the studied friction pairs in real time with the necessary accuracy and reliability to improve their operational performance characteristics. At the same time, the study of tribo contact parameters, contact pressures, and lubrication regimes are priority tasks, the solution of which is devoted to a number of theoretical and practical works in modern tribology. Aim and research task we can see on this slide. The aim and the study is to investigate the contact interaction of high precision friction surfaces in selected lubricating media to solve quality management problems and increase the durability and reliability of complex high precision products such as high pressure fuel pumps. Research objectives are four, and finally to create prerequisites for science-based recommendation for increasing the reliability and durability of complex high precision products by improving the finishing technologies of precision tribo surfaces. The following research methods and techniques were used in the work are three. First, a method of research in friction, where during linear contact of friction surfaces, and a multi-stage test method
on a friction machine, which takes into account the properties of developed secondary structures. Second, it's the method of laser profilography profilometry and the methodology of researching the micro-relief of polished friction surfaces and the amount of wear of the investigated surfaces. At least a method of research and automated fixation of contact pressures at a specific point, taking into account the speed of bringing the model shaft of the receiving device where the pressure is measured. In the figure on this slide, we can see general view of the studied surface. On the figure A, micro-relief, and on the figure B, investigated surfaces on laser scanning profilograph profilometer. Next slide shows us to study the dynamics of the boundary layers. A model friction sphere was used 100 chromium 6 steel and quartz glass. This allowed us to visually observe and investigate the accuracy of secondary flow in the contact zone and the effect of tribocavitation in the aviation medium at the speed of the model shaft. Dynamic boundary currents 1A and B arrives when the shaft rotates with a frequency of omega in the contact zone. In figure A, arrows show dynamic boundary currents that move in the direction of movement. Near the side surfaces, there are reverse currents that move in the opposite direction and remove currents to the contact until they connect with their products and continue moving in the direction of shaft rotation. Further transition were studied on the model friction pair at the rotational shaft frequency omega, in particular all stage of nucleation, formation, growth of gas-air mixture in dynamic equilibrium tribocavitation process as a particular case of cavitation, as well as partial dissolution of microbubbles in the diffuse contact area. The result of studies of contact pressures during rotation of the model shaft with frequency omega under load n are given. The pressure was measured by a anemometer connected to the receiving device in the form of a rounded gap at a distance, which is indicated by a dotted line in the figure. The shaft was brought to the selected point with a scan speed of v. The obtained result shows that with an increase in the speed of bringing the shaft to the point of pressure research, the contact pressures increase at the entrance to the contact. On the next slide, we can see in the picture formation of planes with boundary layers of epoxy lubrication medium. It should be noted that after removing the load of 10 megapascal, even after 24 hours, the adhesive force between the surfaces were so strong that it was possible to separate these surfaces only by shifting them. This result we can see on the figure E and F. It was increased to 60%. This study allows us to explain the contact interaction of precision surfaces of high-pressure fuel pumps and to make new assumptions about improving their performance. At the initial stage, 500 meters of friction path secondary structures were developed, the so-called running-in period. We can see on the figure A and B on this slide. In figure C, quasi-stable secondary structures are obtained, which were obtained after running in 3,000 meters of friction. The arrows show the direction of friction on these figures. As can be seen from next slide, environment number 5 has the best anti-wear properties. When using sample number 1, it is advisable to take into account the operation conditions of the machine in more detail, since the anti-wear properties of this environment are low compared to others that were studied in our work. Therefore, media number 2 to 5 can be recommended as working media for using operational conditions for lubrication of high precision turbo units with small clearance, for example, a high pressure fuel pump. On this slide, we can see conclusions. The conducted research is a prerequisite for the development of scientifically based recommendation for improving the design features of products, choosing methods for processing friction surface, and creating an engineering methodology for assigning processing models. The use of this approach will allow to explain the regulatory limits of high pressure fuel pumps and predict the research of their trouble-free operation. Thank you very much for your attention. Goodbye.
Hello, my dear colleagues. Before starting the report, let me introduce myself. My name is Gugnin Vladimir. I am honorary professor of the Odessa Polytechnical National University. The presented article was co-authored with Lyudmila Tavteri, Gennady Aborsky, Anna Goloborodko, Oleg Prokopovich. Subject of my report is modernization of the internal audit process using a risk-based approach at an industrial enterprise. On the second slide, you can see introduction and major changes. In other words, for enterprises working in the field of production, for example, care products, one of the main tasks is the use and maintenance of an integrated quality management system. The introduction of this system allows minimizing the cost of designing and manufacturing products while meeting quality requirements. One of the most effective tools for monitoring, analyzing, and improving the functioning of the system is internal audit. Abbreviation in English is capital letter I and A. Today, there are various methods for conducting IA which take into account the features in various fields of activity and the corresponding regulatory support. Therefore, it is relevant to consider the issue of possible ways to improve the internal audit procedure for integrated management systems, taking into account the characteristics of organization structures and the scope of enterprises. The aim and research task. This study aims to determine a strategy for modernizing the internal audit process of the integrated management system using a risk-based approach to ensure the audit effectiveness and efficiency through the use of the PDCA cycle and quality tools. The research object of our work is the internal audit process of integrated management system. It was first and now second research task. To qualify the objective of the study, the existing method for conducting internal audit of integrated system and enterprises of this target group were studied and the disadvantages and advantages were identified. The internal audit process, development essence, features, concepts, and theoretical aspects are determined, taking into account the analysis of the real state of art with regulatory support to the integrated system of an industrial enterprise. Integrated Quality Management System, abbreviation is IMS. This scientific and practical research is aimed to determine the strategy for modernizing the internal audit process, whose urgency is due to the publication of ISO 45001 and 2018 international standard, replacing OHSAS 18001 and 2007 and the upcoming management system certification for compliance with ISO 45001 requirements. OHS is directed to implement and maintain an occupation health and safety management system. Sequentially, there arises a need to disclose the internal audit process theoretical basis considering the ISO 19011 and 2018 international standard requirements. This version of the standard introduces a new term, combined audit, conducted in one organization where two or more management systems are checked simultaneously, and which is used to assess the ISM compliance. This is because the release of ISO 19011 and 2018 third version was preceded by a change in the main standards of management system, including ISO 9001, ISO 14001, and ISO 45001. The standard third version, such as the previous one, is also based on the PDCA cycle. Research methodology. The internal audit process concept relies on a description and key provision that provide a general understanding and comprehension of its implementation specificity. For the development and implementation of the audit procedure, participation of the organization of the planning process, verification of the results of the audit documentation and monitoring was assigned. Therefore, the concept's main provision adopted are applying the PDCA cycle as an iterative process that brings the internal audit program management closer to the design result according to the set goals each time the cycle ends. Defining a process management model. Next, applying the Ishikawa diagram to establish the risk-based planning for conducting an efficient and effective audit. Next, using the Pareto diagram to determine the severity of factors that may affect low audit efficiency. Results and discussion. The requirements of the ISO 19011 standard have been analyzed to determine the approach to improve the audit process. It should be noted that the changes introduced in the new edition mainly relate to two elements: the risk-based approach and the reference to documented information. The purpose of building a model for managing the internal audit process is to provide the necessary description to the components that make up the modeled process, as well as to determine the nature of the relationship between these components. To implement the process, it is necessary to draw up a combined audit program focused on ISO 9001, ISO 14001, and ISO 45001 standards, and determine the sequence of operation of the audit program management process based on the PDCI cycle. The slide shows the scheme of the audit program management process in accordance with the recommendation of ISO 19011. Within the framework of the audit program management process, the audit activity is highlighted. Activities within the process are implemented using the PDCA cycle. For each stage of the plan, execute, check, act cycle, the sequence of steps is defined and the action of each stage are described. The implementation of modern practices for evaluating the components of the audit program management process, planning, conducting, and monitoring will contribute to the improvement of the internal audit process as a whole. The format of the defined approach according to the concept was revised by identifying the following main factors that can affect the quality and effectiveness of internal audit process: measurement and control, personnel, method, management. For this, a cause and effect diagram of the functional and effectiveness of the internal audit process was built. Namely, the existing problems were analyzed and the reasons for their appearance were identified. The diagram is presented on the next slide. Identified first-level reasons were entered into the reason blocks: quality control, staff, process and method, or documentation. The reasons of the second level were divided according to the established categories and indicated on the diagram in form of lines adjacent to the lines of the reasons of the first level. For these questions were asked for each reason: why did it happen? Further, with the help of the expert ranking method, the factors or reasons that have the greatest influence on the object of study, namely on the degree of effectiveness of the internal audit process, which can lead to low efficiency, were determined. Specialist experts who had theoretical knowledge and practical experience in this area participated in the ranking. Experts guided by their knowledge and experience, rank the reasons in the order of increasing importance. That is, the reasons that have the least impact on the object of research are assigned to the value number 1. Those that have the most impact, a number corresponding to the number of considered reasons, in this case number 12. Each expert enters the obtained ranking series in the ranking matrix in the row with his number. If the expert considers several factors to the equivalent, they are assigned the same ranking number. A summary ranking matrix was completed on the basis of the questionnaire data. Kendall's concurrence coefficient, capital letter W, was used to determine the degree of coherence of expert opinion, and the significance of the concordance coefficient was determined by the person correspondence criterion. Greece, letter H. On the basis of the obtained rank sums of the consolidated ranks matrix, the index of the weight of the factors was calculated. The survey matrix transformed into a ranking matrix is presented on the slide. Pareto analysis is illustrated by a Pareto diagram, look at the screen please, on which the factors of quality problems are plotted along the axis in descending order, and the accumulated weight is plotted along the ordinate axis in quantitative terms. As can be seen from the diagram, according to the experts, reasons 4.1 to 4.4 and from 3.2 to 3.3 and 2.3 have the greatest impact on the internal audit process effectiveness. It was noted that the use of the total chart as a tool contributed to a clearer understanding of the components of the process, which were grouped into categories: inputs, personnel, equipment and facilities, instruction and procedures, key indicators or matrix, outputs, and their functioning in system. The conclusion of the work are presented on the 15th slide. It will formulate when briefly we will get. A model for managing the internal audit process is proposed, and these model components are defined. To improve the effectiveness of the internal audit process, existing problems were analyzed. The reasons affecting the internal audit process effectiveness were identified using the Ishikawa causal diagram. A Pareto diagram is built, rendering possible to identify the most significant factors of processes that affect the internal audit process. It is revealed that conducting an internal audit of processes using the PDCA process approach allows you to clearly understand the sequence of action at each stage of the cycle and what exactly should be reflected in the documented information. This significantly improves clarity and minimizes discrepancy in relevant information by users and stakeholders. Thank you very much for your attention.
Our sincere greetings to all the participants of the conference. It is a really great pleasure to have an opportunity to meet our colleagues today, as well as to exchange and discuss the latest findings. We hope for engaging work, new ideas, and new contacts for the future possible cooperation. Well, our purpose today is to present and discuss our findings on the taxonomy approach applied for engineering students' outcomes assessment. So to start, let me give some points of introduction and outline the main challenges. Continuous improvement of the higher engineering education system requires the search for new approaches to improving the quality of professional training. One of them is related to the development of methods, tools, and technologies for learning outcomes assessment. Nowadays, the taxonomy introduced into education by Benjamin Samuel Bloom in 1956 is used as a basis for determining broad educational goals, as it combines specific learning outcomes with mental operations and employs the goals results approach. In the aspect of assessment, the taxonomy becomes a framework for connection between educational objectives, learning activities, and test items. It is possible to trace the tendency among teachers to increase the amount of higher-level test items and decline of lower-level questions in course assessment. The taxonomy could be used as a basis for determining educational goals stated in standards, as well as for revealing any limitations in breadth and depth of a particular educational course or curriculum. Still, there is a lack of specific methods and approaches for the designing of test items which could provide a multi-level check of engineering students' learning outcomes at different cognitive levels. Moving on now to the aim and the research tasks. The research was devoted to the problem of the assessment of engineering students' learning outcomes at different cognitive levels. It was solved applying the taxonomy approach and the content of the hydraulic drive engineering area. The comparative analysis of how the test items format influenced the assessment results in terms of learning outcomes levels was also performed. Right, let us go on with the research methodology. To achieve the aim of the research, a set of theoretical and empirical methods were applied. The research methodology was based on the data from the engineering education theory and practice, as well as the principles of formative assessment. That let us consider knowledge, skills, and abilities able to be identified, quantified, and measured at different levels. Outlining the results, we should say that as a set of program learning outcomes expressing the characteristics of the educational program, they should be specific to provide a sufficient level of detail, written in plain language, objective and formulated neutrally, avoiding excessive ambition and subjectivity, achievable and realistic in terms of time and resources needed to achieve them, useful, that means that they should be perceived as meeting the level of higher education and the social expectations, relevant to meet the qualification requirements, have the nature of standards to determine the standard requirement to be met by learning outcomes. According to the original Bloom's taxonomy and the revised framework, the cognitive sphere was considered as a hierarchy of 6 levels of complexity. Therefore, the test items should be formulated to reflect a definite cognitive level, which comes after the previous one and determines the student's current level. For instance, the first group of learning outcomes is marked as the knowledge or remember level. That includes students' ability to memorize or reproduce facts, terms, rules. The second cognitive level, comprehension or understand, states the student's ability to understand and interpret what is learned. The highest cognitive level is synthesis, create. At this level, students demonstrate the ability to combine parts together to obtain a whole with a new system property. The next stage of the research was devoted to the verbal means. The language of formulation of program learning outcomes is especially important. The wording should contain 5 main elements. Active verbal form, for example, a graduate demonstrates an ability to do something, can demonstrate knowledge, demonstrates a skill. Indication of the type of learning outcome, knowledge, skill, other competencies. The semantic area of learning outcomes, special or general subject area, special skills, etc. The expected standard or level that is planned to be achieved as a result of training, the scale and context of the learning outcome. For instance, creating a test item which is expected to reveal students' knowledge or remember level. It is recommended to use such verbs as recognize the symbols, name the main elements, streamline operations, etc. At the highest cognitive level, the following verbs are used to formulate learning outcomes at the and the tasks in the test, identify and formulate problems, generalize the reasons, classify, and others. To study how learning outcomes assessment depends on the type of the test items, a set of different levels items was developed. It included 18 multiple choice test items and 18 items of open-ended format, developed according to the levels of Bloom's taxonomy. 50 the fourth year agricultural engineering students from two groups A and B were engaged in the pedagogical experiment. The statistical analysis of the experiment results showed that with a probability of 95% it can be stated that the distribution of students in both groups were consistent with each other. Therefore, the tests with multiple choice and open-ended items drawn up according to the given approach, considering the 6 levels, have the same ability to provide a multi-level check of engineering students' learning outcomes. To make conclusions, we would like to summarize that. Considering the levels of learning material in the context of Bloom's taxonomy, it was possible to streamline the process of acquiring knowledge from simple to complex, from reproductive learning to productive and creative, that could provide proper testing procedures and tools for assessing the quality of engineering students' professional training. Thus, the proposed approach to assessing the results of competence-oriented training of engineering students enabled to differentiate clearly the levels of educational material mastery and employ them to the multi-level check of engineering students' learning outcomes. That is all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for giving the opportunity to us to present our research. I'm Dr. Rajabzadeh from Iran, and my colleagues, Dr. Yefimenko, Dr. Zaluga, Dr. Fisenko, and Dr. Ryasianya from Ukraine, presenting our research with the title of Universal Quality Control System Machine Building Enterprises. As an introduction, we can say that the machine building is the main branch of the national economy for assessing product quality of machine building. There are 2 types of product quality indicators, individual and complex. The current methods of quality control oriented on mass production and facing reduced series production, as well as small data collecting. Product quality control with them is impossible. In slide 2, we can say that the aim of this research is to develop a universal integrated quality control system. Which enables machine building enterprises to make a high quality market competitive product under condition of reduced series production and increase the dimensional accuracy. Principally, the current statistical methods of quality assessment and control established on the distribution law as a rule, normal distribution. In this slide, we emphasize that when using standard statistical processing methods, the small-scale sample obtained from operational data is insufficient to control the product quality. In this slide, the equation 1 shows that shows that the decrease of dispersion dx requires an increase in data quantity. Therefore, the theory of order statistics may be the basis for creating a methodology of quality control using a small quantity of statistical data, as well as the development of corresponding referential normative provision. For obtaining the results, we applied the asymptotic distribution of extreme values of random variables as an other tools used in research methodology. Also, we use the symmetric distribution, which are generally random variables, which describes the expression of quality indicators that are generally random variables within the machine building manufacture. The extreme values are distributed mutually symmetrically by the distribution of the least sample values is in equation 3. Slide 10. In slide 10, this slide shows the universal integrated quality control system for product and processes. As you see in this slide, in column 1, assessment type, okay, that we can choose point-wise or interval. And in column 2, level of importance, high, average, low, and general, and quality indicators that classify to 2 types, individual and composite. For each of them, we propose the equational formula to assess and control the quality parameters. For applying the suggested system that we showed in slide 10, enterprises take the measurement of individual parts quality indicators, for instance, dimensional accuracy, roughness of surface, and runout values, etc. For then they draw point-wise and interval or composite temporal change diagram for quality indicators. Then, based on the given diagram, the decision to reject, accept, or correct, if possible, to product is made. As a conclusion, we can say that through the theory of order statistics using an asymptotic and symmetrical distribution of extreme values of random variables, the method of developing a universal integrated product quality control system was created, which allows the reduced series production and increase dimensional accuracy based on more immense amount of information from smaller control sample size to save time and cost on the machine building enterprises. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for interesting presentations. We begin a question and answer session. I encourage you to ask questions on Google Meet and YouTube channel. First presentation titled Influence of Drill Microgeometry on the Quality of the Machine Fiberglass Surface was presented by Dmitry Adamenko from Germany. In work, the authors presented experimental studies of fiberglass drilling with a special spiral drill. Dmitry, it's nice to see you again. Do we have any questions from the participants? Dmitry, I have read your plan for further research presented in the article, and I understand that it is about analyzed real geometry and other parameters, but I'm not a drilling specialist, so I wanted to ask, why do we need it? To be more specific, in the production of what kind of products your solution could be used?
The application lies literally in the drilling of the fiberglass parts. Therefore, it's a boundary condition, so we concentrate on this material. But also, we want to try to see which parameters do have the most influence actually on our quality of produced products. And therefore, we try to summarize them, and then we are the design of experiments. So to say, we want to define the parameters that are critical, that are vital for this quality of the output parts, and try to replicate and reproduce it on further geometries and also for further instruments where we can define the similar parameters.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have more questions? I can see it. So thank you, Dmitra.
You're welcome.
Second presentation was titled General Approach for Tolerance Quality in Tolerance Control in Quality Assessment for Technology Quality Analysis, and presented by Oleksandr Kurpianov from Ukraine. Is Alexander with us?
Yes.
Okay, as we can heard in presentation, there were suggested assessment of technology in terms of quality, which allowed us to choose the best technology and assign technological parameters which can be applied in the conditions of Industry 4.0. I have no questions for this presentation, but I would like to mention that such a specialist as you, Alexandr, would be helpful to us in the Smart Factory Laboratory at my faculty.
Thank you very much. But now, in the condition of the war of Ukraine, I prefer to stay here in Ukraine and struggle against Russian.
Of course, I understand it. So good luck.
Maybe later then the war will end. Yes.
We will be waiting for you. So the third presentation was titled Application of Advanced Packaging Technology and presented by Alona Kysliewska. Is Alona with us? I can't hear you. I don't know if you are with us.
Alona is absent now.
Okay. So Alona is absent. So the next one, presentation titled The Advanced Technology of Economic Efficiency Evaluation was presented by Vasil Ralshin from Odessa. So I understand that Vasil is in the conference room in Odessa University and there are discussions about this paper. Is Vasil also available online?
Larshin is here.
Okay. I see that we have some question on the chat. I just need to check that if it is for this paper. Okay. The question from the chat is, does Odessa Polytechnic National University has working integrated quality management system?
I work in Odessa Polytechnic University, but what do you want? Repeat, please.
Are you using integrated quality management system at the university? This is the question from the chat.
I'm sorry. This is a question for the author of another article because they speak about token quality management system. It's the article with the name Modernization of Internal Audit Process using a risk-based approach.
Okay, so sorry for my mistake. We come back to the presentation number 4, the advanced technology of economic efficiency evaluation. Yes?
Yes. Yes,
okay.
It's Larshin. Vasil Larshin.
Okay.
Have you any question to me?
No, I don't have questions. I only want to say that this is the topic I'm currently working on. So I would be happy to read the full text of the article and then contact you for discussion. Okay, next presentation titled Improvement of Operational Parameters for High Precision Turbo Systems was presented by Natalia Zajczuk. Is Natalia with us? Natalia? I can't hear, so I think she is absent. So the presentation number 6, titled Modernization of the Internal Audit Process Using a Risk-Based Approach at an Industrial Enterprises, was presented by Vladimir Gugnin from Odessa. So I also assume that you are having a face-to-face discussion in conference room at the university. Vladimir, are you also available online?
No, Gugnin is absent. Is problem with internet.
Okay. So the next presentation, titled The Taxonomy Approach for Engineering Students' Outcomes Assessment, was presented by Olena Titova. Is Olena with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello,
My
nice.
sincere greetings to all the participants of the conference.
Hello, Olena. Olena, your research aimed to develop some recommendations from designing testing items. Can these recommendations and methods that you talked about also be used in online teaching? Are they also effective?
Oh, yes, sure, because the main idea was to define the cognitive levels of complexity. And starting with the simplest levels, going to the highest levels. I mean, from the reproductive to productive and creative. So that was the main idea. And of course, it can be used in both modes. Face-to-face teaching, online teaching, and it is not only can be used, it must be used for example, in online teaching too.
Okay, you conduct really very interesting research for me. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
And the next presentation, titled Universal Quality Control System on Machine Building Enterprises, was presented by Morteza Rayabzadev from Iran. Sorry for my pronunciation. Is Morteza with us? I thought I seen him before. Morteza, can you hear me? Okay. If not, I think that our session comes to end. So just to sum up, I just admit that I'm charmed by the high scientific level of these works. It must be also underlined that most of this work has a practical dimension, and the solution you propose can be applied in enterprises, which is extremely valuable in my opinion. Thank you very much to the scientists for participating in this session. I also want to say thank you to Professor Vladimir Tankonogi for inviting me to this conference. I wish you all continued success in your future research. Sława Ukrainie.
Thank you. We have completed the 6th session. Thanks to all participants for good presentations. Justina, thanks for the great work.
It was a pleasure for me.
Now technical break for 10 minutes, about 10 minutes, and we will start the last 7th session.
right now.
Okay, we can start. Okay. Dear participants, welcome to Session 7, Process Engineering in the scope of the InterPartner 2022. I'm Professor Alper Uysal from Yıldız Technical University, Istanbul, Turkey. And in this session, the process engineering session, there are 6 presentations. Dimitri Zuhuravlev will present non-uniform, non-capillary fluid cooling of drawworks, band show, brake friction couples. The second is the Alexander Woodward will present the efficiency of convective heat exchange at the airflow of metal friction elements of brakes. Angela Voloshina will present the change in the output parameters of planetary hydraulic machines with the increase in the gap between their rotors. Andriy Rogovye will present improvement of vortex chamber supercharger performances using slotted rectangular channel. Valery Sherbina will present failure analysis of the refractories in rotary kilns. And last one, Tetiana Wojciechowska will present temperature distribution in parts of the vehicle disc brake. Now we can start watching the presentation. After that, we will continue discussing on each paper separately.
Good afternoon, dear Chairman and participants of the International Scientific Conference. Let me draw your attention to a scientific article on the topic non-uniform, non-capillary fluid cooling of the drawworks band shoe brake friction couples, written by co-authors Dmytro Volchenko, Dmytro Zhuravlev, and Vasil Skripnik, Ivano-Frankivsk National Technical University of Oil and Gas, and Mikhailo and Yaroslav Savchin, Drugobych, Specialized College of Oil and Gas. As you know, metal polymer friction pairs of band shoe brakes or drawworks, when lowering the drill pipe string into the well to a depth of more than 3000 meters, operate at high temperatures, exceeding the allowable for the friction lining materials. High temperatures lead to destabilization of the operating parameters of the brake friction units, which can lead to a catastrophic decrease in its efficiency and even an emergency failure. Difficult operating conditions of friction lining and brake pulleys have shown that the efficiency of free and forced air cooling is not enough. Liquid forced cooling of the pulley rim is much more effective where nanofluid is used as a coolant, which a suspension based of solid phase nanoparticles. The driving force in the nanofluid is jumps of various kinds of potentials. The result of the experiment with nanoparticles of various sizes show that the thermal conductivity of the liquid based on larger particles is fairly well described using the Maxwell theory. In addition, it has been proved that the thermal conductivity on nanofluids increases with the increase in the size of nanoparticles. In this research, the authors suggested several solutions to improve the efficiency of liquid cooling of the brake pulley, which is displayed on the slide. However, the efficiency was approximately 10–18%. The main task of this article is to solve the problem of using nanoparticles in the form of briquettes that make up the nanocapillary structure in the system of forced liquid cooling of the friction pairs of a band shoe brakes, and to evaluate the effectiveness of its action. It also shows the main issues of the article and the purpose of the work itself. Let us consider in the research work. The main structural characteristic of capillary porous bodies formed from nanoparticles in the pore distribution curve along its radius. The integral pore distribution curve characterizes the change in the relative volume of pores. The ratio of the volume of pores to the volume of the body along the radius of the capillary. In this regard, dependencies are proposed to determine the main characteristic of capillary porous bodies, which are formed from nanoparticles which include the total pore volume per unit volume of the body, maximum liquid content, specific liquid content, or its relative concentration, surface porosity. Moreover, as an approximation, it can be assumed that the total pore volume is equal to the surface porosity. In finely dispersed systems and capillary porous bodies, one of the main structural characteristics of a porous body is the capillary pressure curve, which is shown a hysteresis on which the minimum saturation, residual saturation, initial drying curve, and secondary drying curve are distinguished. Experimental data for many materials show that the minimum saturation is the same for the initial and secondary dehumidification curves. Curves of secondary drying and absorption form a hysteresis loop with all subsequent reference points lying inside this loop. The regularities of the capillary pressure curves are consistent with the thermodynamic relation of the process of displacement of the wetting phase. In the process of intensive fluid flow through a porous body, in addition to capillary and gravitational forces, inertial forces are of great importance, which can be estimated by the Reynolds criterion, Bond criterion, and Weber criterion shown on the slide. Combining the criteria Weber and Bond, we can obtain the well-known Frode criterion. There are modes when the dominant ones are inertial forces, capillary forces, gravitational forces. For small numbers, Weber and Bond, the motion of the liquid is controlled by capillary forces and the effect of gravity can be neglected. For small Bond numbers, Weber criterion determines the decisive role of capillary and gravitational forces. The effects of gravity can also be neglected, large values of the Frode criterion. To increase the efficiency of cooling friction pairs or friction units, a design of a bend shoe brake with a faucet system of nanocapillary structure in briquettes is proposed. When operating is the modes of rotation of brake pulley or frictional interaction of friction pairs of bend shoe brake, the following types of heat transfer take place. In the first mode, convective air and liquid, conductive as well as radiant with working and non-working surface, polished of the pulley rim, as well as evaporation, condensation, heat exchange with nanocapillary structure of briquettes. In the second mode, convective air and liquid, conductive as well as radiant with a polished non-working surface on the brake pulley rim. In this case, the nanocapillary structure in the briquettes is saturated with liquid. The listed types of heat exchange affect the energy load of friction pairs of the drawworks bench or brake to an unequal degree and ultimately reduce the energy load, and as a result, the durability of the working surfaces. As a result of theoretical and experimental studies, the selection of nanoparticles for the inner surface of the polyrim was made. In this case, the number of nanoparticles was determined in the cross-sectional area of the briquette. In addition, when comparing the operational parameters of the polyrim with the liquid cooling and with the help of sector briquettes with nanoparticles, the system efficiency was 25% due to the stabilization of the magnitude of specific loads in friction pairs. The results of theoretical and experimental studies can be used in design offices at factories as well as in further developments of friction pairs of brake friction units. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon, dear conference participants. Your attention is presented on the topic efficiency of convective hot exchange at the airflow of metal friction elements of brakes. Research in the terminal regimes of metallic friction elements has raised new problem in the field of the theory of thermal conductivity, with Forbes convective and radiation fields, from the perspective of hot physics. The friction unit different types of brakes is a system of many bodies with energy sources and effluents that are complex in space and in time. Note that complex body systems are found not only in braking but also in the other areas of mechanical engineering. Hot exchange processes are essential and often decisive in high-stress hot modes of a brake friction pair on which their effectiveness depends. The main issues that were considered during the study, the boundary hot layer and its role in the efficiency of convective hot exchange, the interaction of the boundary dynamic layer with the thermal layer and in airflow processes, hot transfer from metal friction elements of brakes. The objective of the work is to evaluate the efficiency of convective force air cooling of metallic friction elements in relation to boundary dynamic and hot layers surrounding their airflows. As a concept example, consider the longitudinal airflow of the round cylinders with the rotation working and non-working surfaces of the pulley rims and drum. The interaction between rim surfaces and the air surrounding them is expressed in the formation of viscous forces under which a thermal boundary layer is formed. In the case of flowing of the poly rim, it is possible to distinguish two cases of flowing: non-cycle and circulation flow, which is demonstrated in picture 1. The nature of the flow of rotating brake elements largely depends on the resistance coefficient C. This is a characteristic of the dynamic interaction of the body with the flow that streamlines, which is built similarly to the coefficient of hydraulic resistance. On the graph, picture 2, for the coefficient of resistance C in the function from Reynolds, the process of adjustment of the flow is reflected in the form of a section 2 and 3 of a gradual but very significant decrease in C. The effect under consideration is known as the flow crisis. Also, the adjustment of the flow occurs gradually and, in this sense, does not at all create the idea of the crisis. A change in the speed and the air pressure gradients at various values was also investigated when the dynamic with the thermal layer is interacted on the outer surfaces of the polyrim and the brake drum. Thus, the analysis of the kinematic pattern of the longitudinal flow around the outer surface of the polyrim, picture 3, with the conclusion obtained on a completely different basis, shows that the separation of the boundary head layer from the body surface can occur only under flow conditions with a positive gradient of specific pressure. If we consider the head transfer from the metal friction element of the brakes, then the thermal flow that penetrates the body of the disc is determined by the expression. The increase in the head flow after the next cyclic braking of the vehicle is written in the form. To describe the process of head transfer, the concept of head transfer coefficient of a rotating metal friction element is introduced. After conducting transformation and using an empirical formula, we get an expression, equation 1, which allows you to determine the head transfer coefficient. After obtaining experimental data concerning the energy loading of the metal friction elements of braking devices and establishing the relationship between the criteria included in equation 1 and under the test condition alpha 2 divide k, less and more than 1 was obtained. The criterion equation 2 is a regulation of heat exchange processes using the parameters alpha, second, and k. Using the above dependence 1, the patterns of change in the heat transfer coefficients of alpha I metal friction elements from the rotation frequency for discs, pulleys, and drums were built. Curves from 1 to 5 belong to rotation elements of the brake of different diameter. The graphs clearly show that regardless of the type of brake, the heat transfer coefficient of the rotating metal friction element increases with an increase in the speed of rotation. In picture 5, A, B are given graphics dependence described by the formula 2. Therefore, during the study, it was found that the frequency of switching on the brake is the main factor in the destruction of the boundary head layer of the air, which is a kind of insulator. Rotation frequency of metal friction elements when braking and open friction pairs of brakes determines the laminar or turbulent mode of washing their surfaces with the air flows. The source of artificial turbulence is the roughness of the outer surface of the brake drum rim. The dependence of the total resistance coefficient C on the Reynolds number during longitudinal airflow of the outer surfaces of the pulley rim and the brake drum, highlighting the zones of constant and significantly decreasing values of the C coefficient. The regulating of change is gradients of air velocity and pressure at their various values during the interaction of the dynamic with a thermal boundary layer on the outer surfaces of the pulley rim and brake drum. It's proved that the border head layer on the surface of the open break elements creates an screen effect that reduces the effectiveness of cooling. In the course of the study, graphical dependencies were obtained that allow us to trace the patterns of change in the heat transfer coefficient alpha I of metal friction elements on the rotational speed in for brake discs, pulleys, and drums. The criterion equation 12 has been obtained, which makes it possible to establish change in the heat transfer coefficient K, depending on the heat transfer coefficients from the outer alpha 1 and the inner alpha 2 surfaces of the rotating brake elements. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon. We are grateful for the chance to take part in the conference and present our research. Let us start with the introduction and major challenges. Increasing the energy efficiency of self-propelled machines is inseparably linked with one of the areas identified by the Sustainable Development Goals, that is, the development of the agricultural economy. To drive active working tools and run systems of agricultural, construction, road and other self-propelled equipment is a careless hydraulic drive of the mechatronic systems. Planetary time hydraulic machines are widely used. Taking into account the results of the publication study, it can be stated that particularly no attention was paid to the issue of modeling the operating conditions of a planetary hydraulic machine with a change in the gap between the rotors. Therefore, the study of the effect of the gap exceeding its critical value between the rotors of planetary hydraulic machines on the change in the output parameters of these hydraulic machines is an urgent task. The solution of this problem could make it possible to stabilize the output characteristics of planetary hydraulic machines operating as part of mechatronic systems or hydraulic drives for self-propelled equipment in order to increase its energy efficiency. Now let's move to the aim and research tasks. The current research was devoted to the influence of the gap between the rotors when it is higher than the critical value on the change in the output parameters of planetary hydraulic machines in order to ensure their design stabilization. To achieve the goal, the physical model and the mathematical apparatus have been developed. They described the dependencies of the change in the steady state angular velocity of movement of the planetary hydraulic motor rotors when there is a gap. We also justified the movement of the rotors when there is a critical gap that could be used to stabilize the output parameters of planetary hydraulic machines. Now let us discover some points of the research methodology. Our previous studies established that the gap between the rotors of the planetary hydraulic motor causes additional movements of the rotors without rotation. This statement allowed us to develop a physical model of the rotor movement. On the physical model, the inner rotor in the ascent zone moves without rotation. The ascent time T1 required for the movement of the inner rotor in the ascent zone is determined by the size of the diametrical gap. During the ascent period T1, the angular velocity of the inner rotor rotation slows down. After the self-sealing of the rotors, when the inner rotor goes on rotating during the period of time T2, its acceleration is observed. Therefore, the real value of the steady-state angular velocity taking into account the slip of the inner rotor can be depicted by the curve 5, and the average value of the angular velocity by the curve 6. The theoretical angular velocity of the inner rotor when there is no diametrical gap is represented by the curve 4. When determining the average value of the angular velocity, the curve 6, the following assumptions were taken. All sections of the ascent zone are equal to each other, and are determined by the size of the diametrical gap. And the ascent time, T1, of the inner rotor is its acceleration time, T2. The ascent deceleration time is characterized by the sliding ascent movement of the inner rotor by the amount of the diametrical gap, considering the geometric parameters of the inner rotor. Therefore, with an increase in the diametrical gap when worn, the ascent time T1 increases. Studies of the kinematics of the inner rotor movement inside a planetary hydraulic motor when there is a diametrical gap made it possible to obtain mathematical operators that describe the dependence of the change in the steady-state angular velocity, which is determined by the combination of the expressions presented in the slide. Usually, when there is a diametrical gap, the inner rotor occupies a position with contact at the points B and C. In this position, the self-sealing of the rotors occurs. At the critical value of the diametrical gap, the teeth of the inner rotor simultaneously touch the teeth of the outer rotor at 3 points B, C, and E. When the diametrical gap is higher than the critical value, the movement of the inner rotor under the action of the pressure force of the working fluid when it emerges leads to the formation of a gap at the point C, when the teeth contact at the points B and E. The fact that there is a gap at the point C indicates that when the diametrical gap is higher than the critical one, there is no self-sealing between the chambers of high and low pressures. The lack of the self-sealing effect means that there is leakage between the chambers of the high and low pressures. Therefore, the characteristics of the planetary hydraulic motor will change in the same way as the standard positive displacement hydraulic machine. By substantiating the kinematics of the inner rotor movement, it has been established that the diametrical gap can be lower than the critical value when the rotor's self-sealing occurs, and higher than the critical value when there is no self-sealing. The developed physical model of the mutual movement of the rotors with the increase in the gap between the rotors, the substantiated diagrams of the rotor's movement inside a planetary time hydraulic machine, and the developed mathematical operators made it possible to simulate the kinematics of the rotors in the VSIM dynamic simulation system. Moving to the results, we should say that the studies carried out showed that at the diametrical gap values of 0 to 0.4 millimeters, the first position, all considered dependencies of the change in the output characteristics of the planetary hydraulic motor were parallel to the abscissa axis. That indicates the self-sealing of the rotors. It was found that a significant decrease in the angular velocity from 34 to 27 radians per second was caused by additional movements of the inner rotor. When the diametrical gap was 0.4 to 0.8 millimeters, the second position, all the obtained dependencies of changes in output characteristics were presented in two groups. The first was the dependencies of changes in hydromechanical efficiency, torque, and angular velocity, and their nature remained unchanged. The second were the dependencies characterizing the decrease in volumetric efficiency by 18%, overall efficiency by 35%, and the increase in the leakage rate from 0 to 17 liters per minute, which was explained by the leakage between the high and low pressure chambers. To make conclusions, we should state that The developed physical model of the mutual movement of the rotors of planetary hydraulic machines, reasonable diagrams for the rotors' movement, and the developed mathematical apparatus allowed to investigate the influence of the gap between the rotors on the change in the output parameters of the planetary time hydraulic machines. It was found that, depending on the value of the diametrical gap, two situations are possible, with self-sealing and without it. The latter led to the reduces in the volumetric efficiency and, as a result, the overall efficiency of the hydraulic machine. The obtained dependencies could be used to predict changes in the output characteristics of planetary hydraulic motors and hydraulic drives of self-propelled equipment in general, both at the development stage and the design stage. Thank you for your attention.
Good day, dear participants. I want to present to you my presentation on the topic of improving vortex chamber supercharger performances using slotted rectangular channel. Bulk cargos in hydraulic and pneumatic transport is accompanied by high wear of the blowers and pumps with a low reliability and durability of hydro-pneumatic transport systems. Ways to increase the durability of such systems are practically exhausted due to the limited choice of wear resistance materials and improvements of the pumps' vane systems. Increasing the reliability and durability of system must be done with a simultaneous solution to the problem of increasing energy-saving indicators and reliability. The solution to the problem of blowers reliability can be the use of jet superchargers. But low efficiency indicators prevent the widespread use of direct flow of water and two-phase ejectors. The use of centrifugal force has made it possible to create more efficient devices for pumping granular materials vortex chamber superchargers, which you can see at this slide. The use of centrifugal force is a very important parameter for such devices, and its efficiency when it pumps a bulk medium with air is more than twice as high as the efficiency of classical jet pumps. However, the working process of such a blower is implemented with the release of part of the pumped medium through the drainage channel, which creates significant inconveniences in its use. One of the main disadvantages of vortex chamber superchargers is the presence of pumped medium in the axial drainage channel, which reduces the operational efficiency and the supercharger use in hydro-pneumatic system. Thus, the aim of this paper is to investigate the pumping parameters and properties of the pumped medium, which will reduce the bulk losses to zero by using a slotted tangential channel in the vortex chamber superchargers. The study consisted of three stages: flow mathematical modeling inside the vortex chamber supercharger, experimental study of the vortex chamber supercharger, and determination of the mathematical model adequacy, and further search for effective ways to reduce losses of pumped bulk. The vortex chamber supercharger scheme and its 3D model and mesh are presented in the slide. In this work, both in theoretical and experimental studies, the supercharger with the determined geometric dimensions was used. Experimental studies were carried out on an installation that allows determining the main integral energy characteristic of supercharger. The mathematical modeling of the fluid flow in the supercharger was carried out with the interaction between solid particles based on the calculation of the Reynolds averaged Navier-Stokes system of equation, which you can see on this slide. Since the simulation of the flow led to a vacuum error near the axis, a rotation curvature correction was included, and this correction you can see on this slide too. The comparison results of calculation and experiment are shown on the next slide. Here you can see that the rectangular slotted outlet channel can significantly reduce the flow rate of solid particles in the drainage channel. In addition, we can assume that the mathematical model adequately describes the flow inside the supercharger. Some discrepancy between the results of calculation and experiment of the relative flow rate in the drainage channel is explained by the fact that the mathematical model in general and the SST model in particular calculates the vacuum near the axis within a arrow, which leads to underestimated values of the flow rate and to an increase in losses. This problem manifests itself less with an increase in the absolute number, dynamic pressure at the supply channel, in the vortex chamber. In addition, the calculation error can be the influence result of the error in determining the particle diameters in the experiment as well as their non-sphericity. The additional complexity of such verification is added by the correct estimation of the solid particle size distribution in the experiment. For this analysis was carried out by sifting particles through a system of sieves. Based on the sieving, it was determined that the set of solid particles satisfies the Rosen-Ramler distribution with the parameters given in this slide. The particles were chosen in such a way that their shape was as spherical as possible. The same distribution was set as the initial conditions for calculating the trajectories of solid material in the supercharger. Simulations made it possible to determine the main parameters that affect the magnitude of solid particle losses: dynamics, pressure in tangential supply channel, particle diameter, and density. As a result of varying these parameters, it was possible to completely get rid of the loss of granular medium in the drainage channel. It was determined that in order to reduce losses to zero, it is necessary that the particle size be greater than a certain diameter. And this certain diameter you can see at the table on this slide. It shows that it was possible to get rid only for densities less than 2000 kg per cubic meter. The negative result for higher density can be explained by the fact that the particles become heavier and do not have time to acquire channel and also cannot return to the vortex chamber during the movement. Next slide. Shows the relative flow rate in the drainage channel is dependent on the density of the working medium. In contrast to the cylindrical outlet channel, where minimal losses are observed for density of 2000 kg per cubic meter, for the rectangular outlet channel, the solid medium flow rates decrease with increasing pumped medium density. Curves of density influence depend quite strongly on the distribution of particle by mass, and it is necessary to carry out further studies to specific particle sizes influence on drainage flow rate. Also in this study, the influence of turbulent fluctuation in the main fluid is not taken into account, which apparently can make it possible to obtain more accurate modeling results based on averaging and probabilistic estimation, since the particle size is small enough that the turbulence parameter can influence the particle trajectories. On the basis of experimental and numerical studies of two phases, medium flows and vortex chamber supercharger, the losses of the pumped medium in the technological drainage channel of the supercharger are estimated. For the first time, the use of slotted rectangular outlet channel made it possible to appropriate values of the diameter of solid particles, their density, as well as the dynamic pressure at the outlet inlet. Completely get rid of the granular medium losses in the drainage channel. So thank you very much for your attention, and I am waiting for your questions, please.
Greetings to all the attendants of the InterPartner-2022 conference. We submit to your attention the presentation of research on the modeling of failure of refractories in rotary kilns, a research conducted in the Igor Sikorsky National Technical University of Ukraine, KPI, by Valery Sherbina, Alexander Gonlyk, and Alexander Sikalsky. The rotating furnace, an apparatus widely used in the chemical industry, but most widely in the production of building materials such as clinker, expanded clay, lime, perlite, etc., is a complex machine which can be classified as both a physical-chemical reactor and as a heating chamber. Since it always functions under extreme temperature, the structural integrity of its involving is crucial to the normality of the furnace's work, the safety of its operation, and its lifespan. Due to the constant thermal expansion and reduction of the involving inside the rotating furnace, its integrity can be compromised when micro and macro cracking occurs in the structure of the internal covering. Thus, the mathematical modeling of the destructive heat-related processes in the furnace's involving can provide a more reliable plan to the exploitation of said apparatus. However, the contact between the surface of the furnace's walls and the metal plates inside it is much more relevant when it comes to larger sized furnaces, when much more powerful heat tensions due to the radical difference between the heat resistance values of these materials might be the main cause of the destruction of the involving. The main factor behind this damage may lay in the process of metal walls connecting to the heat-resistant bricks to solidify the surface being softened and molten by the extreme heat inside the reactor, allowing the heat-resistant elements to fluctuate inside the walls of these cells. For the sake of modeling, we assume that the furnace has, as far as the building mechanics are of concern to the calculations, a thin-walled cylindrical surface mounted on several stands or bandages and involved with heat-resistant bricks. In the model obtained for the purposes of this research, the process taking place in the furnace's working area is reviewed as of stationary thermal regime. The temperature of the gas flow would vary from 950 degrees Celsius to 1750 degrees Celsius along the length of the furnace. The lining is composed of chrome magnesite refractory plates, 230 by 150 mm in surface and 60 mm thick, and fixed with the metal plates of 250 by 150 by 2 mm. The plates are placed between these refractories. For adequate representation of the physics behind the process, we consider the transition between the physical states of plasticity and liquefaction in the metal plate grid according to the relation between the physical and mechanical characteristics and the resilience factor as can be seen on Figure 6 and the thermic expansion and temperature as can be seen on Figure 7. As for the heat-resistant bricks, we consider them brittle bodies under complex deformation conditions. A sufficiently large number of theories modeling the destruction of brittle bodies are known to exist at the current time. However, in the general case, they do not universally and do not necessarily accurately describe the process of destruction of some materials, while for other ones which differ in structure, some of these are known to give erroneous results. Therefore, for the purpose of our research, we consider and analyze the results obtained using several particle strain theories. For our purposes, the most adequate system seems to be the Baladin's theory, based on experimental research of brittle materials impacted with single-axis strain and compressing. The formula describing this process is displayed on the slide. Therefore, the strength of brittle materials is relevant to three factors mentioned above. This and the precise correspondence of the calculations to experimental values underlines the wide applicability of this theory and thus allows to express the uniaxial compressive strength as the main characteristics of the metal strength in this description of fracturing process. Temperature fields and the stress strain were calculated using the Vesna system developed in the NTU KPI. This system is aimed mainly at modeling the hydrodynamic, thermodynamic, and aerodynamic processes and the FEM calculations. According to the model, the temperature of the inner surface of the inner walls of the furnace along its entire length varies from 850 degrees to 1450 degrees. The external temperature of the furnace's body and the cold section of the refractory varies from 180 degrees Celsius in the zones of cooling and exothermic reactions to 275 degrees Celsius in the sintering zone. The most equivalent tensions occur in the open working surface of the involving, causing the destruction without the chipping or cracking of the heat-resistant bricks. Nevertheless, this kind of damage is not usually characteristic of the rotating furnaces in practice. Considering the dependence of physico-mechanical characteristics from the temperature, more plausible results can be obtained which actually correspond to the practical observations. The zone of possible destruction and the largest stress occur at a certain distance from the surface of the refractory, in contrast to the destruction scheme, without taking into account the dependencies of physical and mechanical characteristics on temperature shown on Figure 9. According to the calculations presented in this work, it is determined that a temperature of 1450 degrees Celsius, the formation of a chip is possible in the area of 55 to 115 millimeters from the hot surface of the refractory where the strange criterion exceeds 1.0. Assuming that the temperature of the working surface of the lining is 1300 degrees Celsius, the temperature of the working body is determined from the conditions of its heat exchange with the environment. With the decrease of thickness of the lining, the probability of refractory splitting decreases, and the maximum values of 2.41 for refractory of 230 mm thick, 2.06 for 180 mm, 1.7 for 150 mm, and 0.84 for 12 mm respectively. The usual wearing of the refractory in the kiln is from 230 mm to 80 mm. In the simulated process, the thickness decreases from 230 to 180, 150, 120, and 80 mm respectively. Assuming that the temperature in the working surface area of the lining is 1300 degrees, this indicates that the wearing of the heat-resistant material is, or its shortened refractories decreases. This data should be taken into account when choosing the geometrical formats of refractories for the lining of rotary kilns. The proposed method makes it possible to carry out more accurate calculations when simulating the operation of lining refractories to avoid their destruction and the formation of the chipping. The obtained calculation allows us to conclude that A. It is necessary to modulate both the refractories and the metal plates, which are made in the form of spacers in the calculation scheme. The adequate solution to the problem of modeling of refractory failure is possible only when taking into account the dependence of the elastic modulus and linear expansion coefficient to the temperature. The data obtained should be taken into account when choosing the geometric dimensions of refractories for the lining of rotary kilns. Thank you for your attention.
Temperature distribution in parts of vegetal disc brooks. Vehicle reliability is one of the main requirements for vehicle braking systems operating in conditions of high energy load. Therefore, development of new combined approaches to technical diagnostics and thermal analysis of brake friction pair elements is an issue at stake. The work aims is the comparative study of the experimental and FEM simulated friction element temperature state of the ventilated and non-ventilated disc brakes during their cyclic tests and hygienic evaluation of wear products. In particular, to develop a simulation model for disc brake heating and cooling studying with consideration of their open and closed states. To study temperature distribution into friction elements according to the developed model. To compare experimental and simulated results of disc brake friction within cyclic testing of the vehicle. To make a hygienic assessment of air pollution by disc brake wear products. Studied brake unit, materials of its friction elements, the authors carried out bench and performance tests for technical diagnostics of the brake of LAS A172 bus disc brakes. The brake disc was made of grey cast iron MH19 according to state standard GOST 1412-85, analog of cast iron GH190, with physical parameters E equals 1105 megapascals, sigma equals 250 megapascals. The friction pads were made of MKV50A according to branch standard OST 19011574 with physical parameters E equals 1105 megapascals, sigma equals 34 megapascals. Friction coefficient is in the range of 0.3 to 0.5. The outer diameter of the discs is 430 millimeters. The thickness of the ventilated disc is 45 millimeters, unventilated 30 millimeters. Width of a friction belt 90 millimeters. Simulation model development method. Developed a 3D model of the brake element and its mesh-specified friction element thermophysical characteristics, initial and boundary conditions. In the simulation, we considered the process of non-stationary heat transfer during the braking cooling cycle, where the braking period alternates with the cooling period. At the initial moment of time, we set the heat flow on the working surfaces of friction pair parts referring to the braking power. There was perfect thermal contact on the coupling surface of the disc and pad. Convective heat exchange was carried out on free surfaces. Heat flow through the surface is proportional to the temperature difference, and radiation heat exchange takes place on working surfaces. In the next braking cycle, the initial temperature was taken as the temperature reached at the end of the previous cycle. Results of the study figures 3a, c, e show simulated temperature distribution in the brake friction elements across the ventilation channel section and fig. 3b, d, f, across the section of the ventilation channel edge of the ventilated disc. In order to compare simulation results, temperature distributions for different cycles of braking for the non-ventilated disc were obtained in the same way. Figure shows the temperature distribution in the friction element of a 172 bus front brake with non-ventilated disc during Type 1 tests, at the end of the first braking cycle. B, at the end of the 19th cooling cycle. C, at the beginning of the 20th braking cycle. The figure shows simulated temperature range for a 172 bus disc brake heating and cooling for the preliminary stage of Type 1 tests. Plot analysis of experimental and simulated data showed that quasi-stationary temperature is observed after the 10th test cycle for the ventilated brakes and practically at the end of the tests for the non-ventilated brakes. Conclusions 1. In order to simplify the technical diagnostics, an A172 bus disc brake spatial model was developed and studied. It makes possible FEM simulation of heating and cooling brake elements within Type 1 tests. 2. Simulation showed that quasi-steady maximum surface temperature is reached after the 10th braking cycle for the ventilated brakes and until the 14/16th braking cycle for the non-ventilated ones. 3. Experimental tests of friction element temperatures were carried out and results were compared with simulated data. Deviations between simulated data and experimental ones did not exceed 5%. The experimental temperatures of friction elements are somewhat higher due to assuming constant environmental temperature within simulations, despite the fact that the experimental friction parts are air flushed within bus movement and get additional cooling. 4. The hygienic assessment of air pollution by breakware products within Type 1 tests showed that chrysotile asbestos fiber concentration, grade 1, carcinogen, in the laboratory working zone was 0.07 fibers per cc at the friction zone temperature of 180 degrees Celsius. This concentration does not exceed the maximum permissible concentration of 0.1 fibers per cc. Regulated by Directive 2009/148 EC. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, dear participants and speakers, thank you for attending and making presentation for the session 7 in the scope of the InterPartner 2022. Let me summarize the presentations. In the first presentation, researchers worked on the non-uniform nanocapillary liquid cooling of the brake palley rim to equalize its energy load. In the study, theoretical and also experimental studies were presented. According to the research results, we can say that braking efficiency can be increased by using nanocapillary liquid cooling system. So, is there any question? Let me check the chat screen, but I have one question for the speaker. In the experiments, which nanoparticle was used, and did you use any chemicals to prevent the sedimentation? Is the speaker here for the first presentation? If there is not, I can skip to the next one. Okay, in the second presentation, the efficiency of convective forced air cooling of metallic friction elements in the brake system was evaluated. Based on the study, we can trace the changing patterns in the heat transfer coefficients of metallic friction elements on the rotational speed for brake discs, pulleys, and drums. So, I have one question for the speakers, if they are here. Is there any author for the presentation 2? Okay, there is not any authors. In the third presentation, improving the energy efficiency of self-propelled machines by stabilizing the output characteristics of planetary hydraulic motors was aimed by developing physical model and also the mathematical operators. Researchers determined the quantitative values of the diametrical gap during the operation of the planetary hydraulic motor. Is there any authors for the third presentation?
Yes, the authors are here.
Okay, that's really
If it is possible, let me support the speaker with because we are just learning to take part in the international conferences, especially in English. And can I ask you to return our presentation number 3, please? That's it.
Okay,
Thanks.
that's good. Okay. I have one question actually. I understand that the value of the diametrical gap should be lower than the critical value for self-sealing. The value for self-sealing should be lower than the critical value. Based on your knowledge, which element or characteristics is much more effective on the critical value?
Excuse me, let me translate. One second, please.
Okay. You make a study, actually, the theoretical study for improving the energy efficiency of the self-propelled machines, and you calculated the effectiveness of the diametrical gap to the critical value and also the self-sealing. Which element or which characteristics are much more effective on this self-sealing? Yeah, self-sealing properties.
You see,
based on your knowledge or based on your calculations.
Yeah, the fact is that this article and this research was the second in the row, when the first was devoted to the research of the situation when the diametrical gap is lower than the critical one, and we can observe the fact of self-sealing. This research was devoted to the different situation when the diametrical gap is higher than the critical one and the self-sealing is not observed.
Okay, thank you. Is there any question for the speakers, authors? Okay, I think there is not any other question. In the fourth presentation of this session, researchers investigated the pumping parameters and properties of the pumped medium to reduce the bulk losses by using a slotted tangential channel in the vortex chamber supercharger. As a result of this study, the vortex chamber supercharger can be used without any losses of pumping medium by using a slotted outlet channel. So actually, I have a question to the authors. If is there any authors or speakers?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. You also performed experimental works in your studies, and I wonder that how did you produce this slot, and also which method, and also what are its dimensions, slot dimensions?
We have an experiment with a small model of our vortex chamber supercharger. So this channel has in a cylindrical type 10 millimeters diameter, and so we have a cylindrical rectangular slot with the help of plastic channel with the
How did you produce the slot? Which methods? I guess you used the milling method, but which
with
method?
The help of casting.
Casting. Okay, you produce by casting. And what are its dimension? Your slot dimensions?
5 millimeters and 10 millimeters.
Okay, 5 and 10. Thank you. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Okay, in the fifth presentation, the failure of refractories in rotary kilns was modeled. According to the study, the magnitude of the thermal stresses are the most important factor, and reducing it avoids failures and the formation of the chipping effect. By reducing the thermal stresses, we can avoid the failures and the formation of the chipping effect. So I have a question to the authors, if any of the authors are here.
I'll be representing that presentation. I'm Yaroslav
Okay.
Filovich of Kiev KPI.
Okay. My question is that for determination of strength criteria, you used Bolandin's, Hawk Brown, Parshevsky, Shashenko criterions.
Mhm.
Three different criterions you used to calculate the strength of the strength criteria. According to you and also to your knowledge, which of them is more preferable or suitable for this kind of modeling studies?
Well, that's a very good question. Thank you for it. You see, there are various theories modeling the behavior of such bodies as thermal resistant panels, as are reviewed in this work. And Baladin's theory is probably the most adequately describing the behavior of these bodies because it considers brittle bodies, which the ceramical panels are, and we view them as brittle bodies since the damage that is sustained to them is produced by the grid that surrounds them and compresses them. So I guess the Baladin's criterion is the one most adequately representing it. And the other criterions are used, well, to kind of triangulate the results of this modeling, if that answers the question.
Okay, thank you very much for the reply. In the sixth presentation, researchers performed experimental and finite element modeling studies to investigate the friction element temperature state of the ventilated and non-ventilated disc brakes. Researchers obtained a good agreement between the experimental and simulation results. My question is that what is the main reason for reaching the maximum temperature at different cycles? I mean, 10th braking cycles for the ventilated brake and the 16th braking cycles for the non-ventilated brake. We can obtain the maximum temperature. Is there any explanation for this case? Is my question if there is any author for the sixth presentation here.
Unfortunately, there are no authors.
Okay, okay, no worry. So these, actually, in my opinion, we all listened all the presentations on YouTube, and in my opinion, these sessions had high quality and scientifically important presentations, 6 important presentations. I will thank the speakers and also the participants, listeners. I wish all of you success in your future research studies. I hope we will see each other in the future organization face to face in the near future, I hope. Now I give the speech to the General Chair of the conference for the closing ceremony. Thank you, all of them. All of you, sorry.
Thank you very much, Alper. Thank you for great work. Thank you. We have completed the last 7th session. So, InterPartner 2022 is over. I would like to thank all participants of the conference for interesting reports and participation in the discussion. Special thanks to the session chairs who did their job very well and professionally. The technical support of the conference was at a high level, for which many thanks to the YouTube studio, IATDI, and the entire InterPartner team. I would like to tell you some good news. The book of conference InterPartner 2022 proceedings is to be published in September as well. InterPartner 2022 is over. We are confident that InterPartner 2023 will be held next September in peaceful Odessa. Glory to Ukraine! Слава Україні!
Героям слава.
Про 24.
Да.